this is not the show yet. We haven't started. Everybody calm down. This is the pre-show. How was your weekend? And by that, I mean, I don't know what day it is.
Well, we're recording now on Thursday, and the beginning of the week was a lot of shoveling. That's all that's on my brain, and
There's going to be a lot of shoveling. There's going to be a lot of shoveling. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How much snow did you get?
We got about 17 or 18 inches. I shoveled for
That's
like 8 or 10 hours.
That's what she said. Okay. All right. How do we do this? Oh, okay.
I think you got it under control.
No, I don't. You're talking about my bladder or the show?
The control.
Oh, okay. Here we go. Show still hasn't started yet. I think this. No, this isn't it. We're still learning how to do this. Here we go. Now the show officially starts. Fasten your airbags.
Yeah, boy.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. Welcome to the mop-up for January 20th, 2021. I'm David Feldman coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan where the temperature is 33 degrees and cloudy. Ginger Rogers. People are complaining because I trashed Ginger Rogers on the show, Tuesday show. Ginger Rogers, first of all, she was a bleached blonde. She wasn't even a ginger. That's the first thing. I don't know why they called her Ginger. And her mother was J. Edgar Hoover's beard. J. Edgar Hoover was the worst American of the 20th century. And somehow Ginger Rogers' mother became his beard and helped convince the world that J. Edgar Hoover, a cross-dressing, self-loathing, closeted homosexual, was straight. And she was a red baiter. She named names. Ginger Rogers' mother was the second worst American of the 20th century. I stand by my statement that Ginger Rogers, well, I won't repeat the word I used. That might have been extravagant, but we will give Ginger Rogers no quarter here on this show. Voting rights, dead. The filibuster lives. Good work, President Joe Biden, who is now celebrating his 1-year anniversary since he was given the presidency by Barack Obama and Clyburn, Perez, and all the Democrats who hate the 99%. Well, we've had a year of Joe Biden, and yesterday the Republicans succeeded in thwarting new voting rights legislation and kept the filibuster intact. And now, boo hoo hoo, our vice president is going on the morning shows. Our hands are tied. Boo hoo hoo, the evil filibuster. It's the evil Republicans. It's the Democrats. It's the Democrats. And be careful getting rid of the filibuster when you're so cravenly not for the 99%. It was Harry Reid, Senator Harry Reid, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, who got rid of the filibuster in the lower court nominations so Obama could get some judges on the court. I don't know if you remember, but McConnell was blocking all of Obama's nominees. So they got rid of the filibuster for the lower court nominees. So it was the Democrats who, because they didn't know how to win big, complained about the filibuster and got rid of it. And that ultimately set the stage for evil Mitch McConnell to get rid of the filibuster on Trump's Supreme Court nominees. So be careful getting rid of the filibuster. You start getting rid of the filibuster, you're opening up a Pandora's box of pain. We're going to need the filibuster a year from now because McConnell will be controlling the Senate because Chuck Schumer, Harvard, has 2 Harvard graduate daughters working for big tech. Schumer doesn't care about the 99%. That's why he doesn't run senators who care about the 99%. And that's why Democrats always lose the Senate, because Schumer is a Harvard asshole. His 2 daughters went to Harvard, and one of them works, I think, for Amazon. And the American people know that. They know that Pelosi and Biden and Harris are hyper-credentialed, ambitious lowlifes. And so we're going to lose the Senate. The Democrats are going to lose the Senate. So we're going to need the filibuster in a year. We needed the filibuster that Harry Reid got rid of for Supreme Court nominees during the Trump years. McConnell got rid of the filibuster on Supreme Court nominees, but he couldn't have done it politically had Harry Reid, the Democrat, not gotten rid of the filibuster and the lower court nominees. You open up a Pandora's box under Obama. It gives license to people like Mitch McConnell to get rid of the filibuster on Supreme Court nominees. And so McConnell was free to push through people like Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and the rapist Kavanaugh, Judge Rapist Kavanaugh, the rapist. If Trump needed 60 votes to get these guys and girl on the court, he wouldn't have been able to nominate Gorsuch, Amy Coney Barrett, and the rapist Kavanaugh. They wouldn't have made it to the court, and now Roe v. Wade would not be under siege. See? That's because the Democrats have no long game. You know, it's like corporate America. They're owned by corporate America, so they only think about the next quarter. So, yes, I get it. The filibuster is a Jim Crow relic. And I get it. It's really smart that you've come to learn and remind everybody that the Jim Crow relic, the filibuster, was put in place in the 20th century to make sure that the segregationists from the South could be protected from majoritarian rule, as is the Electoral College. That's the same reason we have an Electoral College, to protect the slaveholders from majoritarian rule. I get that. And that's why we have the Senate, to protect the slaveholders from majoritarian rule. But things change. Okay. And now getting rid of the filibuster for Supreme Court nominees, it actually facilitates those who want a return to a Jim Crow South. Okay. By getting rid of this Jim Crow instrument, the filibuster, you are making it possible for Supreme Court justices to get put on the bench and bring back Jim Crow era voter suppression, which is what they have in store for us. There are rules. It's a game, and you play it. You play by the rules, and you play the game that's in front of you. Just because the Electoral College, the Senate, and the filibuster are rooted in racism, you're not going to be able to throw any of this stuff out. So learn how to play the game, because this country is rooted in racism. And the Democrats are run by people who learn what the rules are, and then they go out and win. Just tell me what the rules are. I'm ambitious. Just tell me what the game is and how to play it. I'm competitive. I'm ambitious. Just tell me what the rules are. I'll learn the rules and I'll succeed. And so we get these lawyers, these Harvard-educated lawyers who, want to be Democrats. Or they say, hey, I went to Harvard, but I'm not an intellectual. So I want to go work in television. I don't want to reinvent the sitcom. Just show me the rules. Just show me the 3-act structure. Just show me how it works, and I'll play that game. Teach me the rules of sitcom-y, and I'll just win that game. I'm not going to change anything, but I can master the rules. And this is where the Harvard elitists run into trouble when they get to Washington, D.C., and they start playing politics. Politics doesn't work for them, because politics isn't just about learning the rules and mastering them. It's having a spark and really wanting to win and reinvent the nation, which needs constant reinvention. That's how you win politically. So the people who run the Democratic Party are whiny little bitches who can't win. So they say, change the rules. They're not fair. They're Jim Crow era rules, or they're slaveholder rules. I can't win this game. You don't know how to win the game, because that would mean sacrificing your lifestyle. You win the game by moving to West Virginia, asshole. You win the game by moving to North and South Dakota, asshole. Or Michigan, you overeducated, ignorant asshole. But the Harvard types, they don't want to play by those rules. The Democratic leadership wants to remain in Washington. They don't want to go to Arkansas. Arkansas, the Clintons, he was the governor from Arkansas, right? Arkansas is now a red state. If the assholes, Bill and Hillary, stayed in Arkansas and worked the system, they knew how to win, Arkansas could be a blue state now. No, they had to leave Arkansas. They haven't stepped foot in Arkansas since Bill raped Juanita Broderick. They have to live in New York and Washington, D.C. Well, that's how you win, by living in Arkansas. But the Democratic leadership wants to stay in Washington, D.C. and New York City or Cambridge, Massachusetts. Why would I go to North Dakota? There's nobody to talk to. I think they have like one Pete's Coffee in all of North Dakota. I'm not going to North Dakota. Let an underling earn his or her stripes working North Dakota, and then get the hell out of there and become a lobbyist. That's how the Democratic Party works. And that's why the American people loathe the Democratic Party. They do. They loathe the Democratic Party and its power structure, because at its core, the Democratic Party is the party of elitists. They are the party of elitists, intellectual elitists who think there are two types of people, those who serve and those who get served. And when they serve in office, they expect to be served, not to serve the American people, but to be served. The Democrats, and I'm going to go over this, they should be very supportive of anything that reeks of Madisonian democracy. They should be in favor of the filibuster. They should concern themselves right now on new ways to temper mob rule because the Democrats are not popular. This is what nobody talks about. The Democrats are not popular. The Democrats need every tool in their belt to save themselves and this country from majoritarian rule. Nationally, Republicans, please pay attention to this. I don't want to get too worked up, but nationally, Republicans have a 5-point advantage over the Democrats. Okay? Republicans have a 5-point advantage over Democrats right now, according to the latest Gallup poll. This isn't about the filibuster. This isn't about suppressing the vote or gerrymandering or the Electoral College. This is about more Americans preferring the Republican Party to the Democratic Party. That is the truth, and that's your problem. And now, because Harry Reid got rid of the filibuster on the lower court nominations, McConnell got rid of the filibuster on the Supreme Court nominations, and we have one of the most conservative courts in generations. You don't change the rules, you change your party, you change your behavior. That's why we're screwed. Harry Reid, rest in peace, a Democrat majority leader under Obama, he blamed the filibuster, not the Democratic Party, for McConnell having, and Hastert or Boehner having too much power. Obama briefly sort of kind of had a filibuster-proof Senate. Not really, but it was close, sort of, and he did nothing with it. And here's the thing that's going on right now with Biden. He couldn't even get the Democrats on board getting rid of the filibuster. It is not the Republicans, it's the Democrats. When you can't even get your own party to get rid of the filibuster, there is a problem with the Democrats. Now, a few thoughts about voting rights, because I don't mean to discount voter suppression. It is a real thing. The Roberts Court in Shelby versus Holder was the Attorney General under Obama. The Roberts Court made it much easier for states to make it much harder for people of color, marginalized citizens, to vote. There's no question. Before the Shelby ruling, about 10 years ago, many states that were part of the old Confederacy were forced to participate in what is called pre-clearance. This is because of the Voting Rights Act that Lyndon Johnson passed, I believe, in '65. The old Confederacy, they were placed in some kind of de facto consent decree where they had to pre-clear any changes to voting laws that they passed because they were notorious for literacy tests and poll taxes and making it harder for Black people to vote. And the Roberts Court ruled that those days are over. There's no voter suppression, and the old Confederacy can pass any voter bills they want. Immediately after Shelby, they started in with the voter suppression bills because pre-clearance was off the table. So the Republicans have made it harder for citizens to vote. And 2 years ago, the 2020 elections were an anomaly because of mail-in ballots and COVID. And the Republicans got spooked because the American people really like mail-in ballots, including the Republicans. So according to the Brennan Center, last year, 19 states have implemented 33 laws making it harder for Americans to vote. Some states harder than others, but it's voter suppression. But you can't suppress a landslide. The only way for the Democrats to change voting laws is to win by a landslide, and it is not a catch-22. I've heard people say, well, you can't pass voting rights legislation unless the Democrats get a filibuster-proof Senate, and you can't get a filibuster-proof Senate unless you change voting rights and voter suppression laws. It's a catch-22. No, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. It's not a catch-22. You've caught syphilis and it's rotting your brain. The way you pass meaningful legislation is you get a landslide, which cannot be suppressed, a landslide. You cannot stop a party that appeals to the 100 million Americans who can vote but don't. All you need is a party that appeals to the 99%, and you cannot suppress that vote. It's impossible. But the Democrats only represent the 1%. This is a fact. Bernie Sanders, Senator Bernie Sanders, is the greatest living politician in America. He is a Democratic socialist who twice came within inches of taking over the Democratic Party. He is not a Democrat. He is a New York socialist Jew from Vermont, not a Democrat, who came within inches of taking over the Democratic Party and becoming their presidential nominee. Had Elizabeth Warren endorsed Bernie, he would have been nominated, but she didn't. She didn't, because Warren, in the end, was a Democrat. Not like Bernie, who is a Democratic socialist. Warren, who I would have voted for, is a capitalist to the bone. She is not a socialist. She's a Democrat. She is not a miracle of democracy the way Bernie is. Bernie is the only person in the Senate who you should be listening to. Bernie is perfect. Now, the Democratic Party once had socialists, communists, as part of their coalition back when FDR began picking them off. He hired members of the Popular Front, part of Stalin's Popular Front, and he appealed to communists and socialists, not overtly, but significantly. Then, after World War II, we had to defeat the communists. And because Henry Wallace didn't become president, Henry Wallace was FDR's vice president, but the smoke-filled room, the Democrats in the smoke-filled room who gave us this POS, Joe Biden, also gave us the POS known as Harry Truman. They took Wallace off the ticket for FDR's fourth term, and we would have had some kind of detente with the communists. So instead, we had Truman. We ended up with a national security state, the Iron Curtain, which was invented by the imperialist racist Winston Churchill. And the Democrats identified with Western imperialism, Winston Churchill, and got in on the Cold War. And that meant no more communists in the Democratic Party, only self-identified liberals. Whatever liberal means. I have no idea what a liberal means. All I know is once Henry Wallace was taken off the ticket, there were no more leftists, no real socialists, no labor organizers allowed to play a major part in the Democratic Party. Just liberals, whatever that means. Liberal began to mean, because you couldn't say lefty or socialist, or union organizer, if you were in the Democratic Party, you were a liberal. It meant, as years went on, it meant you were anti-Vietnam War, you were pro-civil rights, pro-labor, but also pro-jobs, which means that you're also pro-business because it's can't have jobs without business, so that makes you pro-capitalism, which means that you're a liberal, so you support unions as long as they don't cripple big business, and liberal eventually meant nothing. And so the Democrats began to twist themselves into philosophical knots, trying to make liberalism this catch-all term that lost its meaning, never had any meaning, never meant anything. It got to the point, though, where people who believed in the free market and small government could also call themselves liberal, like the Clintons and the Obamas, because liberals believe in liberty and government is evil. And, oh, I'm a libertarian. I must be a liberal because I'm a libertarian. We believe in liberty and freedom, and we fight the tyranny of the government, not the tyranny of corporations, because we believe in the mythical free market, because that's freedom. I'm a liberal. I believe in freedom. And so it's just all twisted up and it means nothing. Liberals by 1979 found it easy to become Reagan Democrats because what was Jimmy Carter? What was Jimmy Carter? He wasn't a leftist. He wasn't pro-union. He was a Democrat who was a liberal, which meant he wanted to deregulate the airlines because he was a liberal who wanted to unleash the shackles of on the free market. It meant nothing being a liberal. It meant nothing. And so people who voted for Carter found it very easy to call themselves liberals who were voting now for Reagan, the Reagan Democrats. They were the neocons. They called themselves neocons. Those are ex-liberals who now were neocons, and they're newly conservative who believe in liberal markets and small government, freedom, and of course, foreign intervention. That's what's a little different about the neocons. They weren't the isolationists, the Lindbergh isolationists. They believed in foreign intervention to defeat the Soviet Union. And because the Soviet Union was a monopoly and there was no freedom in the Soviet Union, the markets were not free. And we're liberals who voted for Reagan because he was going to free the people of Russia. He was going to free their markets. That's real freedom. It was just nonsense. And then suddenly we stop hearing about neocons, and it's neoliberalism, which it turns out is pretty much the same thing as being a neocon, which is pretty much the same thing as being a Democrat or a Republican. The war in Iraq, we were told, was the neocons, but now we're discovering it was neocons working in tandem with the neoliberal world order. These verbal gymnastics are necessary to make sure Americans, especially the intellectuals, never make the truly important differentiation between the richest 1% and the 99%. We're set off chasing our tail, trying to parse the meaning of neocon versus neoliberal. In America, we can only have a philosophical disagreement about how much government is too much. But we're never allowed to engage in the philosophical argument over how much money is too much. That is the argument we're not allowed to have, because that is the real issue. When does somebody have too much money? When do you start taxing the rich? You can come up with 100 different explanations for any problem in America, so long as the solution never gets down to tax the rich. That's why Bernie Sanders is the most important politician in America, and perhaps American history. He's a miracle of democracy. He really is. There's Eugene Debs, who ran for president while in prison, a self-avowed socialist, Eugene Debs, who got 3.4% of the popular vote running as a third-party candidate in 1920 from a prison cell. That's also a part of the American character. Debs was serving time for making a speech in 1918 urging Americans to resist the draft for World War I. Is anybody, looking back, does anybody think World War I was a good idea? other than the arms manufacturers and the financiers, does anybody think World War I was a good idea? But Woodrow Wilson, Democrat, locked Eugene Debs up for, I believe it wasn't treason. I believe it was not an insurrection. What is Rhodes being charged? Sedition. He was locked up for sedition. The same thing. The January 6th, they finally got a sedition charge against about 12 people over January 6th. Anyway, voting rights. The American people don't like the Democrats. They prefer the Republicans by 5% right now. You can make voting as easy right now as getting into Harvard with a rich dad. That's how easy you can make voting. But you would still have to make people want to vote for you. You can make voting as easy as it was in 2020. It was pretty easy to vote in 2020. But the Democrats didn't make the American people want to vote for them. They lost seats in the House. They got the Senate because of Georgia, the runoff in Georgia on January 5th, which the Democrats, Warnock and Ossoff, won because Donald Trump said they can't count ballots in Georgia. I lost, so don't vote. Trump suppressed the vote in Georgia. That's why the Democrats won the Senate. More Americans voted in 2020 than in the history of this republic. It was never easier. It was the most honest election we've ever held. And that's what I think Krebs from Homeland Security said that, a Republican. We had the most honest election in American history. And the Democrats didn't do too well, did they? I don't think overturning these voter suppression bills are the answer. The answer is getting rid of the Democratic leadership. Bernie Sanders was running for president 2 years ago, and he was asked how he thought he could get anything done in Washington as president, given the intransigence of the Republican Party, like the filibuster. The question posed was, if Obama met such stiff opposition from the GOP, what makes you think your presidency will be any different? And Bernie explained that what we need to understand is that if Bernie got elected, that would constitute a peaceful, bloodless revolution where millions of citizens who normally don't vote, and we're talking about 100 million Americans who are eligible to vote but don't, this would be an election where some of them or enough of them would turn out for Bernie, and it would be a landslide that would reshape the electoral map. There would be Bernie Democrats. There would be his coattails, and it would usher in a filibuster-proof Senate. It would be called a wave election. A wave election. It's a term people under the age of 30 never heard. A wave election, a landslide. One of the new controlling processes in American politics and our media is the lie that wave elections, landslides, are now impossible. This is a way the ruling class trains us to lower our expectations. We have been told, and you hear it in academia, you see it on all the major newscasts, the New York Times, there is some sort of structural centrist regime permanently in place that now makes wave elections impossible. This is, I believe the term is bullshit. Now, yes, elections are incredibly close these days, But that's because the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are incredibly close these days. There's no difference between the two parties. That's why elections are so close. That's why we don't have landslides. That's why we don't have wave elections. Elections are very close. Think about Bush v. Gore. Think about Florida. Think of how close Georgia and Arizona were in 2020. The narrative, the controlling thought that they want us to believe is Americans are divided and that we are demanding divided government. But that's not true. The idea of divided Americans who want divided government serves the ruling class because divided government means no government. Divided government means gridlock. Divided government means no taxes, no regulations, no consensus on reining in the excesses of Wall Street. Divided government is better than no government because it provides the facade of a democracy. Divided government. Well, you can't have a divided government unless you convince the American people that we are divided. Divide and conquer. Convince the American people their government is divided because Americans are divided, and you can conquer the nation, which they have. The financiers have conquered the nation by dividing us. But all we have to do is vote for the Democrats, and that will change everything. Yeah. We are lousy with intellectuals. New York Times, Washington Post, repeating this bromide that we are a divided country that wants divided government. Therefore, we're getting what we want. It's just not true. They are insisting the days of landslides, wave elections on the scale we saw in 1984 with Reagan, or 1972 with Nixon, or 64 with Johnson, or 1933 with FDR are impossible. Those days are long gone. Why? Why are we no longer seeing these massive electoral waves? The explanation, the lie, is that we have these hyper-precise political pundits who work the numbers and know how to manipulate Facebook advertising. And each party has these geniuses who know how to appeal to voters on a granular level, keep them isolated in their own political silo, feeding them just the right information that allows each political party to hive off just enough from the other side's platform so that there's really no difference between the two candidates. And what we have and are stuck with, and there's no changing this, is an impenetrable center. That's what we're told by the intellectuals who are servicing the ruling class, that there's an impenetrable center. And we must be convinced that both political parties are working and can only succeed if they appeal to the American people in such a way that they're constantly fighting over that edge of the center, that the victory is either leftist, just a little to the left of center, just a little to the right of center. That's where victory lies, and that's bullshit. But you have people like James Carville, you have people who make millions conning candidates into taking positions that are ever so precise, positions that address a serious problem, but offer up anodyne solutions that change nothing. That's how you work the center. That's how the Democrats work the center. The Democrats, therefore, are a party of analgesics. They identify the pain, but they don't attack the cause of the pain. They only offer a way to dull the sensitivity to the pain. Nancy Pelosi, Biden, Schumer, they're analgesics. That's all they are. Homelessness, yes, it's a serious problem, but it's complicated. There's your analgesic. I've addressed the pain and desensitized it as opposed to attack the root of the pain. Income inequality, yes. Very painful, yes. Income inequality, jobs and education. Just enough of an analgesic to dull our sensitivity to the pain of knowing 52% of American children live in poverty, right? Let's not address the root of 52% of American children living in poverty, which is, the root is poverty. Let's offer up an analgesic like education and jobs. What those kids need are jobs. We have to put them to work. So offer nothing. That's how the Democrats nibble on the edges of the center. They love the middle class, the Democrats, but nobody is middle class. There's no such thing as a middle class. It's a construct. You're either rich or you're poor, period. Joe Biden is middle class Joe. And then we're told that unions built the middle class. And the Dems say they fight for the middle class. The only reason the Dems say they fight for the middle class is because that means they don't have to fight for anything, because there is no middle class. There's no such thing as a middle class. There never was. You can talk all you want about the great inflection when marginal tax rates were 90% in the 50s. And that's what gave us a strong and vibrant middle class. Bullshit. Crunch the numbers from the 50s. Add up all the Americans in the 50s, divide their incomes to arrive at a middle. Blacks, that includes blacks, women, the LGBTQ, people with disabilities. Add them all up, divide their salaries. There was no middle class. The middle class never existed. What we had in the 50s is what we have now, and what we have always had: the rich and the poor. That's it. The middle class is just an analgesic. It's a mythical notion that we're supposed to strive for, to build up a middle class. Chase the middle class. We have to serve the middle class instead of taxing the billionaire class out of existence. There is no such thing as a middle class. There's only rich and poor. So the Democrats fight for this non-existent, mythical middle center, right? An ideological center that also doesn't exist, which means they fight for nothing. And when you're fighting for nothing, that means you're fighting for the ruling class. The ruling class pays for pundits who try to convince us that within the middle lies the margin of victory. That's how we defeated Hitler, right? That's how we did it. Just by a middling attempt. It wasn't total destruction of Berlin. We just, we made the case. We showed them that we were morally superior, and we dropped a couple of bombs, but it's not like we destroyed Berlin. The margin of victory is always in the center, being reasonable. And so that's a joke. That's not how we won World War II. Politics, the purpose of politics in America is divided government. That's what they want. So politics has been turned into a ground game of inches where politicians must be what George W. Bush described as grinders, right? This is what's been going on for the past 30 years. Politics now is just a game of inches, working the center. Each election cycle is a page out of World War I, where each side must sacrifice millions to gain 3 yards. That's what American politics has descended into. It's World War I. Both sides going at it, getting nowhere, while the arms manufacturers and the financiers prolong the war because it just makes them richer. That's what our democracy has descended to. We are fighting World War I. The Democrats are fighting World War I. instead of World War II. Woodrow Wilson, a Democrat, promised he would never get us into the Great War, World War I. But then he got reelected, and like a true Democrat, he said, we must get involved because we must make the world safe for democracy. That's how we ended up in World War I, and our midterms are exactly like World War I. We must make America safe for democracy. That's basically what the Democrats are offering, the very same thing, the very same nonsense that Woodrow Wilson offered to get us into World War I. We must make the world safe for democracy. And God forbid somebody says the midterms are not about making America safe for democracy. Well, then you're put in an ideological prison cell, just like Eugene Debs was, and nobody gets to hear you. I'm telling you, the midterms are not about democracy. But they've turned it, the Democrats have turned it into World War I or the Iraq War. Every stupid war that this country ever fights is always about democracy. That's how I know the Democrats are lying to us, because the Democrats are saying it's a fight for our democracy. Democracy, just like the other thing the Democrats fight for, the middle class, doesn't exist. We're constantly being told that we have to fight for something that doesn't exist. We're being told to fight, to vote, to donate, to campaign, to donate for something that doesn't exist. And if the GOP wins, we lose our democracy and the middle class. Trump is a threat to our democracy. That's what we're told. Well, if he's a threat to our democracy, lock him up. Somehow Eugene Debs, the socialist, he got locked up. He had to run for office from a prison cell. He was a threat to democracy. A socialist was a threat to democracy. Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Somehow we can't find a prison cell for him to run the Republican Party out of. He's that big a threat to democracy that no prison cell can hold him. The Fulton County District Attorney in Georgia has had 1 year to indict Donald Trump on a call that we all heard that he made to the Secretary of State of Georgia, Raffensperger. We all heard it. It is a slam dunk. 1 year, no indictment. The Democratic Attorney General of New York, Letitia James, she made a big announcement this week. Pay attention to this. It's very important. Our Attorney General announced this week that she now has evidence that Donald Trump inflated the value of his real estate portfolio when he needed to take out loans, but deflated the value of his real estate portfolio when it came to paying his taxes. That's fraud. Wow. Thank you. That changes everything, because we've only heard that maybe 1,000 times a day from the New York Times, ProPublica, every newspaper, and every congressional investigation on the subject for the past 6 years. But still, no indictment. No indictment. He's an existential threat to democracy, but still, no indictment. Eugene Debs gets locked up for being right about World War I. No room for Donald Trump in the inn. No room at the inn for Donald Trump. But this November, we must vote for the Democrats because our democracy, our freedom is on the line. Donate, please. Donate. Hi, it's your friend Kamala. Help out Joe. This is the most important election of your life. They get us to vote the same exact way year after year, the same way they get us to go to war, by scaring us stupid. When you're scared, you're stupid, and you agree to anything. And who benefits from all this? The same people who benefited from World War I, every other war, and practically every other election, the financiers and the weapons manufacturers. Now, the same people who are mad at me for trashing Ginger Rogers will say, well, come on, the Democrats are better than the Republicans. Yes, they are. They are. But there comes a time in American politics where one party plants a flag and, like Martin Luther, says, this is where I stand. This is where I stand. And right now, the GOP stands for something unabashedly. They do. They are deplorable. They are racists, homophobic. They appeal to the uneducated, the illiterate, the hateful, the degenerates. They are the worst. But they stand for something. They stand for small government, personal responsibility. They're hypocrites, but they stand for ridding this nation of the New Deal's administrative state. They want no safety net. They want guns, everyone buying guns. They want no regulations of corporations, but they're okay when it comes to breaking up big tech. They're all in on states' rights, personal freedom. Except when it comes to abortion, they're hypocrites, they're stupid, they are the worst of the worst. They are clear on where they stand. And when you are clear, or at least present yourself to be clear, no gray area, no nuance, you win by a landslide. The problem for the GOP is they are clear on where they stand, but where they stand, most Americans don't stand with them. This is clear. It is clear on the polling that most Americans don't want what the Republicans want, but they do prefer the Republicans to the Democrats. Think about this for a second. More Americans disapprove of what the GOP wants, but more Americans want the GOP than the Democrats. It's incredible how popular the GOP is, considering how many Americans know that they're going to suffer if the GOP gets what it wants. But they stand for something. Whether you like it or not, that's the American character. We respond to leadership. We respond to someone who stands for something. When someone stands for something, people follow because people want leadership. They want parenting, good or bad. They want parenting and they want to march. They want to be taught. The only reason the GOP holds on to power is people don't care where you take them so long as you take them somewhere. And the Democrats offer no leadership. Vote for Joe Biden and you'll go round and round in circles. My father taught me to hate. You have to be taught to hate. And he taught me to hate Ronald Reagan. When Reagan finally became president, my father was seething, but he said, at least he's taking us somewhere. After 4 years of Carter, who's pretty much like Biden, just running around in circles, at least Ronald Reagan is taking us somewhere. He's taking us to the edge of a fiscal cliff where corporations pay no taxes and the poor get poorer, but at least he's taking us somewhere. The message the Democrats send is, we're not going to take you anywhere, but you should be afraid of where the Republicans are going to take you. And then the Democrats lie to us about voter suppression. This is a lie. The Democrats tell us that the GOP can't win unless they make it impossible for ordinary Americans to vote. That is a lie. Trump is very popular. The Republicans are very popular. As I said, there's a Gallup poll out of 13,000 Americans. At the end of last year, 47% of Americans preferred Republicans, while 42% said they preferred Democrats. That's not gerrymandering. That's not voter suppression. That's not the Electoral College. That's not all the Jim Crow era slave owning levers of power that the right wing holds on to. That is, Americans prefer Republicans by 5%. over Democrats. Apparently, January 6th and the threat of fascists running the GOP isn't scaring off voters. Maybe it's because the better the devil you know than the devil who pretends he's middle-class Joe. Right now, 5% of Americans prefer Republican leadership over Democratic leadership. That's not because of gerrymandering. That's not because of voter suppression. The Democrats have to stop spreading the lie that the GOP can only win by suppressing the vote. This is not true. Americans like the Republican Party more than they like the Democrats. But instead of asking, why are we so disliked? The Democrats, they blame the rules. We're not going to change, so we have to change the rules. We have to get rid of the Electoral College. We have to put an end to voter suppression and the filibuster. It's always somebody else's fault. The Democrats, they blame the left. That's the new thing now. It's the left. The reason the Democrats are so disliked is because of the left. That's why Youngkin won in Virginia. Terry McAuliffe, the lefty, the Clinton lefty, who also worked for private equity. It's his fault because of Biden's lurch to the left by what? Failing to get Build Back Better passed? Blame the left. That's what there's no left in the Democratic Party. There's no left in the Democratic Party. They got rid of all of them. The closest you have is Warren, who's a capitalist to her bone. That's what she said. Bernie is not the Democratic Party, but the Democrats blame the left, even though it erased all the lefties from the party. It reminds me of Poland. Poland, the Jewish community is being revitalized, but in the late 70s, there were pretty much no Jews left because the Polish people turned them all into the Nazis and they were all gassed. And so there were no Jews in Poland, in Warsaw. I never forget this. This was the late 70s. I was reading the New York Times and I was reading about anti-Semitism being on the rise in Poland. And I remember thinking, well, that's a Polish joke. That's a Polish joke. How can anti-Semitism exist without Jews? Apparently in Poland, it could. There was a rise in anti-Semitism in Poland, even though there were no Jews. It's one of the funniest Polish jokes I've ever heard. And, the Dems, that's what they're doing with the left. They're blaming a non-existent left for all their problems. That's why they hate us. It's because of the left. No, it's because Joe Biden is president and he serves nobody other than the ruling class. And the American people know that. It's why he is more unpopular than he's ever been. And he is only 2 points more popular than Trump at Trump's lowest polling numbers. 2% higher in polling so far. This is his first year. He's sunk to Trump's levels pretty much. He's 2% more popular than Trump. And so the Democrats think that's all you need. You work the center, 2%. That's a margin of victory. We can work with this. Well, things are not going to change until the Democratic Party becomes the party of Bernie. It's just not going to change until we get rid of Schumer, Pelosi, the whole lot of them. Pay attention to the show because we'll be introducing you to more and more candidates who will change the Democratic Party from within. We have to overturn the Democratic Party. There are guardrails. The genius of our system is within it, within our Constitution, is the opportunity for bloodless bloodletting, peaceful revolution, metaphorical heads on spikes. It's happened before. It happened in 33 with FDR. It happened in 64 with Johnson, where the left took hold and changed the Democratic Party. It can happen again, but you got to be peaceful, nonviolent, but you have to reject the Pelosi's and the Schumers and the Clyburns and fight for the 99%. Any Democrat who doesn't wake up each morning and doesn't say there are 52% of the children in this country live in poverty. What are we going to do about this? If that's not what you're talking about, get out of the Democratic Party. And if you won't get out of the Democratic Party, we're going to throw you out. We're going to throw you out, and you're going to have to go join the Republicans. That's the way it's got to be. Well, you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. And I believe Dave Cyrus is here. Are you here, Dave Cyrus? Dave? No. Dan, why don't we, well, I'll wait on Dan. Who's up next, Dan?
Well, the schedule says you have 6:30 for Ben Burgess.
No Dave Cyrus?
That was not on the schedule.
Oh, somebody screwed up. All right. Well, why don't we do, can you get Dave Cyrus was supposed to be on the show at 6 o'clock.
I can have a community billboard in 5 or 6 minutes.
Why don't we do community billboard in, yeah, well, I can always keep going. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. I'll continue with my nonsense, but Dave Cyrus was supposed to be here. We'll be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
And I played the wrong, if you're watching us on YouTube or in the Zoom room, I just played the wrong video, but Cyrus was supposed to be here, and that pisses me off. Well, you're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Friend me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, subscribe to my newsletter. There's a new policy here. We're sending out the newsletter. Go to my website to sign up for it, please. We sent out our first edition for 2022, and I'm answering all my email again.
Cyrus has arrived, Dave.
Dave Cyrus has arrived. Okay. Now who do I get angry at?
I'll take it.
There we go. Dave Cyrus, can you hear me?
Yeah. Do you hear me? Is it the normal voice?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Let me introduce you. Dave Cyrus writes for Saturday Night Live. He writes for every show on television. The New Year's show that Miley Cyrus. He wrote the King of Staten Island. Every time I look up, he's doing something important, and he's beloved. And people have been asking, why is Dave not on the show? And I say, because he's beloved. I can't have that. Please welcome America's favorite, Dave Cyrus.
What are the odds that this would be the first time you were ready for me at the exact time?
Well, I could have kept going, but
I mean, I'm almost
that.
never. You're almost never ready for me at the time we're supposed to be. That's what's so shocking.
Well, we didn't have, somebody fell through last show, and I did 2 hours, and I was rambling for 2 hours.
Wow.
So I figured, I think this week I said my piece. You know what the problem is? Going off, having a temper tantrum only makes you want to have more temper tantrums. It doesn't satisfy.
Yes, that's true. Things don't really go out of your system. You just develop a new system.
Yes.
That's what really happens.
Like they find that rage. Like I was told, when you scream, you're getting it out of your system. And what you just said, I'm just repeating exactly what you said. Just makes you want to keep doing it.
Yeah.
There's no relief. How do you get rid of your stress?
I don't know. Because I just don't really experience that much anxiety personally. That's why I treat it so often in other people.
Yeah.
I think that I don't really get bothered that much. I think everyone knows I smoke a lot of weed, which maybe that
I
helps.
didn't know that.
I feel like I've told you that a bunch of times or been high in front of
I
you.
blocked it out because I don't think of you as a stoner.
That's funny. I've been high in front of you so many times. It's
Really
kind of fun. Yeah. But I don't, I'm not saying it's something everyone should, aspire to do, or that, I would do it at work, like I'm still responsible, but yeah, I do it plenty enough. That probably helps. I think it's also
Are you
just
proud
about
that you
perspective.
smoke?
No, I don't think
You wish you didn't.
I don't really feel that either. I don't really care one way or the other. It doesn't affect me that much, I think, is the key.
Do you wish you lived in a world where pot was unnecessary?
I don't know if I could say that, because I don't think it's that necessary even. I think it's just sort of, we have a mortal coil. We're figuring out how to, get through. I don't have a lot of things to complain about, but I still smoke. So clearly it's not about a treatment of something, but
Now,
I just don't have a lot of rage anymore.
Right. When I first met you, you had financial worries.
Okay. Whatever you're talking, go on.
Well, you should have had financial worries because I was trying to sabotage your career.
Mm-hmm.
So you should have been worrying about your finances. But now, would you say that you don't have financial worries?
No, I would not say that. I can't assume that I'm not set for life, if that's what you mean.
And Jeff Bezos has financial worries because nothing is ever good enough. But do you treat yourself?
Yeah, no, sure. No, I do. I buy things I want, and I'm not overly cheap. There are people who accuse me of being overly frugal, but those people spend money like a dying French king. So I don't think I'm actually doing anything wrong. I just know people who think you're supposed to spend every dime, that you feel like. But I mean, Jeff Bezos definitely is not going to die in the gutter. I still could. There's still a possibility that I don't have enough money to support myself for the rest of my life. Definitely.
Or you could get into a knife fight with me.
Mm-hmm.
But you could have a lot of money, but if I whip out my shiv, you could die in the gutter.
I mean, if you had a very, very lucky day, yes.
Well, that's right. You have a black belt.
No, I do not. I do not have a black belt. I trained in multiple disciplines, but I never actually got a black belt in any of them. but I'd have trained.
You know
yeah.
that.
And also, you know,
Hang on for one second.
it's-
Hang on for 1 second. This is only the 40th time I've done this joke. I have a black belt around my neck to heighten the orgasms. Forty times. That was the 40th time I've done that joke.
I knew it wasn't the first.
You've trained in martial arts?
A little bit, you know, over the years.
Have you ever used them? Have you ever used
No.
them?
No, I've never been in a fight or had any sort of, you know, reason to be in a fight. I've never actually been.
Now, is that
attacked.
because you know you can defend yourself so you don't feel threatened, or because you're a coward?
Honestly, it's never come up. It's never my entire
Nobody
life.
has ever asked you. Nobody has ever said something where you thought, I have to take this person out.
Honestly, no. Like I've never had that moment in my life where someone like steps to you or, you know, said or tries to fight you or has fighting. Like it's just never. One time it like almost happened, like as I was stopping a guy from like stealing these skateboards, but then some girl came screaming and like it stopped the whole thing from happening. It was probably, but
All right,
like
so you're high right now. You're definitely high right now.
no,
could
it's just,
you do martial arts while smoking dope?
people do it. People definitely do it often. I wouldn't, but Nick Diaz famously, all the fights he ever was in, he did it that way. And he actually lost.
You've never
one of his-
been in a situation where you thought, I have to defend myself.
No, it kind of sucks. Like I wasted all that time training, but yeah, I never actually had a situation.
You must
where,
have thought
someone-
you must have thought you would be in that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gone through the training.
to be honest, yeah, I never thought I'd make it to this age, and no one ever tried to fight me.
Well, you need to get into a fight.
It's like
You need to
honestly,
open
I feel like
something up.
I've wasted so much time and money learning how to do it to never have an opportunity where someone actually wants to fight me. It's I mean, if you're fans, if anyone sees me on the street, you know, feel free. But it's yeah, it's kind of a waste.
How long? If I said to you, I'll give you $1 million, you have 1 day to get into a fight captured on surveillance cam and not be arrested for it, where you become a hero. Like, oh, look at him. That guy is so cool. Look what he did. Like, you know, the Marine who was buying a pack of cigarettes and some kid came in with a gun and he just walked over and disarmed the kid with the gun, took it out of his hand. Could you put yourself in a situation? I gave you 24 hours to get captured on a surveillance cam using your martial arts to disarm or just beat the crap out of a bully and become celebrated for it. Remember the martial arts guy who took out the pimp? Do you remember that? That was like 15 years ago.
I mean, not specifically. But the problem you're
Could you
bringing up
take
is,
out a pimp?
I mean, I'm sure if the situation arose, I'd have a shot. But the problem is with all
How much does a pimp
superheroes.
charge? How much does it cost to take out a pimp? Usually you only take out his bitches, but never a...
Oh, he
All right.
he would make himself cost a lot more. But no, I mean that's the problem with superhero movies.
Into
Is that like
pimps.
if I had
How much for you?
superpowers, what?
I'm into
Same.
pimps. How much for you? But when I walk the streets,
Yeah,
I talk to the pimp and I always say, how much for you? You look
Yeah,
kind of
that-
cute.
yeah. That's that's actually a very progressive thing of you to do. Good for you to
Yeah.
take him down a peg, treat him like everyone else. But no, the thing about it's like the thing about superhero movies. If I thought about this, if I had superpowers, I'd probably spend my whole life trying to find crimes and never finding them. That's the problem. If you had 1 day, the odds of finding a crime are infinitesimal. I've never stumbled across a crime in my life, and like it's not like I've never been to a neighborhood with crime that happens. So it's like I feel like that would be what a real Batman would do. He would just spend every night in like a rubber suit just looking for crimes and never find them. It would be incredibly boring. So I think I would definitely lose. If I had to get into a fight in 24 hours, I would definitely have to be the prick in that situation.
No. Rodeo Drive.
Uh-huh.
Rodeo Drive. You could get yourself into a situation on Rodeo Drive.
How?
There's
That seems like-
any asshole you took down, if you were caught on surveillance, like in Tiffany's,
you know how hard it would be to get someone at Tiffany's to fight you who's not a security guard or a cop? How many times? I want wait seriously. How many people have threatened to fight you in jewelry stores? I feel like you're
The
you are
woman
pulling-
the woman I was asking to pick out the ring so I could propose marriage to her.
Yeah, because I feel like we're pulling from very specific moments of your life where you just assume everyone has been threatened in these situations like you have.
You know, I was in what Tiffany is next door to Trump Tower because he named his daughter Tiffany.
Is that a thing? That's why he named his daughter Tiffany.
Well, I think he has a rule of naming his kids after the alleyway in which he pregnated their mom. Is there a joke there? Help me out here.
Okay,
No.
if I had to make a joke out of what you started to say, I would say that he always names a child after he names every daughter after how he got the wife pregnant. So with Tiffany, he had just bought her a bracelet from Tiffany's, and with Ivanka, Ivana was on K. Proud of that?
That's good.
That's
Yeah, that's a good. That's
in
good
the
for kids. That's a
in-
kid's joke.
improvised in the moment.
Yeah,
Ivana,
Yeah.
but on K.
yeah. I came up with a joke today that I can't.
You ever just
I
think
can't
how
read.
great it would be to be in 1995 and just say whatever you
I
want
know.
and have a special? How quickly you could, like, that's the thing. We know people who were big comedians in the 80s because anyone who wanted to be and had confidence could do it, basically. And then it got harder and harder as it became like, less of an industry. But if you go to any open mic and you see guys who will be bombing and you're just thinking, in 1992, you could have had an HBO.
Well, I'm hearing them. If you scour YouTube, you can see young comics who would have done very well in the 90s. Same
Yeah,
material.
but at the same time, the material's the same as from the 90s for a reason.
Right,
Because they heard it then.
right.
But yeah.
Yeah.
who was
So getting
thinking
into a
of that then?
fist fight.
Yeah, fist
getting-
fight. No, seriously. It's
Have you
kind of
ever been in a fist fight as a kid?
No. I got beaten up when I was like 12, but it wasn't really a fight.
What happened?
But like I never really that's not even a fight.
I
It's not-
see. Yeah. You're ashamed.
No, it was just no, it's just
No,
not
it's
there's not much I
on.
can get out of it.
You want
But
me
it was
to
like it
share?
wasn't it wasn't a real fight because it wasn't
Want
like
to share? I'll share it. Want to hear my embarrassing moment?
Yes.
Barry Grossman was being picked on by Harold Diamond.
Okay.
I said, I was in 6th grade. And I said, Harold, knock it off. If you pick on Barry, you're going to have to pick on me. And Harold cold cocked me and I fell to the ground. And I had I looked like Jake LaMotta. And I started to cry. And I said, sorry, Barry. Sorry, Barry. And I went home and big black eye. And I swear to you, my dad came home and he goes, Jesus, what happened to the other guy? I actually got asked, what happened to the other guy? And I said, why do you assume it was a guy? I didn't say that. I just said, he won. And my father just shook his head and left the room. I never forgot that.
Yeah, well, he's from a different generation where, men had to have the ability to defend themselves on some level to function in society.
I'm
And,
sorry, Barry. I was on the ground. And I looked at him, I'm sorry, Barry.
So then what did you do to him without him knowing?
With Harold?
With the guy who hit you?
But then he had to go back to school the next day.
Uh-huh.
And people are going to go, are you going to fight Harold? And I'm going, no. To his credit, he saw me and he shook my hand. And I shook it. Like I don't know. I think maybe his father was a lawyer or something and maybe thought I was litigious. But
Well, I mean, he probably
that's
recognized
and
that he was,
girls saw it. Girls saw it too.
he probably recognized how much he was the bad guy in the situation. And also you have to remember, like, the 1950s was a time when chivalry was still like,
50s?
yeah, you said you were a kid, right? Uh,
Okay, fine.
but yeah, and I feel like people still had like a strong sense of like chivalry and like what being a man was. And so he probably was proud of you for like standing up to him, even though you were so physically weak. You know, it's like a real Captain America story. It's like, oh, look at it, look at the way he's. It's like when the guy stands up to the Tiananmen Square tank. It's like, oh, we know he's going to steamrolled, but is good for him for trying.
Right. Yeah, you know what I remember about that, now it's coming back, is it happened in front of everybody, and girls immediately gravitated to me afterwards when they saw me crying and going, "I'm sorry, Barry." I became a stud because women just wanted to be around me.
Oh, good for you.
I'm joking.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say, everyone has a niche. And,
Yeah.
I feel like there's a movie where a guy becomes popular doing that, but not reality.
Well, so I just shared probably one of the reasons I get up in the morning.
See,
Just remembering, I'm
problem is-
sorry, Barry.
I find it hard to believe that you at some point didn't like poison that kid's lunch, mildly, like, or do something.
No,
You didn't really, you didn't like.
I've
put sand-
reenacted.
Yeah.
I set fire to his house with,
Mhm.
I locked all the doors so they couldn't get out.
Yeah, I feel like you did something. I feel like you
I-
did something that no one could tie to you in response to this.
I must have blocked it out. I don't
Yeah.
think well, here's the lesson I learned from that, in all honesty. When you get punched in the face and fall to the ground and you go, "I'm sorry, Barry," you learn your place in the pecking order and you behave. There is something to be said about total victory. In other words, politically speaking, we should be metaphorically, figuratively punching Trump in the face and having him say, "I'm sorry, Barry."
Well, that is
Barack.
what we're.
I'm sorry,
that is-
Barack.
It's what people are trying to do in terms of holding people responsible for crimes, if that's what you mean.
I
But-
think people understand power, absolute domination and power, and that right makes might. And if you use that might, like sending in the National Guard to enforce integration, when you use might for the right reasons, people fall in line. When you're kind of on the fence and you don't if you don't lay down the law, like Harold Diamond laid down the law. I'm the sheriff in town. I'm the alpha dog. And I responded to that. And I went, okay, he's stronger than I am. There's nothing I can do about it. I think you can get people in this country, if your laws are noble and just, to get in line and obey them.
Well,
You
some
have to
people.
enforce them.
Well, some people enjoy having a daddy. They're authoritarians. They're people who traditionally vote right. They're the people who support Putin. I mean, there's a certain kind of person who really only understands getting punched. And I'd say that like the current generation of Russia kind of is embodying that politically. They're just, Russia is kind of acting like the kid who's not big, but he's acting like he's big, and he's just waiting to see if anyone's actually going to stop him. You know what I mean?
Well, I think that if Biden figuratively punched Joe Manchin, like Corn, who did he punch with the chains and Corn when he was a
Corn Pop?
lifeguard? Corn
Sorry.
Pop.
Is that what? Okay. I never heard the real Corn Pop story, but go on.
But that if he said to Joe, if he treated Joe Manchin like Corn Pop, Manchin would get in line.
Well, I don't know. How do you hit him? What do you do? What do you do to Joe Manchin? What do you do to a guy who
Lock him up.
is so clearly just
Lock him up.
just clearly pandering to what he thinks his voters want? But
Lock him up.
Lock him up what? In a prison?
Yeah,
On what charge?
lock his daughter up. Lock
How
the
do-
daughter
how
up
do we
on
do this?
price fixing EpiPens and being responsible for a couple 100,000 Americans dying because they couldn't afford EpiPens. Price fixing is against the law. Lock his daughter up.
Oh, that'd be good.
Enforce the laws already on the books. Joe Manchin, lock him up. He's chairman of the Senate Energy Committee, and he gets $500,000 a year in dividends from the coal industry. How can that be legal? Lock him up.
I think he only won his seat because people hear his name and it just sounds like a really poor person's idea of a rich guy's name.
It should be Mick Manchin.
Joe Manchin. Joey Manchin.
Joey Manchin. Well, tell me some good news. Saturday Night Live was hysterical this week. Best one of all the ones I've missed, that was the best one.
It happens.
I smell another Emmy.
Well, I don't deserve one from them, but I still could get it. So who knows?
Right. And what are you doing to relax? What do you do to treat yourself after a hard day's work? You work very hard. What do you do? What do you do when you say, I deserve this?
I try to eat things that are fun. You know, I try to have experiences. Like I order, like I get as old a cheese as you can get your hands on legally. That sort of thing. Or like,
Oh, I have a, you should meet
like
my
to cook.
neighbor then. Shoot.
Mhm. Yes. But anyway, you know, I like to cook. I'm glad you enjoyed that. I'm glad that really tickled you.
You indulge in cheese?
Yes. Yes. I like a nice 17-year-old cheddar, you know, maybe.
Hey, what are
Gouda.
you, Prince Andrew? What are you, Prince Andrew?
Well, if you go on the older than 17, they're worthless. You can't really go if you.
Oh, come
once they get-
on.
once they get older than 17, they start getting really loose and smelling bad, and it doesn't
Oh
really
my
hold
God.
together anymore.
You
It's not-
can't, what are you
it just-
talking about?
it's just not. It's just not, you know, satisfying anymore once they're older.
You have been in Hollywood. You're hanging out with the wrong people.
No. They
I've
start
had
getting
some
these, like,
very
really cri-
satisfying cheeses that have aged perfectly well into their 20s, if not 30s.
No, I mean, that's a very acquired taste. They start getting crystals in
Okay.
them. I mean, look, I've had like 12. Those are cheaper anyway. I mean, I've enjoyed those, but like 17 is when it gets like the
Uh.
sharpest. And no, let's push this as far as it'll go.
No, I don't. You know
Really-
what?
Really suck the
I
meat
don't.
off the bones of this bit.
I don't want to because I'm mad that there's a joke I came up with this morning and it was really funny, and then I realized I checked with somebody and she said no.
Why don't you tell
No.
me the joke, but use the word avocados?
No. Oh, okay. I like an avocado in the bedroom and another avocado in the kitchen.
See, who told you that wouldn't work? I feel like that actually works. That's not offensive.
I like that. So in other words, I just have to say avocado. I can say anything I want.
Yeah, I don't think
I
that-
like a woman who's an avocado in the bedroom, and then I want another avocado in the kitchen.
Yeah, I feel like that whoever told you that is over the line doesn't really understand wokeness. I think that's fine.
Yeah.
That's actually no. That's honestly that's not offensive. Knowing what you would say, I think you're fine with that. It's literally not like a bad. It is not something that a joke should like destroy.
Do you know that I got? Do you know who Ginger Rogers is? You're very young. Do you know who Ginger Rogers is?
Yes, of course.
I attacked Ginger Rogers on the show Tuesday, and a couple people complained to me.
Mhm.
Like I crossed the line going after Ginger Rogers, and I'm thinking, how old are my listeners? That they can't be too old because they're able to remember Ginger Rogers. What does anybody care about Ginger Rogers for?
Well, your listeners are old enough that they only listen to the first podcast they heard about. So that they've been here a while, I feel like.
Well, my demographic is so old. I have barely listeners.
Yeah. No, I mean, how many years have you had this podcast? Because just
12.
All right, take that and add 60, and that's the average age of the people listening.
Yeah. I was reading Edison Research. They do all the research on podcasts. All the new podcasts are not doing well.
There's too many podcasts.
So I'm kind of like a new podcast then.
And then you're
If
not
all
doing
the
well.
all new podcasts are failing to gain traction, I thought, hey, I'm a new podcast. What's old is new. The new podcasts are not gaining traction. People have developed habits of listening to a podcast, and it's hard to break it. They don't go. They're not willing to discover these new corporate podcasts that sound identical to every other podcast.
Well, people always find a way of ruining anything, but I think that the good thing about podcasts is that there are good ones that just because if someone's talented and they have a new one, then it will get traction. Like, like the Ron Burgundy podcast was fantastic. They actually gave us that. They actually wrote a podcast basically.
Right.
But we need a heavy pruning right now, I think. Like we need a hard rain through the entire podcast world, don't we? Just to, to wash
I don't know. I'm
away
so busy.
the filth
I'm
and
so
scum of this
busy.
world.
I don't know what's out there. I know there's some great podcasts like Deep into History and Guerrilla History.
No, there are.
I
there
listen to
are
lectures.
I
I listen
feel
to
like-
college lectures.
Yeah, no, and that's great. I like really honestly books on tape more often than I like, the typical podcast. But we need a lot
Have you
of
tried
people
books
to
on
be
paper?
disillusioned.
Have you tried
Yes.
books on paper?
Yeah, but I mean, I need something to drive. So
They're kind of like, well, if you can. Okay.
most of the paper books I
What were you
read
saying?
are
What were
comics.
you saying?
No,
were
I
you
need
saying?
stuff that it's only for driving. It's, I need to fill time while driving, and music just doesn't cut it. Doesn't fill you enough. So people need you. They need something to make them not have to think for a second, and for everyone it's
Right.
different, or to help them sleep, whatever it is.
Right. Right.
You
And
You should be very proud.
I'm proud
You
of
have
what?
survived. I mean, you survived this long doing this medium that is so oversaturated, and a lot of shows get big and they still don't make any money. I just really feel like the podcasting world could use a catastrophe,
Well, then that's my show.
could use just a cascade of failures, to really thin
Well, that's
things
the show.
out and bring it back to being something that people could actually talk to each other about. I feel like that's one of the biggest problems in podcasts. It's not like old TV where people could say, hey, did you listen to this the other day? No one listens to the same podcasts.
Well, there's a podcast that I listen to called Give Them an Argument. That's fantastic. It's hosted by Dr. Ben Burgess. He's a philosopher, a philosophy instructor. He teaches political science, and he's a columnist for Jacobin. And he's never on time. I'm always waiting for him. But it's an honor to have him on the show.
Well, no
When
one
he does.
no one should be on time here because you're never on time. You
I'm
set
on
the
time.
standard.
I don't know why you say that. I'm always running on time. Dave Cyrus is a brilliant Emmy Award winning
No, I'm
comedy
not.
writer.
No, I
What do
didn't.
you mean?
I did not win it. I never won an Emmy.
I
Didn't
sent
win
you
an
a
Emmy?
note. I sent you a note congratulating you on winning an Emmy.
Yes, and you were very, very excited when I explained that the writers don't win the Emmy when the show wins an Emmy. It only wins an Emmy if it wins an Emmy for writing, which I
See, I
haven't
spent-
and still never
I
will.
spent the night. Professor Ben Burgess joins us. Hang on for 1 second. Professor Ben Burgess is author of Christopher Hitchens' What He Got Right, How He Went Wrong, and Why He Still Matters. And it's a fantastic book. And he's host of Give Them an Argument. Here's the thing, Professor Ben Burgess. I thought Cyrus writes for SNL. So I thought he won an Emmy. And I went through all the machinations of acceptance, the Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. I denied, like I read Saturday Night Live wins best sketch comedy. And I went, okay, denial, acceptance, jealousy, envy. I'm going to burn his house down with his family and all the
Is
stuff
that
that
one of the stages?
that's Kubler-Ross. Yeah.
I
And
forgot about that
so I
one.
went through all that stuff. The next day he writes back to me, I didn't win an Emmy. It was for a different category. And I feel since I went through all those stages of grief, as far as I'm concerned, he won the Emmy.
Yeah.
If I have to suffer that night of making peace with my God that you won an Emmy, and then to discover I wasted an 8-hour sleepless night over an Emmy that you didn't win, no, that's unacceptable, my friend.
Mhm.
Thank you, Dave. It's good to see you.
You're welcome.
We'll talk this weekend.
I guess if we have to.
Congratulations on your Emmy.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, thank you. And your Peabody and your Nobel Peace Prize.
And my Polk.
You're okay. Thank you. Professor Ben Burgess joins us. Good to see you. I'm kind of out of it today. So, are you down in Georgia?
I am.
Okay. I thought I would debate you today. And
What
I
would
don't
you
think
do?
it's fair to debate you without, with you knowing what the issue is.
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay. That's fun.
Do you agree that the Democrats are floundering under Obama? Not Obama. Who's the president?
Somebody
Hi.
like that. Yeah.
Would you believe that? Would you agree that this is well? How bad is he doing? It's 1 year.
I mean, certainly not great because he spent so much of, I mean, whether you think it's his, entirely his fault or entirely not his fault or some mixture, like certainly you're not doing great when you spend so much of the year talking about stuff that never happens. Like, I mean, that's just not a good first year. I mean, whether it's your fault or otherwise.
But it's not his fault.
Well, again, it's a separate question. I think it probably is to some extent, and some issues, might not be on others. I mean, I think that I will say, I think there is a hell of a contrast to the way that President Trump just ruthlessly bullied any Republican who didn't go along with him on everything. To the handling of Manchin and Sinema. Maybe Manchin, you could make a case that, since no other Democrat would win West Virginia, whatever, blah, 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 maybe that's true, maybe it's not. But Sinema, at least, I think a little bit more bullying would have been nice.
I maintain it's the left. The reason Biden is failing, the reason Build Back Better didn't get passed, the reason the filibuster wasn't overturned and the Voting Rights Act didn't get passed is because of Biden's lurch to the left. And he is
to the left,
just
sure.
scared off what? And this is my argument. And and you're, that smugness there, that sarcasm, that elitist, hyper-credentialed. Oh, sure. Like, this is what turns voters off.
Oh, yeah.
Did.
Well, because voters are paying a lot of attention to me, so I think it is probably mostly my smugness that turned them off. And
I think it is.
We can definitely also blame the Bernie left in general for the actions of the guy who beat them in the primaries and has paid very little attention to what they want. I mean, while we're at it, maybe we can blame the Whigs. I know they haven't existed since the mid 19th century, but we can blame them too.
Be the plugs now.
Yeah,
with
there you go.
Biden. He's the plugs party. Oh, no. In all seriousness.
I mean, in all seriousness, I think obviously that's ridiculous.
The left is, you're making childish demands that pie in the sky asks that are just heavy lifts for a country. And this isn't the John Meekum or the Michael Beschloss in me. This is a country that is center right. And I'm a state that categorically with such authority that you can't argue with it. We are traditionally a center right country, and it's just too big a lift to ask for as much as what Bernie wants. And most people don't want what Bernie wants.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what the polls say, but sure. It's also kind of funny that, of course, Biden has not been trying to implement what Bernie wants. Biden has been trying to implement the small fraction of what Bernie wants that he himself ran on when he won by millions of votes in the 2020 election.
Let me read you. I can't do it. I can't take it. Let me read you today from the New York
Sure.
Times. Okay. So this is a piece by Jonathan Rauch and Peter Wenner. And Rauch is a senior fellow at the Brookings Institute. Mr. Wenner is a senior fellow at the Ethics and Public Policy Center. And it was a piece
this is really unfair, but those guys, just the names sound like guys who would have those jobs.
Yeah. Well, so they have this piece in the New York Times, an opinion piece today, saying that the behavior of the left doesn't exonerate the right's bad behavior. This is the argument that they're making, that yes, the left has provoked the right, but that doesn't justify January 6th. This is from the Brookings Institute. So this is what they wrote. The progressive movement, so this is their attack on the progressive movement that has triggered.
What did January 6th have to do with the progressive movement?
That they, according to these gentlemen, one of whom is from the Brookings Institute,
Yes,
which I believe John Ehrlichman wanted to set fire to.
He wanted to. Well, I think it was G. Gordon Liddy, right, who wanted to bomb the Brookings Institute. That was in the Nixon tapes. And up until now, I always thought that was a bad idea. But let's keep satire. But yeah, let's. So they're not actionable, but yeah. Let's. Okay, so let's hear their argument. I want to hear this.
They are the Brookings Institute is a moderating force in our society. They're basically saying that just because the left is destroying the country doesn't give the right license to behave the way they are. And so this is what the left is doing. Progressive movement then is increasingly under the sway of a totalistic, unfalsifiable, and revolutionary ideology that rejects fundamental liberal values like pluralism and free inquiry. Why don't you start with that? Let's peel that back. Let's untangle that.
Yeah. So I guess I'm a little unclear. So we're talking about like the Democratic Party here, or what are we talking about? Because if this has something, if this has something to do with January 6th, because January 6th was not like a attack on a DSA meeting, right? I mean that this is that this is directed at the thoroughly establishment actors who'd won the election. So I guess that's confusing just to start with. I mean, pluralism, I don't know, man. I mean, like, it seems to me like, the Democrats, like mainstream leadership Democrats seem to endlessly, talk up how much they love any Republicans who are willing to, to give them anything. I mean, that at the January 6th commemoration in Congress, they were like lining up to shake hands with and hug Dick Cheney. So that sounds like a little bit of pluralism right there, that they clearly like to, they clearly don't want to do away with the Republican Party. Also fun, by the way, because, whatever you think of January 6th, it didn't actually, come anywhere close to stopping Biden from taking office, whereas Dick Cheney literally was swept into power by a successful Republican overturning of a Democratic election. So yeah, that I don't know what kind of pluralism we're talking about here. I mean, free inquiry. Okay. I mean, look, if you want to say that, like, when you're talking about like corporate censorship, like by tech companies, that, Democrats are often enthusiastic about that. Yeah, I'll get behind that. They're, one of many ways in which I think they're far too close to corporate America. But it also seems to me that, I mean, if we're going to talk about free inquiry, then certainly the national campaign to empower bureaucrats to peer over the shoulders of classroom teachers and get them fired if they say anything or discuss any ideas with their students that could be categorized as a divisive concept seems like probably just about the most obvious attempt to squelch free inquiry right now.
Right, right. The name of the piece, by the way, is "What's Happening on the Left is No Excuse for What's Happening on the Right." That's their thesis. That as bad as the left is, it doesn't excuse the behavior of the right. And
yeah, no. When you looked at me funny, like that did not justify my beating the shit out of you. Like I mean, you did look at me funny.
mhm.
Like to be clear, that happened. But I will admit, that doesn't justify everything.
Right. And they say the left is not solely responsible for creating the paranoia and the rage that we saw on January 6th, but it
But
has
they are
played-
largely responsible for it.
Yes, that's what they say. It played the most significant role. That's what they're saying. Okay, so it's the left. That's who's to blame. And this is the evidence they give. So let's the progressive movement is against fundamental liberal values like pluralism and free inquiry. They go on to write, and conservatives are not hallucinating about the influence of the left. Surveys show that 62% of Americans and 68% of college students are reluctant to share their true political views for fear of negative social consequences. So let's discuss that. Is that evidence that the left is illiberal and fascistic when 62% of Americans and 68% of college students are reluctant to share their true political views for fear of negative social consequences?
Well,
Can you have political views that should have negative social consequences?
Well,
in this-
yeah, I mean, I'm sure you, for sure, but also I do actually think that that's a disturbing stat. I just don't see what it has to do with the left particularly. That, because if you think it is the left, again, I just don't understand how the phrase "the left" is being used here. What's the, like even
Well, the
sort of-
woke culture, what the implication is that the woke police are making college students feel like they can't share their political views.
Yeah, but I think that that phrase, the woke police. I think what's being conflated here are actual, like leftists who have some problem with the status quo, even a very mild social democratic problem with the status quo, with like essentially what are we talking about? Like corporate HR departments, university, bureaucrats who are in some sort of like overextended, like administrators hiring other administrators, office for, diversity and inclusion or something. I mean, none of this has anything to do with the left. I mean, this is just that's just corporate America and its mirrored extension in the university system. I mean, I mean, if the left controlled universities, then for one thing, the economic model of universities, would be very different, right? I mean, this is, the left obviously doesn't control this stuff. I mean, if you're going to say that there's a lot of sort of, there's a lot of sort of performative, like enforcement of, like norms that happens, that's like, that are often very annoying in universities and corporations, then I completely agree. But that seems like a very different question.
All right.
I mean, like
All right.
I also don't know what it has to do with January 6th in particular, because okay, forget
But
the fact
creating anger. It's creating
Forget-
anger.
forget the fact that the left has nothing to do with like
It provoked January. That's what provoked the anger.
university, like I mean, okay, like university like diversity officers or whatever are not exactly typically socialists. Like let's start there, right? But like even forgetting the fact that has nothing to do with the left, is what like January 6th happened because like people were upset that they had to use someone's pronouns on a campus or something. I mean, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, the January 6th, was Trump supporters rioting because their guy had lost a Democratic election to the centrist who beat the left in the 2016 election. So
All right. Hang on for
and also, by the way, right, while we're at it, a centrist candidate who is not especially culturally woke. I mean, like this is, if you remember some of the stuff that Joe Biden said, during the election. I mean, the guy is not exactly, Mr. Racial Sensitivity.
This is from the paper of record, the New York Times. One of the writers of this piece is from the Brookings Institute. He writes, another study suggested that the level of self-censorship in America may be 3 times what it was during the McCarthy era. We are at a level of self-censorship 3 times.
How is that measured?
The self-censorship, remember how bad the self-censorship was during the McCarthy era? Do you remember when they were locking up? Remember like Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, like self-locked them out, self-censored themselves, and the Hollywood 10 self-censored themselves. They pled the fifth and went to jail. How bad the self-censorship was during the McCarthy era. What the hell is this guy talking? McCarthy era was not self-censorship.
No, that was other censorship.
that was killing the Rosenbergs and locking up the Hollywood 10 for pleading the fifth. But somehow the New York Times reports that the level of self-censorship in America may be 3 times what it was during the McCarthy era.
I mean, the two things I love about that are, one, the one you're pointing to, that like somehow we're comparing, like, look, if you want to just say, I mean, if you want to shit on like liberalism as it exists in 2022, I'm absolutely there for that, right? I'm very happy to do so. But like the idea that like the worst of what's gone on that you could object to in terms of like people not valuing free speech enough or whatever has like approaches the level of what happened in the McCarthy era is just, I mean, that's fucking insane. But like that's one thing. But then the second thing that I like about that is that it's the precision. Like we took out our self-censorship meter and found levels. We tested for and found levels that were 3 times the test that we carried out in 1955. I mean, what is that? I mean, how could you possibly like that? Like that's so weird, right? Because it's like 3 times, especially, right? Because like I could see somebody might say like doubled if they were just trying to get across much worse. But like
Right.
3 times makes it sound like they have some sort of like quantitative way of comparing these things. we ran the self-censorship through our labs, and it took a couple of weeks, but it came back and showed 3 times the levels that we had during the McCarthy period, which is like, I mean, also, I mean, literally, like, I mean, you're right. I mean, like the worst stuff would be like the Rosenbergs, the Hollywood 10, the Hollywood blacklist, but like also, et cetera, right? Smith Act, but also like even just McCarthy himself, like senators, like other senators were terrified of Joe McCarthy because they thought he would that if they crossed him on anything that they would be denounced as commie sympathizers. Like people tiptoed around that guy for years. And I mean, what, like who exactly, like whoever you want to pick, right, as like, okay, who's the woke policiest person in the Senate or in Congress right now? whoever it is, I guarantee you that nobody is afraid of them in the same way. Like nobody like Josh Howley doesn't live in fear that like AOC is going to denounce him.
Right. Well, we had a blacklist in the 50s, and they boycotted a lot of television and radio personalities who were suspected of being communists, right? Why don't we bring back like an enemies list and a blacklist? Why don't we have an actual blacklist on the left where we just say, don't hire these people? We're being accused of blacklisting people. Why don't we have an actual blacklist?
Well, for one thing, that would assume that the we are employers, which is generally the opposite of the case if we're actually talking about the left. I mean, there are plenty of employers, who are liberals, right?
But that's how the blacklist worked in the 50s.
No, it is. It is how the
No.
blacklist worked in the 50s.
No. It was you boycotted. It was a guy named Robert. I think it was Robert. A guy named Johnson. He owned a supermarket, and he said, "We will boycott any show that we will boycott the sponsors of anybody who sponsors a show hosted by a communist." So you don't need to be. We can call for boycotts.
Sure. I think free speech. I think it makes sense that the right-wing witch hunters in the 1950s didn't give a shit about free speech because they're authoritarians, and so they wouldn't. I think that the left historically has and should care about free speech because I mean, for one thing, I mean, and certainly if you're a socialist, you like the whole point is that you want the economic system to be, under democratic influence in a way that it's not right now. Like C.L.R. James, the great, Trinidadian Marxist said, like every cook can govern, right? I mean, if you believe that, you should trust in the ability of ordinary people to be exposed to different points of view and make up their own mind. And you should be confident that, I mean, at least with people whose economic interests dictate that they can't be convinced that, like other than those people, you should be confident that we could win those arguments. I think that I think squelching free speech and trying to get people fired is the natural tool of, reactionaries and, racists. That's a lot of how, black people were stopped from voting and like, Alabama in the 50s, that, people would do economic boycotts to like fire any black person who registered to vote. I think it's the natural tool of defenders of hierarchy and the status quo. I think if we care about democracy, we need to care about free speech.
With all you couldn't be any more wrong if your name was wrongly Wrongenstein. That's how wrong you are. The problem,
I lost again.
The problem isn't. The problem isn't the blacklist. The problem is who is on the blacklist. My blacklist, my do not hire list, you would get on board.
Yeah, I think the
do not hire Jeff Bezos. Would you agree to that?
Why on earth would Jeff Bezos be applied for a job? Like
doesn't matter.
He has more money than
Rob Reiner.
The lowest 20% of humanity or something. I don't care. I don't care about. I don't care whether Rob Reiner has a job or not. I don't give a shit. Why should I? Why should you? Why should anyone? Like it's not important. In fact, what
Jake
is
Tapper?
Again, I mean, I don't. If you want to hire Jake Tapper, to work at your gas station, I'm all for it. I think that he should.
Jen Psaki. Come on, admit it. You like my black.
Jen Psaki can work with Rob Reiner at the gas station. That's fine with me. I don't think.
You admit it. You like my blacklist. Admit it. It's a nice list.
I think that if people are being blacklisted, that's going to be much worse for us than good because by definition, employers don't, like people with economic power to enforce blacklists, don't like the left. They like the status quo. They want to be able to keep their money.
I have a good blacklist, and you've hurt my feelings. I worked really. Now I'm not going to read you the rest of my list because you don't deserve it. But I worked all weekend on a blacklist and an enemies list. I did it
Well-
alphabetically, and now you don't get to hear it. And now you don't get to hear it.
Okay, well, you can, after I leave, you can read the Hirschenfeld's Your Enemies List.
Well, I think you're about to be on my enemies list. Not the blacklist, but people should have an enemies list.
Yeah.
You should wake up every morning
Hmm.
and blame people for your plight, because it can
I-
never be your fault. And that leads to mental health, I believe. Professor Ben Burgess,
There are few more
once
mentally
again,
healthy people than the people who have enemies lists. Like, I mean, the original enemies list was Richard Nixon, who was, I think we could all agree, the best adjusted person who's ever lived.
you don't know. Imagine how bigger a drunk. Imagine how more vindictive he would have been had he not had the enemies list.
Okay, that I
That's-
like
See?
that we were saved from a much worse version of Nixon by the fact that he had this outlet.
And
That's
anybody who pretends they don't have an enemies list is lying to you. Be honest. At the beginning of every year, don't you write down the 5,000 people who you're going to dedicate your life to destroying?
Yeah,
honest.
yeah, that's from New Year's Eve. I start like I don't go to a party or like or toast or anything because I'm already busy writing my enemies list, and then I keep it up until until about now, right? I mean, I think about 15 minutes before the show tonight. I put the finishing touches on my list.
Ben Burgess is the host of Give Them an Argument, and he lost another one tonight.
I know. You know what I knew I'd lost when you said that I couldn't be wronger if my name was it Wrongenstein?
I believe it was Wrongbaum. That was anti-Semitic. That's kind of anti-Semitic to confuse Wrongbaum with Wrongenstein, who I've never met. But I guess anybody with a Jewish name, they're all the same.
Fair enough.
Professor, don't go away. I have a story
Okay, let's hear the story.
from someone who was there during the McCarthy times. I was a high school student, grew up in a small town in Pennsylvania, came to New York City for high school. I was walking around Times Square, past a newsstand, and there in the daylight was a copy of the Daily Worker. I thought to myself, this is really cool. So I bought it, took it back to my dorm room, and I see you can get a subscription for $1 or $2, whatever. So I filled out my cousin's name in Pennsylvania. Sent him a year's subscription. Unfortunately, his father was an accountant working for a battery company that supplied batteries for the US military. And before you know it, two guys in gray suits and narrow lapels and fedoras show up at the battery factory and want to interview this guy. And he almost lost his job over my little high school idiocy.
Well, if we go with the numbers in that piece for the New York Times, if the same series of events had happened today, there would have been 6 guys in gray suits and fedoras because there's 3 times higher level of censorship now.
It's interesting. My grandfather subscribed to the Daily Worker.
Mm.
His daughter, my mother, subscribed to the Daily Worker. And then the 50s happened and she canceled her subscription. By the way, the only paid subscribers to the Daily Worker were
The FBI.
the FBI. That's the they used to say the only thank God for the FBI, or nobody would pay their dues.
It was well Jessica Mitford in her memoir, she says she talks about seeing this guy who she knew in the Communist Party testifying before the House Un-American Activities Committee, and as she was watching this guy, had like realized that he had been like an FBI informant the entire time, that's why he joined the party. was talking about how he was like constantly like getting on people to pay their dues and show up to meetings, and he was like the most intense person, in the party about this, that like he probably like kept alive, their little branch for a while.
Right. So to this day, if I say to my mother, I'm going to get you a subscription to the Daily Worker, she goes into a rage. She gets terrified. It's hard to shake that period, that great period in American history. It's a great
hard
period.
To have it's hard to have a sadist for a son.
Speaking
Professor
of
Ben
which, I'm getting seasick from your camera. It's shaking on your legs.
Sorry.
No, it's
Christopher Hitchens, what he got right, how he went wrong, and why he still matters. It just arrived here and in Ireland. One of my listeners in Ireland said he's loving the book. And here's the Feldman guarantee. If you read this book and it doesn't make you happy, I will reimburse you. I promise you. Just let me know and I will send you your money back. It's the money back guarantee. Ethan, are you enjoying the book?
Oh, his book?
Yes.
Yes, I loved it. I read it. I loved it. I sang its praises. And what should I do, Ben, as an author? Should I hand it to someone else, or does that cut into your sales, or should I just recommend?
I go ahead. I think long term it's better.
Because my dad asked me for a copy of it, but I said, "Come on, you got to buy a copy. We can't hurt Ben." But now, maybe I'll bring it to New York and give it to him. I don't know.
Yeah, there we go. Sounds good.
Thank you, Professor. Go ahead. Get the last word.
Oh, I was just going to say I'll see you on Monday, Ethan.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Oh, Ethan's doing your show.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Right, and he didn't clear that with me. By sharing guests.
We tried to clear it with you last week. It didn't go well.
Yeah. Well, I had just screwed up the date in my head, so I did I just did a Jimmy Dore and blamed my producer.
And you had a piece in the Daily Beast, or you have one coming up.
Yeah, it's coming up. They signed off on the final edits today, and I'm not exactly sure when they're going to run it, but it's coming. Yeah,
and I sent you a note saying you have to clear that with me.
Sure. Yeah. No, I know. I know I'm not doing what I should here, but yeah, it's essentially the point of the piece is like why Christopher Hitchens, even at his worst, right? Like even the most flawed version of him in the final years would have hated the anti-CRT laws. That's the point of the piece.
The anti-critical race theory laws.
Yeah, okay. Exactly. Because he cared a lot about free speech, and also, he supported reparations for slavery. I mean, like I think this idea that any suggestion that some sort of structural racism exists is a divisive concept. I think he would have had appropriate contempt for.
Right. I've heard people say that Dr. King would have opposed critical race theory.
No, yeah, I've
heard that on Fox.
Yeah, I've talked to some idiots too. No.
Thank you. Well, thank you for acknowledging me, Professor Ben Burgis. I hope to see you next week. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll see you then.
Joining us is Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. He is a Freudian psychoanalyst, and Ethan Hirschenfeld is a brilliant comedian, a truly brilliant comedian. You can watch his work on Thug Jew. Go stream it on YouTube right now. Welcome. I have worked for people who genuinely would say to me, you should have cleared that with me. Like, you're working for so-and-so. I do this joke, like Ethan is doing Ben Burgis' show. And I say, you need to clear this stuff with me before you met Ben through me. Yeah. And you should have the decency.
I think you do have the right to prohibit me from appearing on your guests' shows. I think that I should clear it with you. You're right.
You should.
Yeah.
Not only
kidding.
that. No, you're not. As we've gone over 100 times in our discussions, you say something, ha ha, but you said it already. So it's the truth. That's what you feel.
Actually, I've been on the receiving end of that several times where somebody, especially when I was in San Francisco as a comedian, you couldn't play certain clubs. I remember there was a radio guy who found out I was doing a television show on the PBS coming out of San Francisco, and he didn't like the people who ran the show, and I needed him because he was a popular radio guy, and he'd say, "Don't do the show. You're being disloyal to me. I don't like those people." And he kept me on the phone for like a week trying to dissuade me. But my doing this PBS show, this was in the 80s, would be an act of disloyalty to him. And he really put me through the ringer like a pimp. So
You have no idea how many phone calls I get from Fox News every week after I'm on your show. They consider me a traitor now.
You know,
what
I had to
is?
clear.
Yeah.
No, I cleared something this week with my agent because they got me an audition for a movie. And then when I read the script and read what they were looking for, I decided I wasn't going to do the audition, which is very rare for me. I had a very particular reason, and I was about to hit send on a note to casting to explain why, but first I cleared it with my agent. It's a similar thing where I feel like if that person sets up the introduction, they should get to weigh in on how you deal then with the relationship going forward. Anyway,
Right.
they said, yeah, sure. But here, I'm going to tell you what the reason was. The character was a Muslim guy from Iran. Fine, I'm not above cultural appropriation when, if it's a job, I'm happy to do a gig. But in this case, the producers said in the casting notice, ideally they would cast someone with whom they could consult occasionally during production on issues of authenticity about Islam. And I was like, well, that ain't me. I'm not going to be able to do that. So I said I might not be the perfect person for the. I would have been happy to make it up, but
Or consult
Because they-
Wikipedia.
consult what?
Wikipedia.
Consult Wikipedia. They probably could have done that. Yeah.
Or you could have told them you were a Muslim Jew.
Is that a thing? Don't you have to pick a religion? Are there hybrids? That's interesting.
I'm a Muslim Jew.
Like they say Judeo-Christian, but that's a culture. That's not a religion. Although Jews for
When
Jews.
when I hear Judeo-Christian, I hear Jews not welcome.
Exactly. No. Judeo-Christian is just a long way of saying Christian.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And why isn't it anyway? What is the psychology of a person? I've had agents who were threatened by anyway. Let's enemies list versus a blacklist. What do you prefer, Ethan? Given a choice, making
If I'm
enemies
doing
list,
the-
or having
If I'm doing the listing myself, I want it to be a blacklist. If I'm going on the list, I want to be on an enemies list.
Psychologically, though, what is healthier, to have a blacklist or an enemies list? And I think there is a correct answer.
Neither. When I was an intern in medicine, I had a resident who was insane. Believe it or not, people can be insane and get through medical school. And this guy, and I saw it, had a little list that he kept in his wallet at all times. And these were people who he was going to murder if he contracted a fatal illness. He was
Well,
not,
but he's being funny. He's being funny.
he was not being funny. He was dead serious.
How did you get that? How did you get that paper out of his pocket? How did you?
No, he was proud of it. He would show it to anybody who would look at it.
Wow. What
And-
became of him? I mean, in other words, where is he practicing psychoanalysis now?
Thank you. Sharper
No.
than a serpent's tooth.
No,
Um, He was not going into psychiatry. He was going into some medical or maybe
Euthanasia. He was going to the euthanasia visit.
well, in his history, he had beaten up badly a fellow medical student. But fortunately for him, but not for the public, his father happened to be an important person in the New York State ruling
Giuliani?
class. and he was exonerated and acquitted. and
Was
continued
the dad a judge or a politician or what?
in that category? Absolutely.
Wow.
If you
This is
beat,
spicy.
if you're a doctor and you beat somebody up in the hospital,
Yeah.
isn't that tantamount to fundraising?
Isn't
Aren't you
that
basically doing a fundraiser?
right?
I think about enemies lists and blacklists from a psychological standpoint. An enemies list is just in your head. But a blacklist is proactive, where you're saying, do not hire the following
Oh,
people.
right. To get black.
I think that's healthier. I think an enemies list, I think, creates paralysis. But to actually put people on a blacklist and then say, do not hire the following people, I think is healthier. And I think our side needs a blacklist. And by our side, I mean the mentally ill. How easy is it to forgive somebody just for being more successful than you are? Is it possible to forgive? No, seriously, do you have enemies, and how do you forgive them without ever seeing them again? Enemies from 40 years ago.
Doctor?
No, I don't.
I don't either. I don't either. I have, I've tried to develop some enemies over the years. I find it's hard. The older you get, it's harder to make enemies. You know, when you're a kid, you're meeting all these people in the schoolyard, and you're going on play dates. It's easy to make enemies. And you go to college, you meet all those people. The older you get, it gets harder and harder to make real, lifelong enemies. I was
Will you
trying-
be my enemy? Will you be my enemy?
It took so long for that to come across as a joke. My God.
Because you gain some wisdom as you get older, and things seem less black and white, and you begin to take a little bit of responsibility yourself, and you find mitigating circumstances.
I was just making a joke. You're going on a
I think
Gerard Torah here.
Hang on. Now you're moving over to the blacklist.
Hold
Hang
on,
on.
let me get on my pencil.
Okay, we've moved from the enemies list into the blacklist. This is dangerous territory. Dr. Hirschenfeld, I'm sorry my guest is so rude. I tried to run a civil show,
Yeah.
and
I thought this was hard talk. What show am I on?
what about celebrating our enemies? I get up in the morning. I need an enemy. I'm being serious to some degree. I need somebody. I need a pebble in my shoe
Mhm. To
that
make-
makes me.
I heard, I don't know if this is true, but I heard rumor that Jamie Dimon, the CEO of Chase, that he has a list or a piece of paper in his pocket, and it's basically, is cursing allowed on this show? I should know after 2 years.
Well, the listeners are cursing all the time at the show. You might as well curse on it.
I think the list says like people I need to screw today. It's like people who I gotta just screw them. So it's not exactly an enemies list. It's just people I gotta take revenge on today. Yeah, it could be false. I don't know that this is true. This is hearsay.
Right. By the way, he converted to Judaism. Jamie Dimon.
Is that right?
Record.
Huh.
He's Greek Orthodox,
Mhm.
and he ended up being Jewish.
the Greeks. That sounds like he was part of the Hanukkah story.
Right.
It went the other way in the Hanukkah story.
Oh, okay. See, I wasn't paying attention in Hebrew school, which brings us to the subject that we queued up today: rabbis throwing chairs at congregants or at
Yes.
terrorists. Yeah.
Or at their
Uh,
students.
My point, my takeaway from the events in Texas at that synagogue, which incidentally is near the Grapevine Mall, the second largest mall in America. I was there once. It's not far from the Dallas airport. My takeaway was that when I saw that those hostages spent hours plotting their escape from synagogue, I said, that's me too every time I'm in synagogue. Second I'm in there, I'm plotting my escape. That's what synagogue is. That's the Greek word for plotting your escape, synagogue.
It was not nice. It's not a nice story. These were Orthodox Texans. They had 15-gallon yarmulkes. They're-
Here's my real what I'm upset about all sorts of things with that story, but here's my real problem. There was in none of the coverage was there any question or mention of why the guy was killed. The hostages were free. Then these guys go in there guns blazing. And none of the journalists raised that question even. I looked in every article. This is summary execution. It's not the American way. It's become the American way. It's definitely the Texan way.
This is
No,
Texas.
but we do it in New York now also. It's unbelievable. The hostages were already free, unscathed. How did this guy end up dead?
They
I'll
still
tell
get
you.
a free shot. That's the rule.
No, that's not the rule. That's supposed to be the rule.
That's right. In Texas, you get one free shot.
Unfortunately,
Didn't you see Cool Hand Luke?
yeah. Unfortunately,
Shoot him.
too many law enforcement people in our country think that they do have a free shot. It's a real problem.
Well-
They could throw in tear gas at that point. They could knock the guy out. They could. The rabbi could have turned around and started reciting a Devar Torah. Would have put him to sleep.
They tried tear gas. They offered him some horseradish with.
The first thing the rabbi tried was he tried raising funds for the synagogue to put the entire room to sleep.
If that guy took my congregation hostage, he would have killed himself. He would have just said, "That's it." My rabbi would have said, "What is that? The hostage negotiator? You want me to deal with the hostage negotiator? What do you want? You want to see your sister? Don't tell them you want to see your sister. Go big. Go ask for helicopters, a plane to Algiers. Settle for your sister, but don't. That's not an opening bid." That's how my rabbi would negotiate. It was. Yeah, go ahead.
And also, he was mentally ill. That was established by various things he said. This is a problem, how we deal with mental illness in this country. Criminalize it, otherize it, make fun of it, and then shoot it. None of those things are appropriate. Yeah.
Well, but do you think perhaps, and that sounds good, but do you think sometimes if somebody goes into a church, a mosque, or a temple, there should be consequences?
Yeah, you arrest them. First of all, once the hostages were out, they could have just locked the door.
What do you mean most? All?
Yeah, I said they were out. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They were out. Lock the door. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
He'll have to come out after a week or whatever. He'll have to come out.
Maybe this is why there's anti-Semitism in the world.
What is that?
If I were Abbott, the governor, who you know hates Jews, he loves Israel, no fan of the Jews. Can we agree on that?
I do not. I can't comment.
We know that Governor Abbott is no fan of the Jews, and they rescued the synagogue, and that was a big thing for the yokels in Texas. to
Right. And
be
now here's a
magnificent.
bunch of Jews on a podcast complaining that they shot the guy. I see where you're
Never
going.
good enough for these people.
Right.
It's never good enough. We freed them
Yeah.
and we did it wrong.
Yeah.
That's what Abbott is thinking right now. Instead of practicing gratitude. Emil, oh, there we go. Well, yeah.
Yeah.
There
so that
is a
happened.
good book. You're always asking what I'm reading. I just finished this book. The title of the book is People Love Dead Jews.
By Martha Stewart. So cooking for the holidays, right? How to cook some recipes.
Wrong.
Oh, okay. People love dead Jews.
Yes.
And
You
this
care
is
to
about-
elaborate? You want to elaborate, or you just want to leave it?
Is it a coloring book for kids?
Is it a haiku, and that's the opening page? What?
Here's a typical example, and the book is full of them. The Anne Frank Museum in Amsterdam has 1 million visitors a year. People absolutely love Anne Frank. But one of the guards in the museum recently was Jewish, wanted to wear a yarmulke while he was working. It took 4 months of debate to allow him to do this because he was a live Jew. They don't like live Jews. They like dead. They
okay.
love Anne Frank.
All right. That's
Oh, no. I know about this book, and no, it's an actual book. People, they love the idea of Jews as victims, but when they stand up for themselves, then they like a shtetl Jew over a Zionist. That's what people love.
okay. All right.
As long as you're a shtetl Jew and you don't make any trouble, but that
It
was a
sounds
big
little
ad.
bit. It sounds a little bit antiquated. The thesis, I have to say, it doesn't sound groundbreaking.
I agree with your father. I do. I think people
Well,
they would have rather mourned. Yes, but wearing a yarmulke is a big ask in Anne Frank's. She didn't get to wear a yarmulke when she was hiding. Why should the guard? That's sexist.
Okay.
They think they found the person who fingered Anne Frank.
No, it turns out to be untrue, bad research. Somebody wanted to sell a book, so we came up with this idea. So
One of-
bona fide historians have looked into that thesis.
I can't comment on this whole supposed diary thing.
You're a diary denier.
Good.
Weren't there rumors that her father wrote it? Wasn't that one of
I
the?
don't know. Let's let her. Give her a little peace. Everyone should just leave her alone.
Yes. What are you reading, Ethan?
Well, I'm doing something that I tried to do 22 years ago and didn't get through it, but now I'm doing it. I'm reading Moby Dick, and I'm
It's
reading
hysterical.
It's amazing. It is actually. Are you kidding?
It's hysterical.
It's
No,
very,
it's
it's
funny.
very funny. It's very
Yeah.
funny. I actually have laughed out loud.
Yeah.
Just once, but I've had a smile on my face.
Sharing
for a
the
lot.
bed with that.
Yeah, yeah. There's all sorts of stuff. It's just it is comical, but I'm loving it, and I want to reread it a second time once I'm done with some sort of either an annotated version or read something about it and then read it again because the language is just it's incredible. It's sort of like I think Wagner for a German, where he's just using all these words. I mean, in Wagner's case, he was making up words. I bet Melville was making some up also, but it's just the vocabulary is from another world. Not just because it's antiquated, but I think he's even for his time. He was.
Are you reading it on an ebook or are you reading it on paper? Because if
you have
you
a really good paperback version that is weirdly comfortable and easy to manipulate, because you'd think a really big book like that would always be falling on your face and it would be a mess and give you hand cramps, but it's a very good one. So.
An ebook is great because you just hit the word and it defines it for you.
Oh wow! Right.
I have an ebook that reads it for me.
Nice. While you make dinner.
I have a money-making idea, but Dr. Hirschenfeld, you speak, and then I'm going to run my money-making idea past you.
Yeah, I just want to say something about ebook versus real books. I read a piece by some neuroscientists who claimed that a huge part of our brain is devoted to geography. So that, for instance, if we wandered out of our little camp 150,000 years ago on a hunting trip for 3 days, we'd be able to find our way back. Otherwise, we'd be in big trouble.
Right.
And they claim that this geographic part of the brain is engaged in reading a real book because it's three-dimensional. It's got height, width, depth. It's got pages that you turn over. And when you read on a screen, that part of the book, the brain is not engaged, and therefore there is less brain operating in doing the reading.
Okay.
I've never been a fan of reading on screens. I just don't like it.
I love it. I love ebooks.
Yeah, I know people who love it also because you can also adjust the light. You can make it just right so it's not too bright.
And you don't have to turn the page.
Right.
I mean, who wants to turn a page? I don't have that. My rotator cuff, I needed Tommy John surgery after Moby Dick. There was so much page turning to do. I love ebooks. I do. It's so easy to read on your phone, but that's me. So I have a money-making idea. Okay.
I'm in.
Okay. So let me bring Emil in, run this by him, because I think this is going to put me into a whole other level of wealth. Okay.
I thought you were a socialist.
People who are socialists want money. I just don't want other people to have money. I'm okay with my having money. I'm not okay with you having money. That's what socialism is. The redistribution of wealth. Okay. Socialism is give me your money.
Let's hear the idea.
All right. This is a great idea. So people have asked me, how are you finally going to get rich off this show? It's the show, and you know that I didn't want to run ads, but I feel that I have gained equity, trust with my audience, that if I endorsed a product that I really believed in, and if I believed in it, I would have no moral qualms about, and then I read, Exxon is getting into solar wind farms. And I thought, all right, I'll do a commercial for Exxon, or the AR-15 Bushmaster. They're now working with lead-free bullets. I thought, okay, I could get behind. They're not interested. I finally figured out the vacation business, and I'm being serious. There are millions of Americans who have vacation homes. There are millions of Americans who have second and third homes. There are people who have timeshares, but they don't get to use it, and it drives them crazy that they don't get to use. I'm doing all this work, and for what? I don't get to enjoy my timeshare. I let it lapse. I don't get to enjoy my vacation home in the Hamptons. You don't want to say to a friend, hey, I have a ski chalet. Why don't you stay there? Because the friend will never leave. Right? Relatives will take
your friend will never leave.
Friends and relatives. If you have a ski chalet,
okay,
and you're not there, they ain't leaving.
Okay, so let's hear the money maker.
I, for a small fee, will stay in your vacation home. For $500 a night, I will stay at your vacation home, so it doesn't go to waste. For an extra $200 a night, I will only bring one extra person.
I think there is, I think this, you might have some competitors already. So you're gonna have to check out research the market before you launch.
You know what? I'm picking up resistance on this. I'm not saying, I think you're jealous that this is going to be the next Airbnb.
Is this just one person at a time? I mean, you can't replicate it. You can't like multiply yourself. You just you.
Well, I will. Yes, I will have an army of schnorrs who will, they'll have to pay me a little, but I will have people who will stay at your vacation home, so you can work. It's like Airbnb.
You'd have like a proxy David Feldman going around.
Yes.
Like many David Feldman. That's how you make money. This is that you got to multiply. It's like Johnny David Feldman seed all over the world, staying
right
at unused Airbnbs. That's what you need.
If you had a vacation home, you go to your vacation home and you going, oh, nobody's doing my job. I can't enjoy my vacation home because there's all this work that has to be done at the office, right? And then you're at the office and you go, this is ridiculous. I have this beautiful vacation home I can't use. That's where I come in. This way you can enjoy your job with the peace of mind, knowing that your vacation home is not going to waste. And I am sensing so much resistance and jealousy from all three of you because this is a unicorn. This is a unicorn.
Why don't you just ask all of your viewers to send you, every time they watch your show on the honor system, $500 on PayPal. What about that?
The honor system. That's how I work. Thank you, Doctor. Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld. You laugh.
I laugh.
Next week, I'll be doing this show next week from
a palace.
I want to hear the name of this business. I think this is a business that's going to sink or swim based on a really good name. So I'm going to think about it.
Air D&D.
That's for nerds.
Air plugs being all right. Thug Jew. Anything else?
And tonight, just in a couple hours, 10 p.m. on CBS, you can see me in an episode of Bull.
Wow.
Tonight.
That's exciting.
On CBS. Yeah.
And you can also read about him if you pick up a copy of the Provincetown Times.
Oh, so they caught the cat burglar. What you're in the Provincetown Times? What happened?
Oh, it's called the Provincetown Independent. They did a little feature about my Meshuggah swimming in the cold bay. So the Provincetown Independent. Yeah, you can check it out online.
Wear a swimsuit next time.
But yeah, tonight.
Send me the article.
Tonight, 10 p.m.
Do you play the bull, Ethan?
I do not. But
okay, I just want to look for the right species.
Thank you. Yeah, human, all human. All right.
I'm sensing jealousy. Bye. Thank you so much. Thank you, Hirschenfelds.
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm sensing so much envy and jealousy.
I'm trying.
I came up with $1 billion unicorn that the tech world is just gonna. I'm expecting a call from Mark Andreessen.
Yeah.
Any minute now.
Oh yeah, the Netscape guy. Yeah. You need to practice the elevator pitch. Practice the elevator. It's. I think you got to make it into this multi-level kind of thing. Then maybe you got something, and multiplying yourself. So you're not in just one place. It's not just you.
I just want a free vacation. I just want somebody to pay me to go on vacation. Otherwise, I can't justify. When's the last time you went on a real vacation?
A real vacation, all my life is a vacation. Because my
That's
time
the
is
trick.
Yeah.
That's a tricky way on yourself.
Well, yes, you're right. When you work from your closet, it is a tricky play on yourself. But no one tells me what to do. I have, 10 different, if I have 10 editors, I have 10 different bosses. And then I come here to get yelled at by you like I did last week. But that's, I'm not harboring any ill will toward you because, you're right. This week proved that you were right, David. You were right. You're right.
If nobody is telling you what to do, then everybody is telling you what to do.
That's true.
You got to serve one master, one Lord. You got to serve one person.
Marianne Williamson?
Well, it's a start.
Yeah.
You need to serve one goal.
Which is?
Otherwise, you're scattered. It dilutes your day.
Well, I see your point. What, like they said in that Billy Crystal movie, right? One thing.
What's that?
Don't remember when I think it's in the Billy Crystal, they're Dude Ranch guys.
Oh, right, Jack Palance.
Jack Palance says one thing, right? It's a variation of the one thing.
Focus on one thing.
Right.
Is that what he's saying?
That's what he said. Yeah, one thing. Like so you have one master, one thing. It's a variation of that.
Yeah. In all seriousness, you meditate.
We're not going to.
But you focus on one thing when you meditate, right?
I do focus on. Actually, I focus on being in the present and being in the moment. But there's various techniques. There's Vipassana where you focus on the breath. There's I do a variation, a thing called a see, hear, feel technique, which combines visual and auditory and somatic. Trying to just concentrate or be in the moment without judgment, and it does help to calm me down. My column is called.
I can't do it.
You can't? Why not?
No. Well, so I took some classes and they said, focus on one thing, meditate, a word, pick one word and just focus on it. So I focused on failure. Why am I a failure? Why do I get nothing I ever want? Why is everybody doing better than I am? Why am I always behind? Why am I never ahead? Why am I losing? Why am I a failure? Who's against me? Why is everyone against me? Why am I lacking so many things?
And then you got more depressed, right?
It just didn't feel good.
Yeah, well,
I focused on one thing.
You focus
so they said, focus on something. So they said, okay, focus on your shoes. Why did I pay so much for these shoes? I could have got them at Macy's for 25% less. Why am I always paying too much for things?
The key, David,
don't work.
The key is that you're going into you're focusing with judgment. You're supposed to be focusing without judgment. You're supposed to be in the present with
focus on your breathing.
Well, that's one thing you can.
Why did I leave the heat on? I can't afford these bills. It's bad for the planet. Why do I have gas heat when it should be electric heat? The planet's going to be flooded because of my own inconsideration. I've tried all forms of meditation. I'm telling you, Emil, it doesn't work. Masturbation, on the other hand.
Okay. See, I knew we were going to go down this path ultimately, but the question.
Masturbation, I can focus on one thing.
But the answer to how you were, describing how you were focusing on the word failure, and it brought on these other things. Well, it brings on this lack of self-worth and shame, and the answer there, David, is self-love. So
that's what I'm talking about.
I know we're not far away from what you're saying, but you got to steer clear of that judgment and move just toward loving yourself in the meditation.
This is what I do. I bought myself roses. See my limp rose?
I see.
I decided to start sending myself flowers and chocolate on Friday nights and saying, I love you, David. I can't live without you, David.
Well,
I think about you all the time, David.
Someone's got to do it, I guess.
Someone has to do it. I buy myself gifts through Amazon that are gift wrapped, and I say secret admirer.
I thought I was the only one who did that. No, but that were some every now and then. You have to love yourself. Look, I get that. I get that. I get that.
Why? Why do you have to love yourself?
Well, because the alternative is,
Somebody else loving you.
well, if you're lucky enough, if you can find that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Self-love.
Well, look, you
That's
can't. You won't,
lazy.
but David, you will not find anyone to love you if you do not love yourself first. Come on.
No, loving yourself.
You have to be worthy of love, and that begins with loving yourself.
That's narcissism.
In a nice way. I don't mean in an outrageous egotistical way. The world of ego, no. The world of love. That's what we need.
No. Emil, listen to me. Listen to me.
I'm listening.
Pay attention.
I'm paying it. What?
Forget self-love. You can only love yourself if somebody loves you back. And so you ask someone to love you. You walk up to somebody and you say, I demand that you love me, because if you don't love me, I won't love me. And you will live with that. That will be on your conscience for the rest of your lives. That has been my pickup line at bars. When I find somebody, I walk up to them and say, I want you to love me.
Yeah. And does it work?
You need to find love from others.
Yeah. Does it work? Did it work for you?
What do you think?
Well, clearly, I think not. But I just find, David, it all begins if you love. Actually, if you show love for others, it does come back. It does come back, and then that's where it's.
What does it mean to love? What does it mean to love yourself? I don't understand what that means.
It means to value who you are, so that, because look, some people.
Oh, lean in. You mean lean in and ask for a lift?
That's some other person's phrase. I don't lean. All I'm saying is that we go through this period of self-doubt and lack of self-worth, and then we stay in our closets, like I have for the last 40 years.
That's a reasonable response to the outside stimuli.
What?
That is perception. Terror, fear, agoraphobia is a reasonable response to the world outside.
Well, that's what I try to tell.
Be stupid? Are you saying be stupid?
No, I'm not saying to be stupid. Come on, David. No,
What are you saying?
I'm saying that what happens is, if you love yourself, then that opens up the world where you can go out and love others, and it makes you a better person. It removes that shroud of shame, and it enables you to live your life. And I think sometimes we get some of us, we get beaten down. We get beaten down, and we're so used to feeling beaten down. I mean, look, I want to relate this to the voting rights thing, because a lot of people said, "Oh, it's terrible. It's going to be a threat to democracy." But a lot of people have also, I've heard, say that this has been the way it's always been for people of color, and we've always been fighting. And it's just this idea that, we are going to continue to fight for our rights, for our voting rights. But it begins first with a sense of your sense of self-worth, your sense of value. And, that otherwise you stay beaten down. You stay I think of the days when my father came in, from the 1920s, from the Philippines, and how that colonial mentality has stayed. There's still Filipinos today who still have that colonial mentality and keeps them down. And what helps you break that is that sense of self-worth, self-love, and the way you defeat the shame that brings this on is by going through that door of love and loving yourself, and then sharing that love with others. I mean, that's
Okay.
that's what meditation has given me. It's
Okay, so
taken
let's
me a
talk
long
about.
time.
So you're right. I'm just playing. with
I
you.
know. Yeah, but that's why we've known each other for a long time. You know, there's something on the internet right now. Did you see this? It's a woman who works for a West Virginia TV station. She's doing a live shot. She's standing out by a road, and she's got the camera, and she's turned on the camera, and she goes in front of the camera and does her live shot. We're standing here live, and she gets hit by a car. Have you seen that? Have you seen that video?
No.
Oh, it's all over the internet. People.
Why would I want to see it?
Well,
why would I want to say? Why would I want to say that? He said, pretending to be a man of character.
I'm just saying.
Would I want to bear witness to somebody's pain? He tried to convince his audience.
She's okay. She's okay. But
She's okay?
yeah, she survived. She got hit, and the camera's rolling. It's just funny. It just reminded me of what got.
Well, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on 1 second. So she was hit.
Yeah.
How badly was she injured? Is it like the woman who is crushing grapes and falls into the vat?
No.
You ever heard that one?
No, I haven't heard of that one. This woman was hit. This woman was hit. She's down and she's all discombobulated. You know, she's like, but she gets up and she continues the live shot. And
there you go.
Yeah, that's a pro. That's a pro. And I just kept thinking about the days.
And she's reading the teleprompter, is going, ow, 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 ow.
No, what's funnier?
On the teleprompter. Yes.
What's funnier is the
It's
anchor.
funny or is it sad?
Well, no, it's not funny. It's kind of horrifying. And
then why look at it?
Well, you tell me why.
Johnny, if it bleeds, it leads. That's the way. That's welcome to the world of TV news. If it bleeds, it leads. You're our lead story.
It's not just TV news. It was like the number 2 story on the Washington Post when I saw it a couple hours ago. The number 1 story was the Teddy Roosevelt statue being taken down at the Museum of Natural History, which is about time to end that damn Harvard assholes, statue there.
What, only 700,000 Filipinos died?
Well, I think it was closer. It was closer to 1 million. I mean, it's hard. It's hard.
1 million Filipinos were slaughtered. By
Civilians, right? Not military guys. Civilians, yes.
It was a splendid little war. He would have called that a splendid little war.
Yeah. Not mmany people know the kind. I mean, I didn't even know really the kind of like Teddy Roosevelt was a eugenicist. He believed in eugenesis or eugenics rather. The Harvard thing. Yeah.
Really? Yeah.
That was a bad thing. Maybe that was why they let me in. So let's give a little penance for Teddy. Let this Filipino guy in.
He was born to enormous wealth, but he was lucky.
Well, I think growing up, but what did I know about Teddy Roosevelt except wasn't he like referred to in Arsenic and Old Lace, right? The crazy uncle, right? Wasn't there a Teddy Roosevelt?
Let me tell you about winning the genetic. There's Dr. Lynn. Let me turn her video off here. I'm about to say something that I don't want her to hear about Teddy Roosevelt, but you talk about luck.
Yeah.
Not only was he born to a wealthy family, right? Mm. His wife gives birth, right? Mm. 4 hours later, the wife dies and his mother dies, and he's got a baby in New York City. Do you have any idea what kind of magnet he becomes for women?
Yeah, you mean he didn't just hire a couple?
He loses his wife dies giving birth, and then the mother dies in the same house, like right after that, all within like 12 hours. And he's got a baby. You think getting a puppy, if you're single, and you're a man in New York with a puppy, you think that's a magnet? Put that kid in a stroller.
You
And
ought to
see.
try that. You ought to try
They'll be
that.
lining up around the block for you.
Yeah, you ought to try that, David. Yeah, you know, give someone a child and then
Horrible man, Teddy Roosevelt. Horrible. Although he was he was a trust buster.
he was a trust buster, and then there's that national park thing.
And his weight was so bad he also busted his truss. They truss
Yeah.
truss
Got it.
buster is a very heavy man.
He had that did he have a onesie kind of swimsuit? I think
He was a hunter.
He's a hunter. Oh, terrible.
Like hunt.
It's about time that statue came down. And anyway,
Yes.
that was the number one story. The number two story was the TV news person. I only bring it up because that was how we got to know each other in TV news. And look how far, really how TV news has degenerated, since.
Into convincing us that still black people are dangerous. If you watch TV news, local TV news,
Yeah.
you would only think that crime is committed by black people. I can't believe that's still going on. Like, why do they report crime? First of all,
It's easy. It's easy. All you have to do is sit next to a scanner. You hear that something is done. You know that you're producing a 6 o'clock news, so there must be news that night. I would like people to say, hey, we promised you a 6 o'clock news, but we were too lazy and unenterprising. We couldn't find anything. And we are just going to play reruns of MASH. And that's usually what they did, except they put it before.
Dateline, NBC Dateline is just all about somebody who was murdered and how the heroic cops cracked the case. And you're safe now because we have such wonderful detectives. How is that news?
Dateline used to be a news program like 60 Minutes, but then they realized that, like I said, you have to be enterprising and go out and find these news stories, but it's easier to find a story and to retell it in a TV news style. So that's why true crime, because true crime
It's not
is a
just
story.
true crime is easier because you're not going after a corporation. Corporations have lawyers on retainer who will sue you and get a cease and desist and ask for prior restraint. But if you murdered somebody, you may have been rich, but now you're broke and nobody's going to sue NBC News. That's not news. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Covering a crime is not news.
But how else?
Just isn't.
How else would we get Keith Morrison's voice? I can't do a good Keith Morrison, but those people on that show, that's easy street. Josh Mankiewicz, I knew him when he was just a news reporter, when he was a real news reporter.
Right.
And now he's just one of the Dateline folks, it's cool. I mean,
No, it isn't.
It's prime time. It's a story. It's a story. That's what they're doing. They're telling stories that people want to hear.
But that's not. But a story is not news.
I know, but David, here's the thing. If they really wanted to tell a murder story, say as a teleplay, they'd hire, some actor or actress who got rejected from Hallmark Christmas movies, and they bring her on, and they take a news ripped from the headlines and they put it on the made-for-TV movie. That's what they used to do. But it's so much easier and cheaper to cover true crime in this way, and that's the only reason why they do it. That's the only, because
but real crime is in the corporate suites.
Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you there. We don't,
not our politicians, our corporate suites. The real crimes are the head of McDonald's being fired for sexual harassment.
Yeah.
That's worthy of an hour on Dateline.
Yeah, but
Bain Capital ripping off South Africa with Bain Capital, Mitt Romney's Bain Capital was hired to collect taxes for the nation of South Africa and rip them off.
Look,
that's a good crime story.
there are so many stories that should be reported and told that aren't. High and low, I'm talking, the stories that you just talked about. Plus, how about all the City Hall stories that you never get because no one's covering City Hall anymore? No one is really covering, City Hall. And
They shouldn't. They should cover the people who are bribing City Hall.
well, that's true also. Hey, look, you're in New York City.
That's the problem. I'll be quiet after this. NPR
Yeah.
is not real journalism because all they do is report Democrats and Republicans. NPR, because it used to be ad free, should be reporting on corporate crime and only corporate crime. I can watch MSNBC to hear about the Democrats and the Republicans. Your public radio report corporate crime, but they won't because NPR is run by corporatists who run advertising while saying we're commercial free. They will never go after corporations because they can't collect their eight figure salaries or 10, whatever the salaries that they pay these people at NPR and PBS. And Ken Burns is making love to David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group. You know that Ken Burns's documentaries are funded by David Rubenstein, who runs the Carlyle Group, who runs the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And David Rubenstein is the biggest war profiteer in the history of civilization. He's on my enemies list. I have to wrap it up. I apologize. Very quickly, tell us what you wanted to talk about. I was teasing you.
A couple of things. Number one, this Michelle Go, who is she was from California, Asian American, goes attends UCLA, goes to New York, gets an MBA. Her life's in front of her. She's working for a major firm. She's in the subway near Times Square on Saturday morning, gets pushed from behind and is killed. And this is a crime that who is going to help? I mean, first of all, the people were jumping to conclusions about, oh, this is another hate crime, but it wasn't a hate crime. It was a crime committed by a homeless perp who was off his meds, and so we have a different kind of issue. But whose responsibility is this? It's local and state, governments. But how do you solve this? You got a person who is homeless. I did some research, and people get pushed off the subway a lot. I mean, since 1999, there was a law called Kendra's Law, which is said because a woman was named Kendra Webdale was pushed off the subway. And the law is all right, but it's not enough. It helps the perps, but it doesn't help the innocents who die, like Michelle Go. And I wrote a column on the ALDEF blog today because, I'm talking about, Biden and Harris and all that 1 year later. But, the reason why it's so tough and the reason why it's hard to get our bearing right now is because we've all been metaphorically, because this is how I want to remember Michelle Go. Michelle Go, her family issued a statement, they want people to remember her as, a woman who was joyous about life. But I understand that, but I also want people to remember her as a kind of a metaphor for where we all are as Americans. We've been pushed off the platform, and we're trying to come together and get up, but it's been so hard. We've got not just COVID and the economy, but we have 4 years of Trump to get over. And that's why 1 year of Biden, not as bad as the 5th year of Trump, but we got to help each other get up. We've all been pushed off the platform. Anyway,
Or
that's
we
all I
could
wanted to
have.
say.
So I remember as a kid, being on the subways of New York and being terrified and thinking, like, as a 2-year-old, why don't they have gates that are down, that cover the platform? And then when the train arrives, the gates lift up. I always thought somebody was going to. I'm always afraid when I'm on the subway platform, then I'm going to push somebody into an oncoming. I mean, I'm going to get pushed. We
Yeah.
have to wrap it.
I know, but
I don't
you know,
want-
I think the same thing. I mean, everyone's talking about the third rail, right? Because that's the real deadly thing. But you know, the Times did a story about how the platforms are all different. Because if you're in the city, right, people stayed at home and the platforms were relatively empty. But out in Queens and other places, they were filled because people were still working, and they're just as dangerous. And I think something's got to be. I don't know what can be done on the federal level, but certainly the state and the local. You know, Eric Adams, he's got a problem on his hands. This is one of those.
I don't mean to be rude.
Yep.
We've got a special guest, and so let's wrap it up. Emil Guillermo is a columnist for ALDEF, the Asian American Legal Defense and Education Fund, and he is also the host of the PETA podcast, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Follow him on Twitter at Emil Amok.
Right, and also
Thank
amok.com. Thanks, David. Thanks,
Thank you,
Barry.
sir. We didn't get. I apologize for messing around with you and not getting to the important stuff. So I
No,
apologize.
that's all right. That's all right. Because, you know, we need our meditation, masturbation talk every now and then.
Right, not in front of the Reverend, please,
Sorry.
please. He thinks this show, Reverend Barry W. Lynn thinks this show is just very G-rated. And if he found out what we were talking about, all right. Thank you, Emil.
All right, thanks, David.
Well, let us now go to, I think it's Los Angeles, where the Reverend Barry W. Lynn is standing by. And it's an honor to have you. And why don't you introduce our guest, your guest. It's good to see the doctor.
Yes, we're actually in Mountain View, California at the moment. Is our audio all right? Because this is a
You
new.
sound great.
Okay, well, I'm joined again today, or possibly only the third time on this program, by my wonderful spouse of many, many years, Dr. Joanne Lynn, who is sitting here. And we don't have a fake background. This is a little place where you're renting for a week, and no monkeys, no seascapes, but thanks for joining us.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Dr. Lynn. You came, I'm going to let the Reverend do the interviewing, the cross-examination. And I think this time she will crack under pressure, Reverend. I think you're going to put the light over. I don't mean to embarrass you, but we have some new listeners who don't remember you. You came to office hours right when the pandemic hit in March of 2020. And I always say this when I welcome you to the show, because you told us what we didn't want to hear. As time moves on, you are probably my friend Michael is a doctor. He said something similar to what you said, and that is, there are no easy answers to this. And I kept saying, but come on, this is right when this thing started. But, there'll be a vaccine. And then, and you said, no, this is the way. You pretty much told us how this thing would unfold. And unfortunately, you are absolutely correct. Before I turn the microphone over to the Reverend, I'd like to invite the listeners, people in our virtual studio audience, to raise your hand if you have a question for Dr. Lynn or Reverend Lynn, because we're going to be talking about COVID for the next hour. So, Reverend Barry W. Lynn, please take it away. And keep it clean, sir. Keep it clean. Watch your language.
I'm going to try very hard to do that. But as Dr. Lynn knows, occasionally words come out of my mouth that, shall we say, are not in the text of any holy scripture, even the Satanic Bible. So Joanne,
and inappropriate for the grandchildren.
well, since you were praising her for her foresight, the stuff we didn't want to hear, Joanne, what do you think if you were to look at the next 4 to 6 months? There are already people projecting the number of new deaths. What do you think is likely to happen between now and, say, Memorial Day?
We will continue to have about the same level of deaths because we have so many people unvaccinated. Perhaps at least as important, we are going to start seeing large numbers of people with what has been called long COVID, where people's productivity and ability to really engage in their lives is really diminished. And that will be a very large number. It's a good reason to avoid this daggone virus, because unlike most viruses where you have it and you get over it and it didn't really interfere with your life much, this one looks like a minority of us, on the order of probably about 1/10 of us, will get long-term fatigue, muscle aches, a lot of vague symptoms that really cut into your ability to enjoy life. And then, of course, there's the possibility of getting yet another variant that scrambles everything. But Omicron itself is going to infect just about everybody who leaves themselves open to it. And while it kills a very small proportion, and almost entirely among people who weren't vaccinated, that's a lot of people. It's going to be a rough 6 months.
Do you mind? I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you mind if I ask a question?
No, of course not. It's your show.
Well, it sure doesn't feel like it. We're told, some people are saying that Omicron is the last gasp of COVID because it's so virulent, but not lethal. We're all going to get it, and then we're going to have the antibodies, and combined with the vaccine and the boosters, it will become endemic, something like the cold. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, remember that influenza is much more severe than the cold. And a cold kills very few people, and only people who are very sick from something else in the background. This may well end up being sort of in the same class as influenza that takes 20 or 30,000 people every winter. This one seems to be able to circulate fairly effectively in the spring and summer. So it may not be quite as isolated to a season as influenza, but yes, it will become endemic. We had a chance to really chase the thing away, but we didn't do it. And so we got it.
When you look at the coverage of this every day on the news, when I occasionally use bad words to describe what's going on, what is the biggest thing that's causing people not to, at a minimum, get their vaccinations and then go in a third time, get a booster? I mean, the hesitancy to use these vaccines is enormous. Why is it? What are the two biggest reasons people just say, I'm looking at this and I'm not going to take vaccines? Why do people have this?
It appears that there are a whole bunch of different reasons. I think the one that has been called out very little is that it isn't mainly about you. It's mainly about stopping the spread of this thing. So, and that doesn't resonate with most people. Most people want their medical care for themselves. They aren't thinking about the effects upon others. In other countries, that isn't the case, but here it is. I think it's also, there are a certain number of people who are just sort of fatalistic. What God brings is what God brings, and or what fate brings, and it doesn't really matter what I do. Some people, of course, just still have problems getting to the right place at the right time. Vaccine is widely available, but you do have to be able to take off during the day. You have to have transportation. You have to, show up. there's a bunch of little things, but I think the main thing is that it just isn't a matter of personal pride that you help protect your neighborhood. You know,
But we're seeing this,
we're also
Doctor.
seeing a lot of kids. I mean, there are a lot of little kids now getting it, and they can't be immunized. So they are very effective vectors. They get it. Most of them do okay. There are certainly a lot in the hospital right now, but boy, you know, they're just nothing as cuddly as a 3-year-old, and they spread it to whoever they're cuddling with.
What are the youngest people who get? I did see a story on one of the networks the other night about a newborn
Sure.
who got it. So
Oh, sure.
is that a one story because one of these networks says, oh, this will wrench the guts and hearts of so many
Well,
people, or is this widespread?
It's not widespread because we protect infants much more than 3 or 5-year-olds, but it's you know, yes, there's nothing that protects an infant. If the virus lands on their nose and throat, they will get the disease, just like everybody else.
What do you think, if you look at the possibility of new variants coming? I mean, I remember at the beginning of the AIDS crisis, there was a real fear that this would become mutated in a way that it would be transmissible through the air, the very thing that COVID does now. But of course, that never happened. But what's the worst kind of variant that is here, and to what extent are the variations themselves, I wouldn't say be caused by, but certainly are helped by the fact that so many adults are not vaccinated?
I mean, the one we have, the Omicron variant, is exceedingly infectious. So it's almost as infectious as measles. So if you're in a room with 10 other people for an hour and one of them has it, the other 9 are very likely to get it. So now if they're immunized, they may have almost no illness at all, or they may have a very mild illness, or they may get really quite miserable but not hospitalized. They aren't very likely to get seriously ill in the sense that they have to go to the hospital or get on a ventilator or any of those things. But the worst kind, I guess, would be one that was that infectious and was still very likely to cause serious disease in people who were immunized. So something that effectively escaped our immunization, which is what happens with influenza. Influenza, you can have influenza this year and next year, and then 5 years later get a different variant, and you have almost no immunity to it. So it's plausible that that could happen. That hasn't happened with COVID at this point, but it could. That it would be effectively another whole disease.
When you look around the world, what countries have done the right thing? You hear about Israel, you hear about China, you hear about Japan. Some days people say, well, they're doing the right thing. And then 2 weeks later, it turns out they're doing the wrong thing. Is there any country on the face of the earth that has done this right, dealt with this from the beginning in a systemic way?
You'd have to look at Israel in terms of a country that has all of the modern problems, that has lots of people coming in and out, has lots of people of different social strata and resources, and they've managed to get just about everybody, including the non-Jewish residents in Israel, immunized. So it hasn't had the same kind of divisiveness that it has here. Other countries have done really well because they're islands. I mean, New Zealand has the enormous advantage that they can basically close their border. Somebody asked in the chat about animals getting it. I think, David, if you're thinking about it being endemic, you have to realize that it has suddenly become endemic in white-tailed deer. And in most Midwestern and Eastern states, the majority of the deer now have been infected. So it seems to be finding its reservoir among white-tailed deer. Animals in zoos have gotten.
Are they dying off?
Apparently not, although it's hard to tally. I mean, they certainly aren't dying off at some huge number. But, and presumably some are dying, but the proportion of hunter-killed deer in, I think it was Iowa, that had antibodies to this virus was 80%. So it, you know, and it looks like many mammals can get this. So yeah, it's going to be around, and it will have the opportunity to keep changing and having new variants.
Can I ask you a stupid question? Let me ask you a stupid question. How different is the COVID that we get from the COVID that deer get?
I don't know. It's probably not very much different. It certainly wasn't any different in the zoo animals that have been tested.
You could theoretically get it from a white-tailed deer?
Well, yeah,
if
you breathe the same air.
What if
Really?
What if you're a hunter and you eat deer meat? Is there any evidence? You know, at the very beginning of all this, people said what we need to do is wash our hands, socially distance, wear masks, and for heaven's sakes, take packages that have been delivered to your house and hide them for a week, just to make sure that there's no disease on them.
Yeah.
But that's not a transmissible way. I mean, that doesn't happen.
It doesn't. I mean, there's no evidence of a person getting COVID from what's called a fomite, a substance in the environment. It seems to all be airborne. And it's worth remembering that it is not in the virus's interest to kill people. It's in the virus's interest to get spread to others.
Right.
So Omicron may be kind of the peak for now. We may have others that have some slightly different immunology and require different vaccinations, but Omicron
Virus will die if it doesn't have a host. It cannot live without.
It looks to be no more than 3 or 4 days that this one can stay viable for infection. But remember, it's an airborne. So, to the extent that it rains or something and brings, kind of washes the air, it's gone. People were very concerned about finding the virus in sewage. And it's not a substantial risk in sewage. It's a risk when it's in the air.
Let's go back to deer for a minute. How would it go from a deer to a human? I mean, we live not too far from a big federal park. We walk there a lot. Occasionally we see a deer, but not up close. How do you get infected from a deer, to say nothing of a tiger at a zoo?
Well, I mean,
Oh, come on, Reverend. You know.
No,
how.
we're trying to keep it clean. We're not trying to talk about the B word here. Go ahead. Answer this.
People have asked this question about how the deer got it from us.
Right.
But I mean, if one deer manages to breathe the same air and gets the disease, and then it's in a herd of 20, and then those 20 talk to 20 others, it spreads the same way it does in humans. Getting it from one species to another is obviously more complicated. So,
Do we know about the dosage? For example, last night I was emptying the garbage and somebody wasn't wearing a mask. And when I'm emptying the garbage, regardless of COVID, people should wear a mask because the stuff you don't want to smell it. No. And so she says to me, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not wearing a mask. I didn't think I would run into anybody." And so I walked past, I held my breath. I have my mask on, and is there how big is it a plume of her breath? Can one molecule of her breath on me give me, how much exposure?
Yeah, I mean, it's all a matter of the odds. If she had active COVID with a whole lot in her nose and throat, and you stood there talking to her a foot apart, or you ended up kissing or something, you would be very likely to get it. You'd be 90% likely. If you simply walk past her 3 feet away, you're probably down in the 1 or 2% range. Can a single virion cause the disease? Yeah, probably, but it would be unlikely. Be more likely that you would, cough it up or, somehow swallow it or something that never got a chance to really multiply.
And if you do something really stupid like me, which is you immediately go into the apartment and pour Listerine down your nostrils and gargle, that's not going to help, right?
Well, yeah, it'll help some. If your risk
Really?
was 3%, you might make it 2%. But it's not a big time winner.
So, but there.
But I would use Listerine and not any of the things that Trump recommended.
A lot of people tell me to use Listerine even before COVID.
Hey, let's go back to Trump for a minute. If Donald Trump had done two things, taken this seriously, and then actually told people when he found out that this was airborne, what kind of effect would that have had? For, assuming the vaccines still were developed, he didn't invent these vaccines. This is research that's been going on for at least a decade. But if he had been a normal person and he hadn't been so afraid of talking about airborne transmission because he thought people would blame him somehow for the disease, would it have made a substantial difference?
I mean, it's always hard to know exactly what might have happened in a different world. But yeah, I mean, back in February and March of 2020, he and some others were downplaying the seriousness of this at a time when it was quite clear that in Wuhan, there was an enormous death, that this was a very serious illness, and that it was spreading like wildfire. And they put their head in the sand. Now, if he had been honest with the public and told people everything and really got people buckled down and behaving, sure, it would have made a difference. Might also have crashed the stock market, might have ruined the economy. I think it's always hard to reconstruct what might have happened. There are too many things going on. It did become really silly by fall of that year when, he just, some of the expressions on Fauci's face and on Burke's face as he was saying things at a press conference are just priceless. Like, what are you talking about? It was crazy. But,
Well, speaking of the press, I think most people probably saw excerpts of Joe Biden's press conference yesterday where he claimed he had done more in his first year than anybody, as if Franklin Roosevelt didn't exist. But notwithstanding that, how well is he doing? Because it does become important, because it seems to me that even in the network news, which is, corrupted, as we talk on the show all the time, by the corporate interests of network news and of National Public Radio as well. But is it fair to take the shots that are being taken, not only at Biden for not doing enough, but also for the head of the Centers for Disease Control, who's not allegedly doing enough? Is that fair?
Well, I think better of Rochelle Walensky than most people. She's got a terribly difficult position in trying to convey the science that is changing and be a responsible public health person. The regulations that have come out from the federal government and then the state government and sometimes the local government have been, I think it would be fair to say, pretty poorly managed. There was a period of time of maybe about 2 months where the directives to nursing homes changed more often than 3 times a week. And so here you have a staff of people who may have graduated high school, mostly in other countries, and you're trying to teach them some different set of rules on Wednesday than you taught them on Monday. And, you've got the rotation of 3 shifts, and you've got people who, were on vacation, and, the lack of stability in the guidance did not translate well to the front lines.
What did they know 2 years ago that they kept from us? Did they know that the masks were necessary? Are the masks still necessary? What did Fauci and Deborah Birx and the CDC know but keep from the American public and healthcare workers?
There's so much social media on this that there's not much that you can keep from people very long. The mask issue early on was that there simply weren't the high quality masks. And they're also fairly uncomfortable. I mean, it's hard to keep them on all day. We just did.
Is it safe to wear a high quality mask 12 hours straight, to breathe in your own breath and not recirculate?
Yeah,
it is.
It may give you some acne, or, but yeah, it won't cause you any particular problem. But it will feel uncomfortable. I mean, it'll get quite humid.
We were on an airplane today for many hours, 5 hours, and of course all the time getting to the plane and all that. But these N95 masks, which we started wearing, they are a little annoying.
Yeah.
But how much better is this over wearing one of those masks that I used to buy with skulls on them, because kids like to see skeleton faces on people?
With Omicron, this protects you 95% of the time.
Yeah.
The cloth masks are 30%. Mm-hmm. Now, we didn't know that right off. And, the intermediate is the surgical masks, the sort of blue cloth ones that people get. And they're around 55 or 60%. But it took a while to figure that out. And it took a while to get enough of a supply that people can get them. It is better to have something over your mouth than nothing. 30% is not nothing. But it's a whole lot better to have 95% protection. And you can wear those masks all the time and still get the disease. And people in hospitals do all the time.
I had a lot of trouble getting just to sleep because we had to get up so early to go to the Dulles Airport. And one of the things that I was thinking about in the hour or so that I was lying awake at 4 a.m. going, oh, should I go back to sleep? Oh, I haven't even been asleep. But when I got on the plane today, and I expected there would be some kind of crisis where some jerk would say, oh, I refuse to wear this mask, because you stop the plane or land in Salt Lake City or other horrible places. But today I was drinking water, and I took because you can't drink water wearing a mask. And one of the flight attendants came by and said, put your mask on right. And she didn't see that I was drinking water. But in that, does it matter? If it's so important to keep these on, why is it just assumed that if you're in a public place like an airplane, you can take it off temporarily to eat a croissant or drink a bottle of beer?
Public health has to balance what people will be willing to do. And there may well be something better to do, but that people would just not go along with. So yes, it would be better not to eat or drink at all from the time we left home until we got outside again. But, most people aren't going to do that. So they, figure out some compromise that's pretty good. Now, airplanes themselves are actually fairly safe because they have very good filtration and a very high turnover of air. It's the waiting room in the airport that's really hazardous. Or the elevator going up and down to the baggage claim, that sort of thing. The airplane itself is remarkably low risk. It's if there's anywhere where you could take off your mask and have only a modest risk, it would be in an airplane.
Right. Let me ask you about the politicization of all this, because if you're on the right, you're an anti-vaxxer or you're anti-masker, and it's all about freedom. And if you're a Democrat, it's, wear the mask, get the shot. And they say, well, you got to understand the right. It's built into the American character, freedom. We don't like to be told what to do by the government. But this isn't endemic to the United States. We're seeing this anti-vax, anti-mask behavior in France, in Germany, in
Not
London.
so much in China.
Not in China. So real countries, like real countries, like, England, Germany, and France, we're seeing this. Not America. I mean, we always think, well, America is a freak show, but we're seeing the same behavior in real countries with real people who read books and are educated and not dangerous.
Yeah, I mean,
So what does that say? What does that say about?
I think it's sort of a common human character to be annoyed to be pushed to do something, especially something that's a little bit annoying itself, to have a needle put in your arm and maybe to feel really crummy for a day or two. So yeah, I don't think it's all that hard to understand. I mean, we used to have to, working in a nursing home, everybody had to be vaccinated for influenza. And I mean, some of my colleagues were just completely irrational about it. I mean, and knew that they were, and knew that it was crazy to be this scared of a needle. And, I mean, I got the rate of staff and resident immunization up by taking the flu shot on every floor and then walking around with it and saying, you really need to do this. Because you have to get up to about 90% before you stop the spread. So,
Right.
But I can understand how somebody who is not invested in keeping their neighbor healthy, but is only worried about themselves, I can see how they'd say, it's just not worth it. I'm going to, try to stay away from this, but I'm not going to go get that shot. It just scares me too much. Ruins
Right.
my sleep for 2 weeks.
I just want to remind our listeners, we're talking to the Reverend Barry W. Lynn and his wife, Dr. Joanne Lynn. You specialize in the treatment of senior citizens. Gerontology, is that, I get that right?
Geriatrics. Gerontology is the study. Geriatrics is the practice of helping old people.
Okay.
Elder care.
And geriatrics doesn't include, hello, Dean. That's a different geriatrics. So we have one, sorry, I'm really a bad person. We have a Joe in the chat room in our virtual studio audience. We'll call on you in a second. I see Rodrigo. Before we get to them, and I'm sorry to interrupt you, Reverend. I explain away the anti-vaxxers and the anti-maskers as snake oil salesmen. That if you look at Joe Rogan, Alex Jones, Jimmy Dore, they're chasing numbers and or selling immunity boosters. They don't want you taking the vaccine because they want you to buy their pills. But as much as I dislike them and think they have an ulterior motive, isn't the truth that they genuinely believe this stuff, that they're not trying to con? I'm not offering sympathy for any of these people. I think they're disgraces, but they do believe this stuff, don't they?
Hard to say.
I don't think, I honestly, I used to do a radio show on a little radio network I think doesn't exist anymore. But one of the celebrities on that network was Alex Jones. And I don't for 1 second believe that he believes anything
I think you're right. I think,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
mean-
think
Rogan, he confuses me, and I just don't listen to him. But I think Alex Jones is a pure con artist, and he
Yeah,
knows
you're
that
right.
also.
And Jimmy's I was just trying to be,
Polite.
there's no science behind it. I researched the ivermectin nonsense. There's no science behind it. None whatsoever, right?
And we spent over $100 million of insurance money on ivermectin. I mean, this is crazy. This is outrageous.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge number. That just came out in a journal that Joanne showed me a week ago. This is a huge amount of wasted money. If we have time at the end of this conversation, I'd like to talk about another drug that Joanne has been doing a lot of work on that has no relationship to COVID, but it's also probably not terribly valuable, but is costing a lot of people. Do you want to get some of the listener calls?
Oh, yeah. Let's go to Joe, who I think he's in Pennsylvania. Joe?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes. And I think Joe, his significant other, is a doctor as well. I think this is almost an analog to the Reverend Barry and Dr. Joanne.
Right.
Right? You have a doctor for a wife.
I do.
And you're from Pennsylvania. And you're from Pennsylvania, right?
Mm-hmm. Correct. North of Bethlehem, Scranton, Pennsylvania. I'm sure the Reverend knows where that is.
Indeed. So does Joe Biden.
Exactly. And plus, it's much easier to call in and speak to this physician than it is my wife. So that's why. That's why I just wanted to get the doctor's thoughts about. It seems to me that the one thing that broke everybody's brain during this pandemic is that we're 2 years into this, and it's shocking that people still don't seem to grasp the concept that this virus is spread asymptomatically and pre-symptomatically. And you were talking about the federal response. Let me tell you, like in terms of schools, if you do have children in schools, it's shocking the lack of planning, the lack of awareness. The federal government pushed it off to the states pushed it off to the local school districts, the school districts pushed it off to the person down the street that you wouldn't trust to sweep the porch correctly. And now they're making decisions. And in terms of quarantining and in terms of testing, and the schools are hammering at home that if your child is showing any sort of symptoms, and they're still with the thermometers and they're checking, and it's just a bunch of theater that it's like this disease. I mean, now you and here's my question for you. Did you see any literature, or is there any literature coming out that this particular variant is spread less asymptomatically than the previous ones, or are people just giving up and they're just doing whatever?
If anything, it has more asymptomatic infections, in part because there are more people who have either had the disease or who are immunized. When the illness first came out, the people in Wuhan thought that it had virtually, like measles, it had virtually 100%, evidencing the illness. That was quickly proven not to be true as soon as we had some testing for the virus, which was very early on. Nursing homes in Maryland showed that half of the nursing home residents who were infected had no symptoms at all. 30% got sick and recovered, and 20% died. And that's still a big number who died. But the fact that half of the people who got infected had no symptoms was quite revelatory, quite kind of stopped everybody. Oh my. So yes, it can be spread pre-symptomatically. It can be spread asymptomatically. Lots of people now who are immunized and boosted will have asymptomatic infection. And at least for a few days, they are still infecting others. There's enough in their air to infect other people. So it's a very nefarious little bug.
No, exactly. And I feel like that's the point that we've seemed to have wandered away from. And again, I don't know if it's just fatigue or, the CDC, not a good communicator. There's many people in healthcare that are not 100% clear. So you can rest assured that the lay people are not encouraged or, feel secure by anything the CDC says, because it's very vague. It's not, it's kind of like, okay, well, I guess the guy that makes the smoothies at the gym is going to be in charge of public health now. So it's just, and to your point about it still being spread asymptomatically and pre-symptomatically, there's just many institutions that have just said, like, look, we're only going to test if you have symptoms. Stay home only if you have symptoms. So I mean, again, it's just, it's
We have no
unfortunate.
idea what the spread is.
No idea. And there's no tracing. There's no, I mean, at least in our communities anyway. So it's frustrating, but I appreciate your time to take to speak to us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Let's talk about this issue of the testing. A lot of communities have said, look, we giving up testing or tracing. Actually, that's more important in some sense. Can you actually trace people in a community? That the Commonwealth of Virginia has this new nutty governor named Glenn Youngkin, and he announced, I think literally the first day he was governor over the past weekend, that he was going to prohibit local school districts, so much for local control, from imposing mask mandates on children. And that a couple of school districts around Washington in particular, Washington, D.C., said, we don't care what he says, we're going to continue the mandate. So leave aside the politics of it, but just how in the world can a person like Youngkin, who made his money as a hedge fund manager, how does he think, or why does he think that he can do better than physicians on this determining, or for that matter, local communities make a decision about whether kids wear masks or not? I mean, this is the worst kind of politicizing, because it affects very young kids who don't have any clout on their own and whose parents are just as confused as Joe Rogan.
Contact tracing works really well in Australia or New Zealand, where the number of people infected at any given time is very small. When it is effectively endemic, it becomes very different. And the tests that we have, while useful for public health purposes, are far from perfect. So if the question is, who has syphilis, we can be really pretty damn sure who has syphilis. If the question is who has COVID, the definitive test can take 3 to 4 days. The antigen tests can be done pretty quickly, but it has a palpable rate of false positives and false negatives. So, it's a lot harder and you have millions of people who are known to have the disease. So it just becomes very much harder to do that kind of tracing. It would have been possible in March of 2020. It is really pretty hard now. You can warn people that they were around somebody who has later turned positive, and thereby maybe they would behave and try to communicate with as few people as possible. But by the time you get to them, it's 2 or 3 days later and they've already been in touch with 20 people. So it's a devilish little bug. It evades us pretty well. And we have had good reason to be changing things. And Youngkin, for example, has multiple goals. I mean, yes, of course, he would like for COVID to become less frequent, but he also wants wide open schools because that's what's popular in his political base. And he also wants people to go to work, and he also wants the economy to pick up. And so the policy that he puts out is not just a public health policy. It's one that's, balancing a whole bunch of things. And as we go into it being endemic, there's going to be much more of this.
Yeah. Just to go over the numbers here for a second, they're quite stunning. And I make sure I'm reading them correctly. If you look at a graph of cases of COVID beginning in February of 2020, we got up, as I understand it, it was at its peak on January 11th of 2021 with 251,000 cases per day. Now, am I saying this correctly, Doctor? 803,000 daily cases? Is that what I'm saying?
That we
now?
know of. And that's probably half of the actual cases.
Right. Okay. So,
Thank goodness Omicron is not as lethal, because we are hitting.
I'm sorry?
Thank goodness Omicron is not as lethal, because
Right.
the death rate
Right.
and the hospitalization rate is staying just about flat, while the numbers infected have gone sky high.
Right. Right. So I'm going to ask you the question I asked you at the top of the segment. If everybody, it looks like everybody's going to, or at least half the country is going to get it, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, or be careful and fully immunized. Everybody will have antibodies to it.
Right. But isn't Israel finding that even with the fourth booster, they're not doing too great a job preventing Omicron from?
Yeah, but it's still, I mean, it's still pretty good. You know,
Right.
I mean, people like Barry and I this is the first time we've been on a plane in 2 years. We've, really been quite isolated. We're really pretty likely to make it to the end of our lives without ever actually having the bug.
Okay. Is it possible that this will end like the War of the Worlds movies where it just stopped? I mean, could we be looking, I'm just looking for some optimism at the end of this segment where this is the last gasp, everybody gets it, and there aren't any more lethal variants. I mean, I guess that pie could be more lethal, right?
Yeah, I mean, it may well settle into the kind of pattern that influenza has of, some years being kind of rough and other years being, just sort of in the background.
And that's what we're looking at. We're looking at almost like a COVID season in the future. We're seeing a new variant and they have to adjust the mRNA vaccine. Is that what our future is?
That would be my guess.
Okay, let me just process this because you've been right. So my takeaway from this is COVID isn't going away, that the antibodies that we get from Omicron may not be that helpful, or will be a little helpful along with innate immunity to tackle pi and whatever comes after pi, probably coffee. And
yeah, I mean, something like that. Yep.
So could it get progressively weaker? Or is that just the flu never goes away, right?
Well, but the flu that created so much death in 1917-18 did not come back. Other variants of influenza did, but that one was, got the world and then kind of, I mean, you can still find it every once in a while, but and remember, it killed heavily young adults. And it seemed that people over 40 had probably had something very similar, and they were much more protected. So it was, the 18 to 30-year-olds that had the worst deaths from the 1918 flu. So each bug has its footprint.
Right.
But yeah, I think that probably it will stay around. It will be an annoyance. It will every once in a while flare up with something that is escaping our current immunity. Probably not as bad as when it first showed up, when nobody had any immunity to it. It is worrisome in that this virus, unlike most, has a viremic phase in which it goes through your bloodstream and ends up in all of your organs, which probably has something to do with long COVID. It does get into the brain. And so there's a lot yet to learn, but there may well be strong reason to stay very, very geared up to be immune to this bug, because it does invade all of your organs, not just your lungs and not just your nose and your throat. So it's a bad bug, and we should have been more respectful of it when it first showed up. And we shouldn't be holding the Olympics in China. Hey, before we come to the end, can I give a little plug about this Alzheimer's?
Whatever you want.
Change the topic?
Yes. Yes. Before you do that, please, I just have two more questions, and then I want to give the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, who I think you know, the last question. What have we learned?
Rodrigo says that you forgot his question.
I'll get to Rodrigo in a second. He may be trying to cancel you. We never know with Rodrigo. You may have said something that, so what do we know now that we didn't know 2 years ago that will benefit civilization? Other than Joe Biden is not up for the job.
Well, he certainly is a lot better than his predecessor.
Yes.
I mean, there's been a lot learned about how to accelerate the pace of insight using social media. I mean, the scientists involved in this have been remarkably generous, and no one is holding back, waiting for publication in some hotshot journal. They're communicating their findings through
Is that the internet or is that social media?
Well, it's the internet, but it's listservs and so forth of people who know a lot.
Right, but it's not Facebook and Twitter.
No, it's
or Instagram.
Well, right. It's more, I suppose, kind of email almost.
Right.
Email groups that really did a good job in getting things done quickly and in getting information out quickly, and in pursuing research that they didn't necessarily plan to do in January of 2020, but bending their minds to the task. We learned that it was worth investing a whole lot in Ebola, because that was what established the science that led to the immunization. It was of help in Ebola, but the science that was developed around Ebola was what got translated to COVID.
Okay.
There's a lot to learn about the communication in terms of all the snafus,
Right.
and the preparation. Lots of us knew that there was inadequate preparation, and we got caught. We didn't have
Right.
enough PPE. We didn't have enough ability to transport things.
Is the lesson, well, I'll go to Rodrigo, then to the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, and then we'll talk about the Alzheimer's drug and we'll wrap it up. Is the takeaway from this, for me, it's been, we need to stop. That we need to stop traveling. We need to stop going into an office and commuting. We need to, that the planet is dying because of the hamster wheel of progress, and that COVID in many ways, and I apologize to anybody who has it or knows somebody who died from it. I don't mean to be insensitive, but isn't the real takeaway from COVID is that if we don't slow down, we're not going to make it?
I think there's a modifier to what you're saying, which is that we also need to learn that we are really bees in a hive, and the hive matters. And it matters that I don't spread this to a lot of other people. It matters that we're responsible for our neighbors. That if you have a neighbor that can't get out to get food, you need to be willing to deliver.
Right.
We are not only individuals, we are also parts of large groups, and the welfare of the group matters.
We are social animals. Rodrigo, what did we say wrong? What did we do wrong, Rodrigo?
Hi, David. I wrote a question in the Q&A. Dr. Lin, the Spanish flu started in the Tennessee Valley in the US and was carried by soldiers into Europe for World War I, and the only reason we know about it is the same reason we call it the Spanish flu. The Spanish newspapers were the only ones in Europe that were not censoring themselves. Can we picture a scenario where the total death toll of COVID-19 is similar because capitalism doesn't want to shut down the economy?
Right. I should mention about Rodrigo, had the question been about German measles, he would have spoken with a thick Bavarian accent. This is one of his party tricks. He's calling from Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there's lots of controversy about where things got started, but the disease needs a name, and I'm glad the World Health Organization insisted upon calling it COVID rather than the Chinese flu or something. And
Right.
Something like this is going to pop up God knows where. I mean, Ebola popped up in Equatorial Africa, and the similar virus that popped up in Toronto in China or Hong Kong some years ago is another example. I think you're right that there's a lot of concern about shutting down the economy over these diseases, and there's a certain sense in which you really do want to get the tomatoes to market. You do want people to get fed. You do want houses to be built. So it's not silly to try to keep the economy going. It's silly to keep the economy going for the benefit of people who make $200,000 or $300,000 and more a year. It's we need to keep the economy going for the people making $20,000 and $40,000 a year.
I live in Manhattan. The most it is a petri dish of capitalism. It is responsible for all the disease and plunder around the world. And I hate everybody who lives in Manhattan, including myself. I think it's just a cesspool. And the world would be better off if Manhattan was shut down. And I mean that. That being said, and I mean that, if Manhattan, Hong Kong, and London were broken up along with Harvard, we would all live happily ever after. But that being said, Manhattan is very productive. They're not productive, not for the good stuff, but they get things done. The things they get done are destructive. That being said, when the president is in town, this island is shut down, and people go, "Oh, okay." When there's a snowstorm, it's shut down. From the time I was a kid, you would hear, "Can't move." In LA, when President Obama went to David Geffen's house for a fundraiser, I sat in 6 hours of traffic and missed my radio show. They just shut LA down because President Obama was doing a fundraiser at David Geffen's house. We shut the economy down when Obama is doing a fundraiser. We shut Manhattan down when the General Assembly is meeting and the president of Iran is in town, and people go, "Well, that's just the price you pay." We can shut the economy down for a month, stay home, It's not that hard to
Yeah. Yeah,
things
you know,
down.
it's even with those examples, you still had the trash picked up. You still had milk at the corner store. Things still got delivered. Things, people in nursing homes still got their bed baths, and people in home care still got help. Shutting down is it's not 100%, and all those parties.
If we had a draft, and I'm serious.
Yeah.
I'm serious. If we had a draft and anybody between the ages of 18 and 20 had to serve, and they're the healthiest, they would temporarily do all the work, and I would be able to sit home and complain about kids on my lawn. Get off my lawn. Reverend Barry W. Lynn before. If I keep talking, she's never coming back.
No,
It should be the name of my autobiography.
I just, I'm going to just, I'm not going to ask the final question. I would like Joanne to just talk a little bit about this Parkinson's drug, because I think it has Alzheimer's drug, because it has.
Oh boy, that's not good.
No, because look, you call it Omicron when it should be Omicron because it's a Greek letter, but it's like Vietnam and Vietnam. We couldn't even figure out while we were in the war how the hell to pronounce the country. But just explain very briefly, because we're out of time, but what is this drug and what's so crazy about it?
I stuck in the chat an exhortation. There are 42 people on the call. If everybody here put in a comment and got 5 other people to put in a comment, you would just about balance the Alzheimer's Association in some minor city. The drug companies and the Alzheimer's Association are pushing like hell to get this drug fully approved. The cost of the drug is about $60,000, $70,000 a year, counting all the stuff.
Is this new drug they're talking about?
Yeah, aducanumab. It's also,
what is
the
it
brand
called?
name is Aduhelm, ADUHELM. It has never been proven to be of benefit. It has been proven only to reduce the amount of amyloid accumulating in the brain, but not to have any clinical effect. And on the basis of a study that showed that, we have raised the Medicare Part B premium by about $15 per month per person for every Medicare beneficiary. The degree to which the drug company, Biogen, but other companies are making very similar drugs. And they really, we really need to push back. CMS came out with the only good decision they could possibly come out with. The FDA approved the drug on an accelerated approval with a whole lot of problems. But CMS, the Medicare program, has decided to only pay for the drug in the context of a clinical study, which is the right decision. But they are getting enormous pressure to open it up. And if they open it up, then the 3 or 4 other drugs in the pipeline will all get approved, and they will all be covered. And we will end up spending on the order of $1 billion a year within a year on drugs that have no proven merit, and in fact cause problems and cause brain bleeds. Almost half of the people who started on the drug had to be stopped because of side effects. So it's a dangerous drug with no proven merit, and really ought to stay in studies and not wide open, paid for everybody. And yes, as somebody just said, it will make big pharma lots of money. And that's exactly the problem, is that they can charge whatever they please. They started out charging $56,000 a year, and they've now cut it in half. They're only charging $28,000 a year for a drug with no proven merit, lots of side effects, and have put Medicare in a very bad spot. So
So what should we do?
Dan just posted the website. Thank you. But yes, just go on, say, yes, CMS did the right thing. Please stay with it. It takes you less than 3 minutes, and get everybody you know to sign on and push back
What
against
is-
Big Pharma.
What is the name of the drug again?
It's called, the brand name is Aduhelm, Aduhelm. The generic name is Aducanumab.
And it's made by Biogen.
Yep.
And you're saying it's quackery.
It is not known to be other than quackery. It is known to be a very expensive, unproven treatment. A very expensive unproven treatment.
And it doesn't treat.
Well, there's no evidence that it actually improves dementia. There's evidence that it reduces the amyloid in your brain, but there's no evidence that doing that.
What is that?
dementia.
Is that aluminum?
No, it's amyloid is a protein, sort of a waste product of a protein breaking down.
So it's not anything like aluminum.
Oh, no, no.
Because I like tinfoil. If I can get tinfoil in my brain, I don't have to worry about electromagnetic fields or mind control or people telling me to drink
Yes,
Diet
of
Coke.
course. But do write the comment.
Aluminum. I'm sorry.
Do write the comment. Everybody write the comment. And it's very simple. It'll take you less than 3 minutes. And it counts. This is one that it matters. You don't have to know a lot. You just have to say, yes, CMS did the right thing. Stay with it.
Right. And what is CMS?
Medicare, Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services.
Okay. We'll
Medicare
spread it. And
too.
I have a newsletter, and I'm going to send that out in the newsletter. Dan, thank you, Dr. Joanne Lynn. It's an honor to have you on the show and a treat. So thank you. And the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, thank you for always. And I understand you're not coming back next week. Is that correct?
I'm afraid I'm going to have to take a week of hiatus. But when I come back, we'll talk about what the Democrats are doing now that they've had not only lost Build Back Better, but even lost all of the voting rights bills just the other day.
I understand they've taken up knitting.
They should have taken up knitting. They should. But I think there is an answer to that. And I hope they've figured it out by 2 weeks from now when I'll come back.
Thank you. Stay out of trouble, Reverend.
Only good trouble, David.
Thank
Only
you.
good trouble. Bye-bye.
Thank you,
for having
Dr.
me on.
Lynn.
Bye-bye.
Please come back, Dr. Lynn. Please. Wow, that's great. The professors and Marianne are coming up. Dr. Lynn is amazing. And she called, I don't think she's proud of this, but she came to office hours like, 2 years ago when COVID first hit and just told us exactly what was going to happen. My friend Michael is a doctor. And around that time, he sent me a text saying, I still have it. My friend Michael is a great doctor, said, you're about to see the whole world change. You will not recognize this country by the time COVID is through with us. And I believe that's true. This is what your grandparents or your parents went through in the 30s and the 40s. We keep thinking it's almost over. And I'm hearing this like in the New York Times. I'm reading columnists I trust who are saying it's the last gasp of COVID. Herd immunity is setting in. It's becoming endemic. It's going away. I hope they're right. World War II for America started in 1942 when we started sending troops to Japan, and we weren't done with World War II until 1945. So that's 42, 43, 44, 40. It's 4 years of major sacrifice. I don't know what's going on with COVID, but Yeah. The professors and Marianne are coming up, I hope. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. We do office hours every Friday night starting at 8 p.m. And I do the first hour, and then everybody else takes over. It's really fantastic. Also, if you'd like to sit in our virtual studio audience, go to my website and sign up. We will be back, I hope, with the professors and Marianne.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. Go to mikesteinel.com and he will, there's Professor Ann Lee. Let me see who we have. Hello, Professor Ann Lee. Professor Adnan is with us, Professor Jonathan Bick, and Professor Marianne Cummings. And Dan, when should we do Community Billboard, Dan?
I will be here till the end of the show, so whenever you're ready.
You will be here till the end of the show. When we should do it then? We should do it before we bring Liam McEnany on, because that will make him so angry. Is Professor Marianne Cummings here?
He might leave if we do that.
Liam is coming up, and then we have, why can't I bring Professor Marianne here?
Try clicking allow video.
Oh, here we go. I clicked my red ruby heels together. That's not working. Oops, I revealed too much about myself.
There she is.
Thank you, Dan. So we'll do it before, there we go. The time now for the professors and Marianne. Professor Marianne Cummings is a physicist as well as a parks commissioner in Aurora, Illinois. Let's get right to it. Professor Ann Lee, welcome. How are you? We'll start with you today. Thank you for doing this.
Busy news day today. Lots happening.
What are you writing over at the Daily Kos?
Oh, there's just all fascinating sorts of things. Kyle Rittenhouse wants his gun back.
Does he want to be reimbursed for the bullets as well?
I don't know. He definitely wants the gun back. His claim is that that he's going to destroy it, but I think he's going to auction it off. Anyway,
Right. I think you're right.
aside from that, Trump claimed that his phone call to the Georgia Secretary of State was another perfect phone call. In fact, it was so perfect, it was more perfect.
Wow.
So that's, and you know, there's just all kinds of neat stuff. I mean, we could talk about the Supreme Court rejecting all those desires to suppress National Archives stuff, because embedded within there, I think, is the some of the communication related to trying to Trump trying to instate martial law. So there's lots of stuff happening. This is a very
Okay.
exciting week.
Yeah, Mike Lindell, the Mike Lindell plan. Let's go around the horn and put all these issues on the table so that everybody gets to talk. Jonathan Bick, Professor Jonathan Bick. What would you
Hi,
like to
Dave.
talk about?
Well, I wanted to talk about the government response to Omicron. It seems like some officials have engaged in a fit of wishful thinking and reckless disregard for public health when they describe Omicron as mild. But this is ignoring the following realities of a pandemic that seems far from over. More people than ever are in the hospital with COVID. More pediatric cases than ever are in the hospital. Other health conditions are going untreated because of COVID-19, and because COVID-19 is overrunning health centers. And there are major staff shortages that are compromising hospital care.
Okay. Let's put that on the table and let's go to Professor Adnan Hussein up in Canada, where all of us are going to be moving to. We're going to be bunking with him. What would you like to talk about?
I guess this week I have been thinking very much about another case of worshipers gathered for prayer being attacked by somebody harboring rather paranoid, bigoted ideas. And I'm not speaking about the fact that we're just about a week away from the 5th anniversary of the Quebec City Mosque massacre on January 29th, 2017, or the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, both of which were, or the case of Dylan Roof's attack on a black church in the Carolinas. Those were all by white supremacists or racists. And I'm thinking, of course, about the Colleyville synagogue hostage situation. And as somebody who's teaching a Jewish-Muslim dialogue course, I'm very seized with the fact that there are so many people whose vision of the world are distorted by these ideas, where they mistake, a small oppressed group, minority, for wielding huge power over the problems that they are so upset about. And in this case, somebody who is incarcerated by the United States as a terrorist or Al-Qaeda supporter, Dr. Afia Siddiqui, whom almost nobody in the US really has heard of, but is actually considered by people in Pakistan, the entire nation and its leadership, as somebody who is unjustifiably being held as a political prisoner in the US.
She's a neuroscientist, isn't she? Isn't she a
She's
PhD?
MIT trained, got her PhD in Brandeis University.
Primarily Jewish.
Yeah,
Brandeis.
essentially, that's right. And so I guess just the brief remark I would make about this is that here's somebody who's imagining or thinking that this small community of Jews in a synagogue near where she's being held are somehow the key to trying to reverse this situation of terrible injustice from his perspective. And it is mistaking, the fact that this is a product of U.S. Occupation, the global war on terror, and is really misplacing, where the cause here, is. But it comes from this powerlessness and this idea that these global forces are arrayed against you. And so I've been thinking a little bit about how one can address, and I think it really requires understanding and thinking about history in a different way in order to really understand this situation. So anyway, that's kind of, we could
Great.
talk more about it, but
Yeah.
that's what I was thinking about this week.
Right. And Professor Marianne, I want to do this segment this way because I find I'd like to go around the horn first and then throw the topics up. I think that's
I just want to follow up with what was mentioned with Professor Hussein. I mean, we have real traumatized people who have that. For instance, I just reminded me of this Nadal Hassan, who's the army doctor who shot up a bunch of people several years ago at an army base. He was known when he went over to, I believe it was Afghanistan or Iraq, and he was known to have made very provocative statements, that he was known to have become kind of radicalized over this. And yet they're allowing him to just go back, to duty. Juxtapose that with this FBI counterterrorism outfit, the one that Trevor Aronson in The Intercept wrote about extensively for years, when it was targeting, isolated, kind of mentally ill, young Muslim men, and trying to entice them into a crime. Okay, so we've got, and that's a lot of energy, that's a lot of focus and time and money on the part of the FBI, yet they don't seem to be tracking down the real problems, the real individuals. And maybe they're not tracking it down on purpose. But it seems that, we've got an FBI determined to make more terrorists, not fewer, and that has been, quote unquote, inept at stopping terrorist actions for quite some time, almost as if somebody wanted it that way. I'm being paranoid, but I'm saying that you've got a mindset where this actually happens, where we have an overreaching FBI and surveillance state, and yet we're not safe, even with like record level of national surveillance and unconstitutional activities on the part of our security apparatus.
right. Well, let's talk about, this is great. So just reviewing the topics you all wanted to talk about, let's start off with the Supreme Court saying that Trump's papers, his documents, are not just allowed to be held by the National Archives. They are now in the hands of the Congressional Committee investigating January 6th. We've been very critical on this show of the Democrats for, pardon the expression, harping on January 6th, not moving forward, that the American people, sure, we want to get to the bottom of this, but we have more important things to worry about. Between now and the midterms, the Democrats are going to stay on this. Are we going to see Letitia James, the New York Attorney General? Are we going to see some charges? Are we going to see the new Manhattan District Attorney make some charges? We have the Fulton County DA, who I think today summoned a grand jury, but I guess you need a grand jury to indict in Fulton County, Georgia. What are we going to see in the next 3 or 4 months? And should we be seeing it?
Well, everything in its own time. I think what's nice is that it's not necessarily convergence, but we see now, everything sort of falling into place. We see, a grand jury in Georgia. We see a response by Trump getting nervous. I mean, his little thing about the perfect second phone call is a clear response to the formation of a grand jury, as well as trying to distract from the Supreme Court stuff. So it's all of a piece. Now, there's certainly a cynicism, I think, in the left, at least in the comments on the left, that no one's going to jail and that Trump will never see a day behind bars, which is maybe what we're all hoping for. Just the perp walk alone would be historic, monumental. I mean, truly monumental. But I don't even think we're going to get there. I think he's going to, there'll be something. There'll be a plea bargain. It could get even crazier, maybe Eric Trump will give himself up for the New York tax fraud case. He'll sacrifice himself for his father. Something else might occur. So we need to be, I think, realistic.
Does anybody, let me ask everybody, Professor Hussein, do you think in the next 4 years, any member of the Trump family will be behind bars?
Absolutely not.
Professor Bick.
I think it's unlikely, unfortunately.
Professor Marianne Cummings.
I think it's about as likely as watching Dick Cheney and George W. Bush get frog-mugged. Because remember, that ruling does not just apply to Trump. That sets precedent for everybody. So I don't know.
And Professor Lee, what do you think?
I have hopes that at least, we'll get a paper indictment of some kind. I think what'll happen is the usual disinformation and, sort of stonewalling and delays. And, he's going to be at the end of certain statutes of limitations on certain things. But frankly, I think there's some things that still need to be resolved. That is perhaps 10. If we can get 1 out of the 10 Mueller report obstruction of justice charges, I think maybe that's the best we can hope for historically.
And let me go around I don't want to say around the horn, but the argument against Trump getting indicted is partly cowardice and partly patriotism. Garland, Biden, when they're sitting at David Rubenstein's house, they say it's not good for the country because then it becomes tit for tat. That if we start, this is what they do in a banana republic. The new president looks behind and starts indicting. Where will it end? What do you say, Professor Hussein, to that, if you were there?
Well, I've heard that theory as well, but one side seems to be willing to behave that way regardless, and is not subject to or influenced by the appeal that we all have to restrain ourselves once you are in power and not carry these vendettas forward. I mean, the whole logic of the Republican and far-right politics of the last 2 decades has been, when you're in power, make the Democrats pay, do whatever you can, push whatever legislation you can through norms and so on. I don't think they would go to look at the hearings that they had on Hillary Clinton in Libya, and just making a mountain out of
tragedy.
Yeah, I mean, so
But they didn't. But he did not lock her up.
Yeah, I don't think they would really go that far for the reason that Professor Marianne mentioned, is that you can achieve political ends by being ruthless, but if you actually start prosecuting and incarcerating people, that opens up a can of worms that might undermine the class control of those who are in power. But I do think that there is a bit of a problem that in terms of the Democrats' piety towards these norms and so on. We can't get rid of the Senate parliamentarian. We can't get rid of the filibuster. And, they only now have been putting on the table getting rid of the filibuster. We've had a whole year, where there was important legislation to push through. So they seem to have this piety towards these so-called kinds of norms, but the Republicans don't abide by the same standard. And I think you can't continue in that vein. I think it'd be much better to be aggressive and push, for the policies and the positions by whatever means they can.
Professor Bick, what if I said, hey, tit for tat, keep locking them up. New president, look back, you commit a crime, lock them up. They should be afraid. If you're in the White House and you lose, the new president has every right to unleash his Justice Department on the previous administration. See if it holds up in court. Wouldn't that be better off if we started electing presidents who were not prone to committing crimes? I mean, Hillary Clinton should have been locked up, as should have Bill. And, Barack Obama should have been locked up for killing American civilians using drone strikes. Just keep locking these people up until they think twice about disobeying the law. What's wrong with locking up previous presidents?
I think that if they've committed serious crimes and they have been found guilty in a court of law, that they should be. I think that.
But what about chaos? But then it's chaos. Then nobody can govern. We can't make. Who's going to make the tough decisions that our leaders need to make if they keep getting locked up? That's the argument, right?
We don't have chaos now, because
Professor Marianne.
because of not holding people accountable. I think that the people that are in government should be held to a higher standard than the average citizen.
Right.
The rule of law is absolutely fundamental to a democratic system. And I know we're not democratic, but we should aim to be. Because in my view, and I think in the view of many people, democracy is the only legitimate type of government.
Okay. Professor Marianne Cummings, you're a politician, and Nancy Pelosi just sold $1 million worth of Apple stock. She has a real estate portfolio that's approaching $100,000. And there's the Stock Act, which apparently some Democrats have not been honoring. But she said that we're a capitalist nation, and why shouldn't politicians who serve the American people be able to participate in this growing economy? And if you only allow politicians who have no money to serve, or if you're going to end up, if you have so many constraints, like put your money in a blind trust, then we're not going to get the cream of the crop willing to serve the what? Who's laughing? How are we going to get the best and the brightest to serve in Washington if we don't pay them and allow them to trade and make money?
Well, I can tell you that the real movers and shakers at least in the hard scientists, are people who make no money. They're the graduate students, there's the postdocs, they're the untenured professors. It's just these guys are the people willing to put in 16 and 18-hour days when we're running an experiment. So, that statement of Nancy Pelosi's, though, just reveals who she is. That was a monumentally dishonest and corrupt statement. She's not dumb. She knows that with the kind of information she is privy to, that she or her husband making this kind of stock deals, this is not open market. This is not even capitalism or finance or even gambling. It's insider trading. I mean, it's the biggest insider trading you can get.
But you're not going to get this is a meritocracy in America. You're not going to get the well-educated. You're not going to get the best if you just.
What's Nancy Pelosi's degree in? I think basically the key to her early political success was having the biggest house to throw parties at for the Democratic Party in San Francisco. Okay.
Professor Adnan Hussein.
I just want to know, when do we get this best and the brightest? I'm really waiting. I'm waiting for when we get them. But actually, of course, the best and the brightest. Who's the best at? Was Einstein motivated by money?
He was obsessed with compound interest. I'm serious. Okay. I'm serious. I look it up. He was obsessed with the miracle of compound interest. I'm not making that up.
That's because he thought it was a miracle. I mean, he thought it was really extraordinary. I mean, but I think the best and the brightest are people who are so dedicated and passionate and curious about the issues or the area that they work in, that they don't care about the money. The true
Professor Amley, isn't the best and the brightest a pejorative? Didn't David Halberstam use that sarcastically?
Yes,
indeed he did. I think it came on after talking about the whiz kids. So it's of that era that yes, it was sarcastic relative to technocracy can solve everything. Well, it can't. I mean, we see that now with climate crisis.
Right. The term "best and the brightest" is a put down, but somehow it got twisted. The profit motive, liberation theology, the Catholic Church. How did we get liberation theology without any profit motive? Could somebody explain that to me? Where's the profit motive in? Okay, let's move on. The COVID, we just spoke, Professor Jonathan Bick, you were saying that this is a lot worse than, do we know? I looked at the numbers with Dr. Lin in the previous segment. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, like 800,000 new cases a day. Is that... I don't watch enough television. Is that being reported? Like, how is this being? What do most Americans think is going on with COVID?
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. I mean, I'm really. It's very upsetting to see how the government is handling this, and it is true that the odds of an extended hospital stay and death are lower with Omicron on an individual scale. Mm-hmm. But the numbers show that Omicron, in fact, is very serious on a population level because it's so much more contagious. And you're getting more people in the hospital and almost as many people dying. I mean, yesterday, almost 2,000 people died in one day because of COVID. That's pretty serious.
I guess the ratio of deaths to hospitalization is down because of the vaccine. That had we not had the vaccine, those numbers would be higher, given that 800,000 people a day.
Oh,
and
definitely.
Dr. Lin says that we know of. Mm-hmm. You do the home test. If I test positive with this test, that doesn't get registered with the CDC.
Well, that was always the problem with, I think Henry and Irritable talked a little bit about that, the case rate versus the infection rate. And that's always, you always have to study samples of populations that you totally control to be able to get from the case rate to the real infection rate, or at least have an idea. And as Henry was explaining, it was, you model for susceptibility, exposure, infection, and then recovery, SEIR. That's kind of the four. And so this modeling is well known and it's used, but you have to start with, sampling of real data. And when you have like a variant that's new and you don't have much. The only real studies that have gone on so far has been South Africa. You know, you have big error bars on your extrapolation between the cases you actually report and the actual infection. But just going by the cases actually reporting, it's pretty damn high. I mean, it's like 4 times higher than the last peak. So, you know, and I think also Professor John is right. You know, the conditional probability, if A, then B, if you get it, you're less likely to die. Yes, that's lower. But the initial probability that you get it is way higher. So you have to multiply that number times the conditional probability. And that's why you're getting kind of a wash or an uptick. You know, we don't even know. The CDC last week came out with a statement that most of the deaths, because the death rate had been going up slowly but steadily since November from the Delta variant. And as last week they said the vast majority of death is still from the Delta variant. It takes about 2 or 3 weeks from the initial case reporting. So, but they don't, I'm trying to find out where they sort out deaths that were Delta from deaths that were Omicron, and I can't find it in the United States. They have done that in the UK, and they ascertained that the death rate from Omicron is actually quite low, but you have to let it play out for a month.
We have the worst reporting in the industrialized world when it comes to.
Oh, and did you hear that? I saw the memo. I saw it being reported in the Twitter sphere that as of February 2nd, the government is not going to require that hospitals report COVID deaths.
I guess
out of sight, out of mind. I don't know.
Right. It's unbelievable. Our Centers for Disease Control has been so defunded that we can fund a vaccine, but we had to study Israel to see what the hospitalizations were like on the Pfizer vaccine, because we can't report. We don't have centralized reporting.
We'll hand over billions and billions to pharmaceutical companies to manufacture the vaccine that was largely developed with public funding.
Professor Lee, what do you go ahead? I'm sorry.
Well, and also on this, I mean, shouldn't this be an opportune moment to make the case and the argument for, one, the need for massive investment in our public health infrastructure? Why are we not building more hospitals? Why are we not providing, Medicare for all? Clearly, there were miscalculations. We used the political establishment used the promise and prospect of a vaccine to suggest that this would be a short period of time. And so we could do these lockdowns and we could impose these for a short period of time because the vaccines would come and save us. Well, clearly this is a bigger problem. There will be future pandemics. Why are we not taking this opportunity right now when we have the consciousness that this is clearly a lot more involved and taking a lot more time to come through, to say and to emphasize that now's the time to actually prepare. We've had 2 years and we wasted it, okay, because we thought we were going to get out of it with this magic bullet of the vaccine. We're not going to get out of it with that. There's no substitution at this point for building more hospitals, training more nurses, providing PPE, giving people health care. There's just no alternative. But who's making this case now? It seems to me this has become so politicized that we have to have the lockdowns. As if we just can keep doing lockdowns. Well, that was supposed to tread water while we put in the infrastructure, flatten the curve so that you could build up the resources needed to actually deal with the scale of the crisis that was coming, and we didn't do the other part of it. So let's not just emphasize at this moment that, we need more lockdowns and have a culture war over that. Let's destroy that argument and say we need, $1 trillion right now because we need to build all these hospitals. We need trained people. We need to give people health care. Otherwise, this is going to kill us and kill the economy.
The argument against that, Professor Ann Lee, is: are you going to trust the government with 1/3 of our economy? Something like 1/3 of our economy is healthcare. Why should we trust the government with? To which I say, well, if the government ran healthcare, it wouldn't be 1/3 of our economy.
Exactly. There's such an argument for centralizing data. This entire fiasco with COVID is because we don't have a much more integrated big data, centralized with health apparatus. It revealed all of the problems at the national and public health level, and we saw them every day with the Trumpian press conferences where he would just blather on, and then this CDC, Fauci, et cetera, would all be trying to sort of kowtow to what he was trying to do, whereas they were actually trying to describe what the reality was, what really needed to be done. And had we actually followed that, we'd be much better off. Fewer people would have died.
I'm older than everybody. There was a time when George W. Bush was president, and I remember my friends who were on the right saying, well, the government isn't going to let that happen. We were running on fumes from the New Deal around 2001, 2003. If it got that bad, the government steps in on any issue. When you be arguing whatever, you'd say, okay, play that out for me. And they'd say, well, if it got that bad, the government would step in. And then Katrina happened, and the government wasn't there. And it was on TV. And those same people who would say, well, the government isn't going to let that happen, now said, we have created a nation of African Americans who are so dependent on government, they can't even step out of the way of a hurricane. And I went, wow, really? That was the message. This is what welfare has done to the African Americans in New Orleans, that they're so dependent on the government, they don't have the common sense to get out of the way of a hurricane. And I thought, accelerationism, like things have to get so bad that finally Americans will say enough. Things in motion stay in motion. The older I get, the more I learn things in motion stay in motion. I don't know if you know that term, Professor Marianne Cummings. I don't know if they ever taught you that. You're a physicist.
Back in undergraduate.
You're a physicist.
And the idea, and that's what some of us were telling people even 5 or 6 years ago, that Bernie Sanders, people thought he was just going to be, a little novelty campaign. And I said, no, Bernie Sanders is going to be as serious as a heart attack. And it's not going to be the Republicans that he upsets. It's going to be the Democrats he upsets. And I've been trying to tell people who were with Bernie that decide, well, we have to go with the Democrats, and go, no, you are getting all this blowback from the Democratic Party because Bernie is stepping in and trying to stop that momentum, which is both parties. And here, now, group, by the way, I'm sitting here listening to, well, the Republicans come in and they do whatever they want. The Democrats come in there and they want bipartisanship. I said, dudes, it's like you're trying to make the guy, the charming con artist who gets you to go down into the alley, out to be more redeemable than his partner who clobbers you and takes your wallet. They are funded by the same people. They are doing the same scheme. They're doing the same scam. So yeah, it's
Give us a physics lesson. Give me a physics lesson about things in motion, staying in motion. How do you stop? What is the Newtonian lesson of the Reagan Revolution? Because it's not stopping. No matter this idea that eventually it's going to stop because people are going to realize that we need each other. We need a government, and you can't corporatize bare necessities. How do you stop this?
Oh, I think, first of all, empires and even regimes, dictatorial regimes, they've never lasted. They've never lasted.
But they get replaced by other dictatorial regimes. That doesn't mean.
Sometimes it does, or sometimes, things really get bad, but people always moved on. And look, watch the movie The Grapes of Wrath, because we're all adults and a lot of us are old. And so we think dismal thoughts and nothing's going to change. But if you watch The Grapes of Wrath, you notice in every single scene where they're the kids in the Joad family, the kids are having a blast. The kids are experiencing all of this as an adventure, like we're gypsies, we're doing, and of course it's horrible for the adults, but the kids move on. And so, I don't know what happens.
The lesson is infantilize Americans and they'll enjoy.
The lesson is that maybe the adults, the adults are so set in their ways. Unless you can get way outside your comfort zone, and most of us won't or can't, you're not going to be part of the solution. But you see young kids out there, when they protest, they're fearless. I noticed this 20 years ago when I was protesting against Bushy's illegal war. It was, I was prepared for being clubbed by cops. I had my father's law office on speed dial, but the kids that were with us were having a great time. And they made it a great time. That didn't stop the war, and that wasn't even always broadcast by our news media, but the rest of the world saw that. The rest of the world saw that most of the people in the United States weren't with that war. So,
Great.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to be, whatever happens, it's probably not going to make you comfortable, David. We're probably going to have a massive political overthrow, and it might mean alliances like Fred Hampton's alliance with the Illinois Patriots. It might be an alliance with people who are most on this thread would find repulsive, but they're in the same boat we are, in that they're economically extremely vulnerable.
I don't have to make common cause with anybody who eats pizza with their hands, right?
I'd kind of make an exception there.
Okay, thank you.
And they don't have to make cause with you.
I want to talk about Dr. King and Fred Hampton, and I was quoting Professor Hussein and Gerald Horne on the last show, so I want to talk about Dylan Roof and Quebec City in a second. Professor Ann Lee, make the case for Joe Biden and the Democrats as an intellectual exercise. How do you make the case for them?
Well, it's I think we're still in the post-Trumpian hangover. People aren't even used to having someone talk in complete sentences during their press conference. I mean, that we're in a very strange place now, where, it was the Biden press conference a stunt or not? I mean, he was up there for 2 hours and he actually said stuff, and he got real pissed off at some people too, but in a way that was, less sort of bullying everyone and actually revealing how stupid some of the members of the press are. It was actually very good. But the reality is that should have been the normal case for the last, 16 to 20 years, and it hasn't been. So
was the press conference a disaster? Was it a disaster? I was told it was a 2-hour train wreck. Not true?
No, I don't think it was. That claim is true, except in the case of the press trying to spin the invasion, their small invasions versus big invasions sort of gaffe that he made. which wasn't really unintelligible, but it's obvious they had to go in and fix that. For the most part, it actually was okay.
What, and his cognitive
again-
ability?
Oh God! Well, the person who asked that question was a real, how shall we euphemize it, a rectal orifice from Newsmax. And in fact, Biden just didn't answer it because it was so stupid. But it is.
Or
But
he
they did.
forgot what the question was.
Well, that's true too. But he led off talking about Hunter Biden, so we knew it was like a bad clue. It was just.
Right.
I think we're still treading water. We'll see more in the 2022 election, and then it'll get crazier again. For example, I've been sort of pushing the trope that Kirsten Sinema is going to be Trump's running mate, because I think that something like that is going to occur if Trump gets that far.
I'm with stupid will be their motto, their slogan. I'm stupid. Professor Adnan Hussein, we have to. I want to make sure I thought I did a pretty good job today, getting all the issues on the table. I'd like to do it this way so everybody is heard. I haven't been doing it right in the past. I think it was Dr. Martin Luther King's holiday on Monday, and you've talked. Some of your first appearances on this show was talking about Dr. King and teaching us a couple of things that I just want to review. One is the lesson that you've taught, along with Professor Gerald Horne, is that African American leaders tend to get assassinated when they reach across to white people. Fred Hampton and Malcolm X and Dr. King. Is that
Well,
the
that's
lesson?
one component that makes them dangerous, is if they can forge some kind of political coalition beyond just the issue of civil rights or combating racism. If they can transform their politics to have wider applicability and to change society on a broader level. So Dr. King, when he started forging, labor struggle effectively, that was and really highlighted class issues. And he in the famous Three Evils speech did talk about the poverty in Appalachia, as well as the poverty in the ghettos and on the former plantations, sharecroppers in the South and so on, that there was a problem of poverty that was a great evil that needed to be combated. That was concerning, I think. But I would say what really also very much exposed him to danger is when he and Malcolm X both, when they really brought in the critique of the national security state and the U.S. militarism and empire abroad, that really became intolerable. So Dr. Martin Luther King really lost a lot of white liberal, centrist support. Even the flagship mainstream media outlets criticized him for coming out expressly against the Vietnam War. They tried to characterize him as moving out of his lane, sort of a racist. He shouldn't have a position as a, person struggling against racism for black civil rights in this country. He should know his lane and not presume to criticize U.S. foreign policy and the war. I think that's what really put him in the crosshairs.
Right. And through the mists of time, the right, because Dr. King has been forced on them, they twist and turn his memory into whatever they want him to be. And I've heard people say on Fox that he would be against critical race theory. Talk to me. The other thing I talked about on Monday's show, and I was quoting you and Professor Horn, the idea of race. Race is an idea. That's one of the things you've taught me. Race didn't exist until it needed to be something, right?
Well, I guess I just would emphasize that our idea and perception of race that we take as some kind of natural condition, it's part of our biological makeup or being, is something that didn't occur to people in previous times. They had different ideas about ethnicity or religion as the basis for difference. So cultural markers, religious identities at different times in history, these things mattered far more, and they didn't describe problems of difference in terms of race. And also the idea of race, biological theory of racism, is something that emerges, in 18th, 19th centuries with a different form of thinking. It's interesting to me to look at, in the history of the Mediterranean, the way in which religious difference was predominating as the basis for how people understood their world, and what it meant to be a citizen in the sense of a privileged subject that had political rights, was much more a matter of religious identification. And all the wars of religion that happened in Europe were precisely about how do you reconcile the problems of new religious conflicts and differences. In the Reformation, how do you reconcile that with the state system? Who, you need a Catholic king ruling over a Catholic people. So your sense of what is the political community was formed by this cultural and religious identity, and not by, other ideas that come later, nationalism, but also increasingly race and racism as the real markers and dividers between people.
We have to wrap it up.
My point is just that you have to historicize that conception, because people didn't perceive it in the same way. It didn't have the same social meaning.
When I was a kid and I found out that there were slaves in Greece and ancient Rome, I remember, and I was told they weren't black. This is when I thought, well, how do you know who the slaves are? In America, you saw a black person, you knew that's a slave. Is that why race was invented? So that we could differentiate between slaves and free people? The idea of race emerged so that Africans could be extracted from their native land and stacked like wood and shipped to America. There had to be a race, a subhuman race, to justify that.
That's a lot of this important biological race thinking comes out of the early 19th century. There are a lot of kind of American figures who are very significant in it. Obviously, it has its roots earlier, so one wouldn't say it was just invented at this time, but it certainly was reinforced and developed as a way of justifying a system of slavery that was absolutely crucial to the economy of this society. And so I think there's slavery is a global phenomenon throughout history. There have been slaves, but there's a difference to be drawn between societies with slavery, where it has existed and it's part of the social makeup, and slave societies, that is, societies that absolutely depend foundationally for the structure of their whole economy and society on systems of forced labor like that. In the U.S. and Caribbean and much of South America were really slave societies. They could not have existed. You couldn't describe those societies without discussing the institution of slavery and its impact. And of course, there were variations and differences in how and whether this was racialized and in what form. And we ended up with, the particular and peculiar form of racism coming from our system of slavery in the U.S.
Well,
The peculiar institution.
I
Graf,
want
did
to
you?
make a comment or a question to Professor Hussein. I think a lot of that strictly racial stuff was the fallout from the Constitutional Convention that didn't solve the slavery issue. Because what happened after that was systematic dehumanization. I mean, there's a lot of intermarriage in the continental United States before the Revolutionary War, but there were laws that forbade the teaching of a slave how to read, laws that forbade whites and blacks from marrying, laws that were constructed to make sure that the Black population, that the African-American population, at least in the southern states, were definitely considered as something, fully human. And that was very conscious. That was a very conscious ideology. And this is too broad a topic for this segment, but somebody has sent me some essays that I need to read through about how the way Native Americans were handled, and how even to this day that they can't get back the wealth that they're owed, the lands that they're owed, because of Supreme Court rulings in the early 19th century that relied on just completely erroneous judicial thinking about, the primacy of Christian nations that go and take over, quote, uncivilized areas. So all of this is construction. It really is construction. And unfortunately, we are social creatures. So our personalities and our identities are products of the environment, laws, things that we've decided we're going to accept, things that make our families happy, etc.
You raised absolutely wonderful points. And in looking at that relationship, you mentioned Christian nations. And so what I was thinking about that is a lot of those measures that you're talking about, anti-miscegenation so-called laws, right? About preventing intermarriage between the races, anti-literacy laws, these kinds of techniques for policing and controlling and separating populations. I mean, where do these kinds of ideas come from? You look at medieval Spain and you see that there were rules against intermarriage between Christians, Muslims, and Jews. They wanted to keep these communities very separate, and it was illegal. The first anti-miscegenation laws that you can see in a new polity are in the Crusader Latin kingdoms, where they outlawed, in 1120, the Council of Nablus, they said no Christian. There was, there were all these Crusaders, Latins, that had come, mostly men. They didn't have a lot of women. They were very concerned about intermarriage taking place. And so there's a whole history of where those kinds of boundaries that were fundamentally policed as religious boundaries between religious communities end up being applied to accomplish similar kinds of purposes when society is now being reorganized on the basis of race and racial difference. So I think you're right on and spot on that these are constructs that are used in particular and develop in particular circumstances. But I see that, we have Professor Harvey Kaye is on the call, and he should probably talk more about this than I, since he actually knows something serious about American history during this period. But great points, Marianne Cummings.
Well, thank you both. Thank you all, both. I got to do my math properly. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor Ann Lee. Thank you, Professor Jonathan Bick. Thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein. And thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. I can't thank you enough. You just, words fail me, which you probably all know by now. That's you're listening to the David Feldman Show. And coming up, Professor Harvey J. Kaye and Alan Minsky.
Minsky and Kaye, they go together like PB and J, like Thelma and Louise. Louise, like mac and cheese, like Sacco and Vanzetti, like meatballs and spaghetti. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got a lot to say, 'cause they're Minsky and Kay. Minsky and Kay, they go together like curds and whey. Like Starsky and Hutch, like Pennsylvania and Dutch, like Beavis and Butthead, like beans and cornbread. Alan runs the PDA, he fights hypocrisy. Harvey writes books about democracy. Minsky and Kay, that's right. Minsky and Kay. Minsky and Kay. Minsky and Kay. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got lots to say. Minsky and Kay. Yeah, Alan Minsky.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. Go to mikesteinel.com to learn more about this brilliant creator. He is a jazz trumpeter, composer, educator. He was a member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019, author of the highly acclaimed Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary. His latest is Running the Changes. And go to Origin Records, go to mikesteinel.com and pick up Song and Dance, the Mike Steinel Quintet featuring Rosanna Eckert. He's not on the show today, Professor Harvey J.K. and Alan Minsky. He is pretty amazing, isn't he?
He is. Does he still... Does he do Monday night with you? What happens?
He does Monday nights.
Yeah.
And he is fearless. And the thing, there are many things I love about him. He is not afraid to put it out there. And it's
it was really nice. I sent him a note last week so I could get a copy of just the Minsky and Kay.
Right.
Keep it on my phone. And I love the guy.
He's great. And I'm going to do a proper introduction in a second. Watch Get Back, borrow somebody's password for the Disney Channel. Watch the Beatles putting together Get Back, and you will be fearless like Professor Mike Steinel, because creation, you got to put stuff up on its feet and just read it, see it, listen to it, and correct it and show it to people, and never be afraid to be productive, to be fecund, prolific. Never listen to people who say, why are you doing this? You're doing it because it brings you as close to God as you can get. If you believe in the great creator, the way to get as close to the source is by creating something. And don't let anybody ever tell you you have no right to be creative, to be artistic, to speak your mind, unless you're Marjorie Taylor Greene, in which case you should get a lobotomy. Alan Minsky is executive director. I don't think that ended well. I'm not good with closers. I ramp it up and then I just don't finish. Alan Minsky is executive director of Progressive Democrats of America. Professor Harvey J.K. is the author of countless books. Buy them now. Take hold of our history. The Fight for the Four Freedoms, FDR on Democracy. Buy these books now more than ever. Dr. Martin Luther King, we have a holiday once a year. They were kicking and fighting. I believe Arizona was the last to get on board. Your thoughts on Dr. King, Professor Harvey J. King?
I wish the monument had a better statue. I don't like the statue indeed. I like the idea of the monument. I just find the statue just somehow not Martin Luther King Jr.
How about naming the J. Edgar Hoover building after him in
I
Fred
like
Hampton?
it. I definitely like it.
That's a brutalist monstrosity, and I like brutalist architecture because
Oh, you do?
it's nostalgic for my childhood. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Defend J. Edgar
What
Hoover.
makes you what? Wait a minute. It just hold on. What part of your childhood was involved? Did
1970s? It was like these geometric brutalist cement.
Was it called Brutalist?
I'm not sure if it was called that so much at the time. It was just, wow, those new buildings they're putting up that everyone hates, and yet they were cool because they were so geometric and so on and so forth. I mean, Montreal, Canada has a ton of great brutalist architecture. But my dad was at Washington University in St. Louis, and they moved him from one of the old buildings that looked like revival
yeah,
Gothic.
a pink Oxford is what it looks like.
Yeah, they built this one brutalist building, this hyper modern building, and he moved into it. And that building was torn down after about 25 years. But when it was being built, he was moving from it, and I was like 7 or 8 years old. The idea that this was the absolute cutting edge of progressive creativity for the modern world made an impression on me. So, I have nostalgia.
Right. Professor K. I just said, let's name the FBI building, take J. Edgar Hoover's name off the FBI building. Is there any case to be made for J. Edgar Hoover? During World War II, how did FDR deal with him?
It's funny. It's really funny to say that because the stuff I was doing, I didn't come across a lot of those kinds of references. But he was I only know of J. Edgar Hoover as this weird guy, weird guy who ruined a lot of people's lives. And
was he necessary to shape America's character? I called him one of the worst people of the 20th century.
Yeah,
Is there
I'm sure you're right about. I'm sure you're right about. I mean, yes, I agree with you on that. Absolutely.
He wasn't Beria. I mean, Stalin had Beria. Hoover wasn't taking people to Gulag. Well, he wasn't. People weren't getting shot in the middle of the night.
Yeah, yeah. He seemed to more enjoy sort of utterly marginalizing people and driving them out of public life and driving them out of government. And, so now, is there a redeeming quality in all that? I don't think so. I mean, there could have been others doing it in a far more, if you like, contained, controlled, and subordinate fashion.
Alan Minsky. I can remember talking to my relatives, my Jewish relatives who lived in Cleveland and sang the praises. Hang on, of the Rockefellers. This is the. Hang on, not every that I remember hearing in thick Yiddish. We were new to this country, and the Rockefellers taught us manners. That they funded the opera, the Philharmonic, the museums, the parks, the schools. We came off the boat. We didn't know any better. It was noblesse oblige. Without the Rockefellers showing us manners and art, we were peasants, and we needed the Rockefellers to help us assimilate. I heard that in a thick Yiddish accent from some of my self-hating Jewish relatives. But is there anything to that? If is there any value to the paternalism of the Bushes and the CIA? You're a man of Yale, Alan Minsky. Don't
I
we
would say
need
this about the rock. I want to stick on architecture.
Yale to teach us what?
I want to stick on architecture here. So, you go to New York City, there's the Chrysler Building, which is an amazing building. Empire State Building, a little bit more banal, but still, this sort of soaring kind of Art Deco exterior skyscraper. But then Rockefeller Center is something else. I mean, to be, with a place where you're looking down the promenade and there's 50 Rock and there's the area where the ice skating rink is. It's spectacular civic architecture, all for the glory of the Rockefellers and capitalism. But
no. Come on, Frida Kahlo.
I'm not dissing it. It's an incredible work of urban architecture and urban landscaping. It's spectacular. And
but it's also a tribute to the working class.
Well, of course, that becomes a part of it in terms of Diego Rivera working on it and all that stuff. Though his work got a little bit painted over in places,
smashed.
But I think what really sort of is a big way to dampen the revolutionary left, which is of course very strong in the first third of the 20th century, let alone after the Depression and the next 12 years in the United States with the New Deal and everything. But that was built, I think, in the 20s. Is the incredible rate of the transformation of the environment, of technology, industrialization. I mean, people were amazed by those things, and so they built a spectacular place in New York City as a temple to progress and all that stuff. And
I thought it was a temple, Professor Harvey J.K. I think Rockefeller Center was built at the height of the Depression and as a temple to labor, to the working class. It is a center. It's Rockefeller Center. All the trains, you can land underneath Rockefeller Center from any point of New York City, and that it honored the worker. I thought. Wasn't that the intent?
You're right. I think it was designed in the 20s and completed in the 30s. I think that's right. Go ahead, Hardy.
But it is I actually don't know much about Rockefeller Center other than what I've experienced there. I know nothing of the history really. But to go to what you're saying, I think it's fascinating to be underground at Rockefeller Center. I mean, it really is, to my own experience, it's a maze, but indeed, once you figure out where you are, you can just go about anywhere in that Midtown area. It's extraordinary place.
In the 30s, as I understand it, Alan Minsky, if you watch movies from the 30s, they were terrified of communism. So there was a tension in the movies between the middle class, the poor, and the richest among us, that there was a dialogue, a dialectic going on in movies in the 30s that addressed poverty. And granted, all the rich people were portrayed as sympathetic, but so were the working class. There was shame associated with being wealthy, and I remember the Bowery Boys and Humphrey Bogart, and they demonized some spoiled rich kids in those movies and who didn't care about the plight of the poor. Right, Professor K, culturally?
Well, there's a tendency to remember the 30s movies in terms of that which we most enjoyed. They came in all forms, the movies of the 30s. I mean, and don't forget that Grapes of Wrath is actually a very late 1930s book and doesn't appear as a movie until 1940, I guess it was. Yeah.
And that, as I remember, the Grapes of Wrath, Henry Fonda plays Tom Joad, an Okie, who, while he's driving to escape the Dust Bowl, studies law and works really hard at the end of the movie and ends up in a big house with a pool and a tennis court because he picked himself up by his bootstraps. I think that was the message of The Grapes of Wrath, I believe. And he opened up his own winery to remind himself.
Right. When they made it to California, he opened his own winery. That's right.
In Marin.
That's why it's called Grapes of Wrath, you know? I mean, he was just angry at everybody else.
Right. Look how far I've come. I'm a self-made man. Why can't everybody else do that? I think that's.
Yeah. I mean, I hope people see that movie if they haven't already. It really is extraordinary. And not in the version you're telling.
Yeah, Philadelphia Story is a little late, but
funny you mentioned the Philadelphia Story. I confess, I absolutely love the dialogue in that. It's just fantastic.
In Holiday, which is also Katharine Hepburn and Cary Grant, they break into the Internationale at one point when they're sort of in the middle part of the film, and it sort of chaoses before the getting back together of the couple, and all that occurs in the final reel. And that's, again, she's like a wealthy family, and he's a commoner, and it's a rebellion against the stuffiness of the wealthy family. And at one point they rebel against it by singing the Internationale. But I think a lot of those films that were popular at that time had a lot of glorification of wealth. And I look back, Rockefeller Center was initially planned in 28, 29, wasn't construction until 31, first buildings opened 33. And so it does have this kind of surface of glorifying the workers, but it's Rockefeller Plaza. It's to the glory of the great capitalist family. I mean, you know, so that kind of co-option occurs, but it's still an unbelievable.
But right across the street is that discount department store, Saks, Fifth Avenue.
There we go. Yes, right. And then St.
Patrick's Cathedral, the temple of the people.
I wasn't allowed to shop at Saks. I was Jewish. We shopped at Tay-Saks, Fifth Avenue. Jesus, sorry.
No, actually, was it Maze down in Union Square? Was that the?
I do remember walking through. Anyway, let's talk about.
Let's celebrate Biden's 1 year, right?
The 1 year anniversary.
It's Bernie Mittens Day. Come on. First year anniversary of the Bernie.
Oh,
Mittens
right. No, you know, it's funny. I'm really dense, and everyone's applauding the fact that I just said that. But it is the case. I was getting all these notes about Bernie's Mittens Day, and I couldn't I just didn't register properly. When you said it, a light bulb went on.
Let me ask Alan Minsky, executive director of the Progressive Democrats of America. A year ago, we had survived January 6th. Washington was under armed guard. We had COVID. Very few people showed up for the inauguration. We had dodged a bullet. As Mecham and Beschloss would say, the Republic survived. It's the genius of our system, and we survived. A year later, what did you think? Where did you think we would be a year from now?
I mean, at the
what was a
time,
reasonable expectation?
I can't really say that I can pinpoint what I was thinking at the time. And of course, we were very active in tracking what looked like the legislative proposals that were going to be on the table going forward, what would be rolled out, who was taking the administration positions. And all of it wasn't as disappointing as we had thought it might be. And we did sort of feel the influence of, what Bernie had tried to leverage coming out of the convention still being live. So we were still building up hope. It would go up for a while, and then of course it crashed back down really hard in the last 3-4 months.
But you knew that it was a razor thin margin. It was a tied Senate with the vice president breaking the tie. You knew that there were intransigent Democrats like Manchin, and we knew we knew this. So what was your expectation, Professor Harvey J.K.? What was a reasonable expectation?
Okay, well, can I just back it up a little bit, but answer your question? So when when Bernie was essentially compelled to drop out of the race, right, and Biden secured the nomination effectively, and then they announced the creation of those I'd call them task forces, maybe they were commissions, the joint commissions of Bernie and Biden folks. And at that moment, I for a brief moment, I really thought, wow, things could really happen, because the people they were appointing to the Economy Commission and others, some of them, they were really good folks out of the Bernie camp. Really good folks. It was like Stephanie Kelton and Sarah Nelson and others. I really thought there were real possibilities. And then I was getting, sort of firsthand reports that it wasn't that nobody was listening. It's that there was clearly a corralling effect. There was only so far the Bernie people could push all of that. Okay. So that, and then, they started dropping the FDR reference. And I thought, well, maybe Bernie got through to Biden. I mean, I figured it might be dangerous for a guy like Biden to start referencing Franklin Roosevelt as his promised administration. But then everyone kept, coming back with, didn't he tell some corporate cohort, nothing will change, nothing will fundamentally change, something like that. It was so because of all those mixed signals, I'm with Alan, I don't think I had a very clear idea of what to expect. But even at the beginning, it was kind of contradictory. So the initiative in favor of the American Rescue Plan, I thought, wow, this is great. This is the first step in what could be a kind of FDR presidency, a relief effort. But then I think that I got really smacked in the face, like wake up, when the question of the $15 an hour minimum wage came up, and 8 Democrats dissented and blocked it. 8 Democrats. Can you? And I couldn't imagine any Democratic senator would be so small-minded to block a $15 an hour minimum wage. I mean, it was, in my mind, they should have gone for Medicare for all and a whole bunch of other things, but obviously that wasn't going to happen. But to block $15 an hour minimum wage, so my expectations, was like, so the past year has been a matter of chiseling away at any of the optimism that I had. And then am I the only one of the three of us who actually watched the press conference most of the way through?
I'm going to watch it tonight. Professor Ann Lee said I should watch it. I've lost, I hate to admit it, 2 hours of Joe Biden. I just don't have the heart medication. But what was it like?
Well, it was very strange, because let's start with the fact that he actually did go an hour and 50 minutes. And did any of us think he could make an hour and 50 minutes standing there? He had the podium in front of him, so at least he could lean on it. But did anyone really expect him to have the stamina to do that? Now, admittedly, he did it before his, dinner. And so it was, still in the course of the day. And even then you'd have to ask, why does he do these things before dinner? Why doesn't he do it after dinner? But they're trying to catch at 6 o'clock. But there isn't even a 6 o'clock news hour anymore. Nobody follows the CBS, NBC, ABC kind of stuff. Anyhow, so
the early bird special.
Yeah, yeah, right, exactly. And then, he was hitting certain points, you could say, effectively. But then there were moments where Biden just utterly revealed himself once again. And I actually have one that it just blew me away. I mean, everyone had their own, I guess. When Biden said, I did not anticipate that there'd be such a stalwart effort to make sure that the most important thing was that President Biden didn't get anything done. Those are his words.
That's never happened before.
I could almost say to myself, where the fuck has he been for the past 13 years? Yeah. And if he was trying to be cute, then that was an utterly ridiculous way. So that just struck me. And then of course he had to, that line, remember, during the post-campaign period, when he was sewing up the nomination and then going into the debates, I'm not a socialist, right? Well, of course he's not a socialist. But then he made a point of saying he basically said, I'm not Bernie. This is in his press conference. I'm not Bernie Sanders. I'm a capitalist, which, by the way, just annoys the hell out of me. Okay. I mean, I know the guy probably is a capitalist because of his investments, but it's also bizarre to imagine a guy who's been in the Senate. It reveals once again the degree to which congressional folk, House and Senate, are capable of seeing themselves as capitalists, even if they've spent more than half their lives in the Congress, right? I mean, yeah. So in the end, and there are other examples like that, and I could give them to you. But I thought to myself, this is just pathetic. Here we are in the middle of a crisis, really a major crisis, and it still doesn't dawn on him that the only way to address the crisis is actually to say to the media, you know what? Fuck everything I've ever said. I'm joining Bernie. I'm a socialist.
Right. Lyndon Johnson was Senate Majority Leader. He knew how a bill becomes law.
That's right.
What did Biden? What expertise does he bring? What has he ever accomplished?
I think it's a very different era. I mean, I think the 60s, 50s and 60s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and through to the 70s, right? You do have as the prevailing economic organizing principle for the American economy, capitalism, whatever you want to call it, is a brand of Keynesianism, sort of watered down Keynesianism, that does ask of the people in government to be proactive in the management of the economy, and that government plays a very specific role in setting things out. And of course, the prevailing logic after Reagan and Thatcher is the role of government is just to structure things to get out of the way for the market to do everything. And so, Johnson was a leader in Congress when there was a lot more pressure on the politicians to actually force through things sometimes against the wishes of other political status quos and stuff, especially if you were a Democrat and not a strict Dixiecrat. So I don't think that Biden was operating in the same kind of environment as Congress was back in those days. I mean, he's there before.
I honestly don't know what Biden ever accomplished. I really don't. I read the book published by, I guess it was Verso, by Branko Marcetic. Is that how you pronounce the name?
From Jacobin. Yeah.
From Jacobin. Yeah, you're right. And I think a really well written book, because it really places Biden in the context of Delaware, which is, south of the Mason-Dixon line kind of thing. I mean, it's very telling. It talks about the way he played politics, but I can't tell you what I can't tell you what he accomplished. I honestly can't.
A lot of deregulation of some financial stuff. There to back. I mean, what's the year of neoliberalism about? It's about cheap commodities and a increasingly precarious working class being able to afford them through access to credit, which then puts him in a debt trap. And he's from the credit card state.
Yeah, I'll also add, again, we can stay in that vein, but I have to add that having made clear that he's not Bernie, he also made people remember that he was critical of the Republicans or whatever the hell. He actually said once again, and what does he think that proves? I like Mitch McConnell. God damn it, nobody should like Mitch McConnell. Nobody should like any of those people. Declare war on these people. Look, I mean, Jesus. Let Americans know that this stuff matters, that you're not just there filling a space.
They flatter themselves in the Senate thinking they're the wise men who are keeping the system together. They're the glue. Their civility is what keeps this country from devolving into Syria. Can an argument be made that McConnell was what kept this country from being turned over to Trump? That he did keep Trump from?
Yeah, but I still believe that Republicans, even of the McConnell sort, see Trump as a problem and not an advantage, which is one of the reasons why I think they will not have Trump as the candidate in 2024.
It would be another. It would be the base of the Republican Party against their Brahmins.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm
all I know is this, that I think Donald Trump should probably make sure he has a food taster. Okay. Because seriously speaking, those folks don't want him. They just don't want him. They didn't want him last time, but he fooled them. And then he gave them exactly what they wanted, the massive tax cut.
So they wanted him.
Well, the House folks definitely wanted him.
And the people who pay McConnell's salary wanted him.
But they could have done it without Trump if they had won that. If they had won, they didn't need Trump. They could have done that anyhow.
You talk about the bench, the weak bench that the Democrats have. Do the Republicans have a bench other than Donald Trump?
Candidates?
Yeah,
Presidential
I've been
candidates?
saying that.
Yeah.
Alan knows what I've been saying. DeSantis and Hawley are starters.
Well, there's a reason every Republican presidential campaign, every candidate except for 2004 has lost the popular vote because of what you just said. When you mention none of these guys are electable.
But hold on. I agree with you.
What Democrats are electable? Jesus Christ.
I mean, in terms of just bullshit, the Democrats can win the popular vote. Even Biden.
Yeah.
I mean,
even Hillary, not even Biden, even Hillary
can win the popular.
There you go. Right. But in the national opinion poll, it's been a long time since the Republican Party has large lead in the particular opinion poll. I can't remember what it was, but since a year ago, when the Democrats were up 49-40, when you include independents being asked to choose their preference, 49-40. Now it's Republicans up 47-42.
Gallup. I talked about that at the beginning of the show. Gallup shows that there's a 5%. Republicans have a 5% lead.
It's been a long time coming. You probably have to go back to before the second election of George W. Bush to have that sizable advantage.
By the way, having predicted that Trump will not be the candidate, I also want to go back to the press conference yesterday. One of the reporters asked Joe Biden if in 2024 Kamala Harris will be his running mate again. And I thought, his running mate again? He won't be on the ticket in 2024. No way.
The voting rights, dead. Build Back Better, dead. He said it's dead. He's going to strip it now, and they're going to lose all these. They'll have 20 different bills that will all lose individually.
Yeah,
he hasn't passed. He doesn't get credit for the bipartisan infrastructure bill. That was bipartisan. Democrats can't run on something that's bipartisan.
Do you remember sometime past when I said the bipartisan infrastructure bill, even if it was even before they split it out, I think I said it, they're going to make sure it gets through in such a way that the big corporate interests make money. Nobody even now, most people don't know what's in the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And how many pages is it? Hundreds of pages. And I'm sure that right now, the corporate interests and the big engineering firms, they're all salivating. I absolutely
Yes.
sure.
Well, the economy, it's the economy stupid. Do people still vote with their wallet? Do people still have a wallet? How can the Democrats pull this out in November? Because they really have nothing to run on other than the stars lining up and the economy takes off, and there is a job. Supposedly, there's a shortage of workers. I don't believe that I think there's a shortage of workers because Americans are exhausted and they don't want to work. That's what I think. But could the economy take off this year and people are going to say, you know what? He did it. Alan?
I mean, I think the last week, certainly as of Thursday of last week, when Sinema gave her speech. I thought it was pretty catastrophic for the Democrats and for the Democratic Party's chances. It did clarify what PDA's tactic is going forward, and we'll certainly, champion who are a group of really great progressives that are going to win primaries. And since a lot of them are in safe Democratic seats, they'll be in Congress, but they'll probably be in a minority in the House. But the people who will lose out will be in the moderates and swing districts, and because so many of the Democrats have retired.
This great resignation, we're seeing a lot of Democrats quitting the House.
On the one hand, it's because they don't want to go back. They don't want to go back into the minority. They feel they're bound to go back into the minority. A lot of them that are retiring are very old. Very few of them are not very old. So there's a generational turnover. Yeah. Big opportunity to move the party, the House caucus to the left, and then really the party to the left.
If I can just tell you a bit of good political news. Today, I discovered that a small brewery in central Wisconsin, Minocqua Brewery, has launched an AOC beer.
Ah. Good news is that Henry Cuellar's house was raided by the FBI today, along with his campaign headquarters. Which
Really?
again,
Oh
yeah,
my God, that
and-
is good news.
It
Wow,
is, and-
especially in the wake of the PDA endorsement of
Jessica Cisneros,
Jessica.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then, Greg Casar will win in Austin. The gerrymandering has created a really solid blue district where it looks like a DSA member, PDA kind of person will be coming in from Austin. We have real chances of picking up progressive wins in a number of the seats where people are retiring. We won't win them all, but again, we'll have a much larger squad in what will probably be a minority. We'll have a new speaker, new minority leader, because McCarthy will be speaker, I suppose. And we have the only chance we have of winning is having so many progressives win the primaries that we run as an altered Democratic Party, as a progressive party. At least we'll have something to run on. I don't know what the hell moderates can even run on at this point. Don't forget, no matter how they swing it, the public understands that Biden's agenda, this at least slightly or somewhat progressive agenda, was sunk not by the progressives. It was sunk entirely by the right wing of the Democratic Party, by Sinema and Manchin. They've stepped out and are clearly the villains in that narrative if you're a Democrat. And they also killed voting rights. And the thing that we have to do with that is now have, basically it has to be a pure litmus test. You have to have democracy protection and voting rights. If you do not view that as an absolutely foundational element of who you are as a politician, then sorry, no go in the Democratic Party. That's what I think the Democratic Party has to do. And this should be
something like 30 states that are under Republican control passed these voting laws last year. How bad are these voting suppression laws?
I want to say something about that. They're pretty bad, but even before Harvey responds, look, it's in the context of a president who is a Republican calling secretaries of state saying, find me 11,000 votes. That's why ultimately at the end of the day, we need voting rights protection from the Republican Party. That guy's likely to be their nominee in the next presidential cycle, and the party is being remade in that image in its relationship to honest elections and voting. So yes, they're terrible.
The laws are attempting to centralize control of voting in the states so that you don't have local officials deciding. They believe in, the Republicans believe in states' rights and giving power to people on the granular level until it's voting. Then they want to control.
It's true that they're destroying the relationship of the local election boards to. That's happening in a number of states. But also,
but hang on for 1 second. Let me.
Go ahead. Yeah.
They're destroying it in states that were never going to go completely. Georgia and Arizona. How bad are the new laws in Georgia and Arizona?
Georgia's the state I'm talking about, where they're they're stripping the local election boards of any meaningful oversight over the process.
Right, but we still had a Republican Secretary of State, Raffensperger, who stood up.
Statewide Senate races in Georgia, famously in
I'm
January.
sorry?
The Democratic Party just won 2 statewide Senate races in Georgia, right? The state is now clearly purple. And the Republican Party, having controlled it for the past few decades, doesn't want to see that happen. So they're pulling out all the stops to try to.
Are we
reverse it.
overreacting to these voters? I know the Republicans are suppressing the vote. I know that. But are we building that into something that could easily be overpowered by a good candidate? You can't suppress a good candidate.
Look, for 2 years ago, 3 years ago in Georgia, there was the purging of the voter rolls. Then you do this. I mean, this is what in Florida. Look, the purging of. Remember back in 2000, it was the purging of the rolls. This has been going on. I'm sure it's going on in a good number of states, even as we speak. And so, I don't think we're making too much. I don't think we're making too much. I don't think we're making too much specifically of these laws, and I definitely don't think we're making too much of voter suppression. Look, even in states like Wisconsin, they figured out ways they could, it isn't even just directed just at African Americans. It's directed at anyone any group of people who might seem to be a threat. And here in Wisconsin, when they enacted the voter ID thing, little did people realize that they were going to essentially disfranchise students. And then, fortunately, it was pursued as a case, and it turned out, well, students have state issued IDs too. It's called student IDs. I mean, they wanted to suppress the vote. It's not just in the South. This has been going on for years. This has been going on ever since, by the way, they figured out that they honestly believed that they had to declare war on the Voting Rights Act. And it began in the late 60s, and it went on and on and on. And the voter suppression is rampant in diverse ways. Look, they limit the hours. Here in Wisconsin, the Republicans pursued a case, and in the courts, basically, that drop boxes for ballots were illegal. I mean, give me a break.
That also affects poor white idiots who vote for Trump.
It affects middle class people too.
Right.
Their assumption is what it is. Here's what I think it is ultimately. And Alan, please disagree if you don't, if you feel inclined to. Ultimately, they just want to make people be afraid to vote. They want, when they set out to suppress the vote in Wisconsin, which has always a stellar record for voter turnout, and the idea was make the IDs, make it difficult, make it so that you'll be utterly embarrassed to step up to the table to say you're reporting to vote. That's the ultimate goal. Just do that. On top of that, don't trust the guy standing next to you. He may have a gun on him. I mean, it's basically terror is what they're trying to incite in people's minds.
Would you say Stacey Abrams running for governor of Georgia, African-American woman, who was robbed?
Yes,
I
don't have material proof myself, but yes.
He scrubbed the rolls.
Right.
Not that this is right, but would you agree that there's no way she loses Georgia? You cannot suppress the African-American vote in Georgia. That they will. We've seen the drone shots of African-Americans lining up, unfortunately, but
here's the thing. The legislature, this is the whole point of these laws. The legislature in some of these states can now literally overturn, what is it, county or, sort of voting district result. They can overturn it. And
okay, I'm just.
Oh, so what I'm getting at is these laws do matter, and I don't think we're making too much of them. I mean, we're in the 21st century. This was supposed to be resolved in 1965.
Right.
Where, I mean, you and I are old enough to remember 1965. I was, we didn't vote yet.
According to Shelby versus Holder, it is resolved.
Yeah, right.
Court said.
Yeah. And by the way, the Republicans have patience. Look, Roberts was part of. Look closely at these folks who've ended up on the Supreme Court and see what links they have back to all of these cases and initiatives passed to suppress the vote. I mean, it's astounding. And by the way, and that's why when Biden says, I didn't expect this, it really fucking pissed me off. Why couldn't he just come out and say the Republicans have for 40, look, we neoliberals screwed up, but for 45 years, we didn't try to suppress the vote. We didn't try to take away workers' rights. We failed to defend them, but we didn't go out of our way to take them away. Come on.
Can you suppress a wave election? Could you suppress the votes in a wave election? The answer is no.
Well, a wave election, we haven't seen a wave election since Johnson beat Goldwater in 1964.
Oh, Reagan and Mondale.
Oh, sorry, Reagan and Mondale. I stand corrected.
Well,
Nixon. Sorry. Well, I definitely stand corrected.
No, you sit corrected.
I sit corrected. And by the way, and that was before the Voting Rights Act.
Right. So a wave election cannot be suppressed.
I guess you're right.
So the Democrats, the lesson is, rather than play the game well, the Democrats complain about the rules of the game.
Oh, wait. Yes, absolutely.
Right. I mean, God forbid.
The hashtag is, it didn't have to be this way. Hashtag, it doesn't have to be this way. But the Democrats make it, this question's come up regularly in the past. Do Democrats really want to lose?
They don't want to, they don't care because they're elitists who have money and they're going to go work for lobbyists eventually. More importantly, we don't have operatives living in North Dakota, South Dakota. We don't have any so-called liberals, Democratic liberals, who want to live in Arkansas. The Clintons can't even live in Arkansas. Tom Cotton is an Ivy League educated lawyer from Arkansas. The Clintons could have stayed in Arkansas and kept it blue, but they left. Yeah. They wanted to be in New York.
Well, I can tell you, as apportionment matters, because here in Wisconsin, it's incredible what the Republicans have done to us by way of reapportionment.
Right. Professor Harvey J. Kaye, author of countless books, The Fight for the Four Freedoms, FDR on Democracy, Take Hold of Our History. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I footnote on sidebar to that? I did a lengthy interview. Well, Luke Savage, Jacobin writer, we did a lengthy interview yesterday on this question of, it's a year later, to what extent did Biden live up to his desire to be FDR? Okay. It should, I don't know when it'll post because we're just editing it now, but it could be early next week or maybe this
close. FDR was paralyzed from the waist down and Biden is paralyzed back up. Yeah. Okay. And Alan Minsky, Executive Director of Progressive Democrats of America. And there's, you know what? I'm optimistic. You're right, because the great resignation of these centrist Democrats in safe states is an opportunity for us to add to the squad. So this is good news.
So I'm putting in the chat. A great candidate has announced to run for Congress down in the 13th district of Georgia. Name of Senator Vincent Fort's his name. He was a longtime state senator in Georgia for 2 decades. Very progressive. Was a Bernie surrogate in Georgia in 2016, 2020. He used to teach Black history at Morehouse. Great progressive, left progressive candidate. And he's running against David Scott, who even Politico wrote an article about, that he's passed as a very much a blue dog Democrat, a Black member of Congress from Atlanta. And that'll be a great pickup if we can win that in the primaries, and I think we can. So hopefully we'll get a unified progressive left behind Senator Fort's down in Georgia.
Speaking of Bernie surrogates, Ro Khanna The great Ro Khanna traded $53,129,000 worth of stock last year. Bernie surrogate Ro Khanna.
Senator Fort didn't do that.
Huh?
Senator Fort did not do that.
Ro Khanna did, though.
I think he's married to a very wealthy person, by the way, Ro Khanna.
Oh, well, it's my wife. Blame the wife. It's my wife.
Yeah, no, I mean, but of course, that's terrifying because, of course, he does represent at least a significant portion of Silicon Valley.
He's got to go. He's not a mixed bag. He's got to go.
There's a man I'm sure has presidential ambitions.
Yeah, Ro Khanna, $53 million.
Well,
Serves
actually, there was some very good news from
oversight.
California today, David. Very good news. I don't know if people heard about this, but in the effort to get universal single-payer healthcare in the state of California, there's a bill called AB 1400. Of course, PDA completely supports and endorses it.
This is what Gavin Newsom is doing.
He's not doing
Right.
anything about it yet. It is introduced by Ash Kalra and 2 other members of the Assembly. And a lot of people thought it would die in committee. Well, it passed the Health Committee about 7 days ago. And today it got over what might be its biggest hurdle till it lands, at least gets out of the Assembly, which was it passed through appropriations.
Wow.
And the people thought it would die in appropriations. So now it goes to the full Assembly floor, will be voted on before January 31st. And that means you'd have to have over a third of the Democratic caucus vote against it. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think this thing's making it out of Assembly, and I think it's going to be a great thing to pay attention to for the next few months and so on as it goes forward.
Fantastic.
California has a budget surplus, and Newsom, and because of big tech and taxes, they are planning to add undocumented Americans to the Medicaid rolls. Thanks, right? Isn't that Gavin Newsom's plan?
That is a Gavin Newsom plan. That is correct. That is also on the table, though. That will, of course, instantly be achieved through the passage of AB 1400. So let's hope that we actually get rid of all these insurance companies in California and just, get universal single-payer healthcare in this state. And that will really fuck with the insurance companies who really need to be fucked with.
And finally, I'll say that I'm on jury call next week. I may not be available for anything.
If that's the case, I'll try to get one of these great fill-ins for Harvey.
Do the show on Monday. We'll talk. Oh, if you're doing okay.
No, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I'm on call. And
You don't know how to get jury
there's
duty?
a murder one case coming up in Green
Hey, and
Bay.
Harvey, you and I will be on tomorrow. What time? At 4 p.m. Eastern, right?
4
For an
p.m.
hour
Eastern.
on
Alan and I
Revolution
take our
Radio.
show on the road again.
You're doing, what are you doing?
Well, every Friday I do a radio show, the Jeff Santos radio show. Alan usually does Mondays, but it's been on hiatus during the holidays. So tomorrow it's relaunching, and Alan and I are doing the 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. slot together. We're not hosting, we're talking.
Today, just before this meeting, we had the PDA Economics and Labor Issue Organizing Team, where we agreed that we were going to have just a slight adjustment with a phrase or two in front of it, and adopt the Economic Bill of Rights as the central plank of our progressive platform for 2020. Thanks to
My work here is complete.
This is jury duty is voter suppression.
Jury
If you
duty is
vote,
the original democratic activity in history.
it's voter suppression. If you vote, you get called for jury duty. That's
right.
Thank you. Follow Professor Harvey J.K. on Twitter at Harvey J.K. Thank you, Alan.
They go together like PB and J, like Thelma and Louise, like mac and cheese, like Sacco and Vanzetti, like meatballs and spaghetti. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got a lot to say, 'cause they're Mitski and Kane. Mitski and Kay, they go together like curds and whey. Like Starsky and Hutch, like Pennsylvania and Dutch, like Beavis and Butthead, like beans and cornbread. Alan runs the PDA, he fights hypocrisy. Harvey writes books about democracy. Mitski and Kay, that's right. Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay, Mitski and Kay. Alan's in LA, Harvey J's in Green Bay. When they get together, they got lots to say. Mitski and Kay, yeah, Alan Mitski.
Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. Well, I am a genius. I am, because Liam McEnany is back. And Dan, Liam has softened. Liam has softened. He, it's easier to get him to do the show now. I got a little correspondence from him where he was polite. He was supposed to be on the show last week, and he went, "Oh, mea culpa, I screwed up. Please forgive me." It's a new Liam. He's taking film school classes. He's in college, and there's a softer side to Liam. And I thought, I don't want that.
Was it really your fault? Was it really your fault, though?
No,
That he's gotten quiet?
Here's the thing. In fact, I'm going to pay Dan a compliment. He's dressed like a Swedish detective who's pretending to try to solve the murders of hookers that he committed.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So I thought I want the old Liam. I don't want the new, kind and gentler Liam. I want so I thought we should do community billboard, because we should be forced to sit through community billboard, because it's kind of like.
I will also say I'm forced to sit through all of the panelists on your show because you don't have the courtesy to keep to a schedule. So sometimes I'll watch the preceding 3 segments. I would say
How's the show?
Mirsky is the least bad of your panelists. I would say I hate Alan Mirsky the least. But
His name is Minsky.
Mirsky.
Mirsky. Okay.
Albert Mirsky.
Minsky's the place that they raided in that 1950s movie.
The night they raided Minsky's.
The night they raided Minsky's.
Burlesque house.
I also learned today that Biden's apparently accomplished nothing in the last year. How dare you? He's called Julia Louis-Dreyfus 20 times.
Did he?
No, oh, you didn't know about that? That was his whole thing. Did you ever watch the Democratic National Convention? Literally every speech someone gave during the Democratic National Convention, they would talk about how somehow Biden had time to call them every day. And so Julia Louis-Dreyfus is giving this speech, and she's like, "Yeah, ever since I met Joe Biden for this project, he calls me every day." And
what else does he have to do?
That sounds like a fucking nightmare. Can you imagine? Like, you look at your cell phone, you're like, "Oh, well, a senator wants to talk to some senator from Delaware." I mean, I guess I have nothing else to do but pick up and talk to him for 20 minutes.
Well, let's do this. You're trashing our commander in chief.
I actually like President Biden.
We'll discuss that in a second, but let's do Community Billboard because you are the founder of our community. Before Zoom, before COVID, there was Liam who did listener questions with me.
I would say I'm probably your spokesperson.
There would be no community without Liam. And so let's do Community Billboard. This is Dan Frankenberger in our newsroom. What do we have here?
Well, first up, we have a picture from Tom Weber, and he names this Orthodox monk. He said he just finished a new piece in case you'd like to present it during Community Billboard.
Isn't that
And
beautiful?
it's hybrid technical pens, and it's 9 by 11 inches.
And it's also the official illustration for when the post office commemorates pedophilia.
Yeah, and that stamp, you have to give it candy before you can lick it.
Are you saying it's 69 cents?
It's like America's going to be voting.
What?
America's going to be voting whether they want a picture of the young skinny pedophile or the old fat pedophile.
So wait a second. So wait a second. This is a beautiful drawing, and you're saying this is it looks like a stamp commemorating pedophiles. Do you think that's really nice? And did the post office ever put out a stamp honoring pedophiles? I don't think so.
Well,
if you can overlay it a little bit to the left, so it's over your shoulders a little more.
You're right. Good.
Oh no, the other way.
Something in the chamber when they want to commemorate Matt Gaetz after he dies.
All right. Can we be nice? Matt Gaetz is a United States congressperson, Liam. You come on the show and, now he's never going to come on my show because you just called him, Matt Gaetz, a pedophile, all because he transported an underage girl across state lines.
For the purposes of having sex with her.
Yes. If that's violating the Mann Act, then you're in a lot of trouble, my friend.
No, it's not violating the Mann Act. It's violating the Child Act. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Dunk.
All right.
Are we doing this thing where you're Edgar Bergen and I'm Charlie McCarthy? And you're like, come on, be nice to the folks now, Liam.
No, I'm just running a show. I don't want to offend anybody. Matt Gaetz is a congressman. Why would I go? So how do people...
your ride to Epstein's Island. I know you... I apologize.
I visited Epstein's Island.
Did you?
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't, but only for the buffet.
Talking about Epstein from Welcome Back, Kotter.
Right.
Robert Hegedus.
Right.
Is that his name?
Yeah. Say what you want about the hotel on Epstein's Island.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah. What?
No. I you know what? It's all right. We can skip it.
Okay, I don't want to offend. I don't want to offend Leslie Wexler, the guy who founded Victoria's Secret. He was good friends with Jeffrey Epstein or Alan Dershowitz or the Clintons.
Or Donald Trump and his.
Or Donald Trump. Why do you come on my show and create trouble with Jeffrey Epstein, who died tragically?
It is true.
He never got a trial. We don't know what the truth is. He never got a trial.
If only there wasn't that crazy glitch in the security cameras in the prison that he was being held in, we might know what happened to him.
Well, he was depressed. Maybe you'd be depressed too if everybody thought you were guilty and there was no trial yet. He wasn't getting his day in court. They were desecrating his memory.
Right.
We were very cruel to him.
You can't even have shoelaces in your cell in case you hang yourself.
Yeah.
That guy managed to hang himself
with his sheets.
Not only that, he had someone in his cell to dictate a suicide note to.
Yeah.
Dictated not. Never mind.
And nobody. Okay, let's go. Liam's going to love this. Glenn Kostick, big fan of Liam's. What is this, Dan
This is-
Frankenberg?
This is from Glenn Kostick. It's a salad. It's gorgonzola, capers, pepper, celery, carrot, romaine, and tomato with Persian lime, umabashi plum dressing, topped with toasted black mustard seeds and toasted sesame seeds.
And that's all vegetarian, right?
Yep.
And it's a tossed salad.
Right. With plum sauce.
Speaking of
Speaking of Jeffrey Epstein's last.
Is that the last thing Jeffrey Epstein remembered before a tossed salad with plum sauce? Is that what you're saying?
I believe several gentlemen prepared multiple tossed salads for him
Really?
as soon as he walked in.
See, they always say our prison system is like a third world gulag, but you're saying no, Jeffrey Epstein had several tossed salads with plum sauce before he died.
Isn't it crazy? We're always told like rape is bad and never funny. And then as soon as someone goes to prison, it's like, he's getting raped behind bars. He's getting held down by several large men and violated over and over again.
Yeah, well, that's part of the punishment. That's
right
in America. That's why it's called a penal colony.
Yeah, America loves outsourcing, and we love prison labor.
It's all fun and games, Liam, until you're sent to prison.
Listen, and then it's just fun.
No, we have a serious problem with our prisons. It's cruel and unusual punishment, and the idea that we laugh at our prisoners being raped is not funny.
The seed was toasted. The seed was toasted, according to Glenn Kostick.
Okay, now I'm going to get
I
complaints.
was there, I'm eating a French bread pizza with pepperoni.
Okay, now I'm getting complaints, Liam, from Matt Gaetz, people who voted for Matt Gaetz, people who violate the Mann Act are going to complain because you trivialize their plight, and you just trivialized prison rape, which this is not the kind of show I want to do, Liam.
Well, I think it's sweet that we're pretending people listen to your show.
I'm sorry, did you say something? I wasn't paying attention.
I said it's a delight that we're pretending you have an audience that's listening to your show. That you reach people.
Hey, Liam. Well, look, can we just? Here's what I'm asking. Don't say anything offensive, because we're going to get, people are going to complain, and that's not the kind of show I want to do. Okay.
You don't want to lose sponsors. I get it.
I just don't want to piss people off.
I mean, you're getting so much money from Tostino's pizza rolls, and the last thing you want them to do is pull all their sponsorship money because of something I say.
Do you think I could get a sponsor?
Weren't you sponsored by a mattress company at one point?
Yeah, and people got really pissed off.
I feel like you told me I could just jump in on the live read for the mattress commercial, and then I did start joking around, and you got really, really mad. And then you and Alex had to figure out if you could keep that take or if you had to do it over again.
Right. And then we did Warby Parker, and I said it cured cancer. When Alex was producing the show, he got sponsors. And I thought, I've never had sponsors before. And I said, all right, I'll try it. And so we did the mattress company, and people who donate I immediately lost subscribers who donate to the show. They were really pissed off at me. And I said to Alex, I'm losing money by having sponsors, because Warby Parker is a good company, and you have to do what do they call it? A cold read? What do they call it when the
live read?
What is it?
Live read.
A live read.
Right.
Alex got really pissed because I said that Warby Parker, you just put these glasses on and it cures glaucoma and pink eye and cancer.
It took him 2 years to figure out that he
I wasn't going anywhere
on your show.
What?
It took him 2 years to figure out He was never going to make money off of your show, and he was going to have to go get a job in entertainment. He's like, oh no, I'm producing the David Feldman show. I have to get into showbiz. He was like, I am as far out of showbiz as you can be. I have to get a job with a future.
Did Sattva cure spina bifida and scoliosis as well?
It's really, it's really funny, Dan and Liam. So we used to do this show out of LA. And there were a lot of comedy writers and actors and comedians who, hung out and did the show. And then they got really pissed off at me. They wouldn't admit it, but they got really pissed off because they realized they thought I was going someplace. They thought, oh, David Feldman has a podcast with sketches, and they all started doing the show, and they didn't realize I was a loser, and now they're like pissed off at me.
Well, I wouldn't say you were a loser. I wouldn't say that, but I would say you got to catch a David Feldman before he starts winning Emmys. That's like when he can pitch things to people. They all thought like, oh, well, I jump on the David Feldman gravy train now. And when he starts pitching shows, he'll hire me for them.
Right.
But it's like, no, you got to find that guy when he's 25 and he's just starting.
Right. And yeah, instead of
I think the question is, did you think you were going someplace too, or were you fooling them?
Me, I thought I was going someplace. I still think I'm going someplace, even though the engine won't turn over. I still think this is like Pepitone, I think, is pissed off at me. I thought he thought I was going to be his ticket to stardom.
I don't think Pepitone would be pissed at you. I just think, he probably just jumped onto someone else now.
Here we go. Look at that.
Oh, that's nice.
That's beautiful. Lane. Do you know Lane? Now, is that a painting or a photograph? What is that?
That's a painting.
Lane Hewitt's from Scotland, right?
Seaham,
England. So this is Lane Hewitt. He calls this dilly gassies, which I don't exactly know what that means. But he says it will look a lot better once dry and scanned rather than this dodgy mobile shot. But it's a bit of artistic license going on, and it represents some of the most golden memories of my youth. And we all add a bit of dream dust to that kind of stuff.
So is that a photograph or a painting?
It's a painting.
Wow, he's really great.
That's good.
And what is it? If you connect all the dots, Liam, what does it say?
Oh, no.
Not allowed to joke about pedophilia, right? I just want to.
No. All right. And by the way,
I know Lane's a good dude. I like Lane. We follow each other on Twitter.
I love Lane.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
I love Lane, and here's something. Valentine's Day is coming up, isn't it?
That's right.
So what is this? What is it?
This is an image from josephbrintonjewelry.com. A longtime listener, Joe Brinton, has been listening to the podcast since the very beginning, and he makes custom homemade jewelry.
Wait, so you'll advertise crap if you don't make money?
We love Joseph Brinton.
You'll advertise garbage if you don't make a dime?
Oh my God. How do you
What's your promo code, dude? Get yourself a promo code before you put up a URL like that.
josephbrintonjewelry.com. We love Joseph Brinton. He's not a sponsor. We just love him. He's a part of our community. He's an artist.
I hope he's paying. I hope he's at least a paid subscriber.
You're unbelievable.
Do you have a Patreon?
Barely.
What's your Patreon?
Here we go. And finally, no, this is a good show. Tell us.
This is from the Ralph Nader Radio Hour.
Oh,
and this week's episode, we have in our ongoing campaign against the corporate assault on America's healthcare system, Ralph welcomes Kip Sullivan of Healthcare for All Minnesota to talk about what he terms The Creeping Privatization of Medicare. And he tells us the story of how that ongoing corporatization is based on one particularly destructive yet durable myth.
Great. And Liam,
Yeah.
let me just say something.
Mm-hmm.
You can make fun of Dan.
I do.
You can make fun of Joseph Brinton.
Right. I don't know Joseph Brinton.
You can make fun of Ralph Nader.
I do.
But if you make fun of me, then it's personal.
David, I have one more. This Saturday on the 22nd at 4:30 Eastern, Valley Vox Theater is showing the acclaimed 2008 animated musical romantic comedy drama film, Sita Sings the Blues. And they'll be joined by special guest Nathan Anderson with a question and answer period to follow the film. You can contact Valley Vox for a free Zoom link at Valley Vox on Twitter or email valleyvoxtheater@gmail.com. If you have anything you wanted to get on the community billboard, just email me at dentfeldman@gmail.com.
Dent
You officially transitioned this into bad public access.
Now, is it Liam's fault that I'm called the dented headed douchebag? Is he the one who said I have a dented head?
Dan is like a step away from advertising junior high school ballet.
I love it. I love doing.
Down to a community board meeting. We're going to be talking about the placement of traffic cones.
That's what I love about this. It does feel like public access. That's what I love.
The show business. I remember.
No, we're public access.
How many Emmys did you win, Dave?
I'm sorry, what?
How many Emmys did you win?
I don't. It's not about winning or losing. It's not why I became a comedy writer.
Well, I mean, I'm not asking how many you have left after you had to pawn all your stuff. I'm asking how many you won in your career.
It's all in the past.
3?
For that answer, go to twitter.com/hey it's Liam.
Hey, it's Liam. Thank you, Dan. We'll talk. You and I should probably talk tomorrow, right?
Sure.
Stuff we should probably go over. Thank you. Nothing gets done here without Dan Frankenberger. Joining us is an old friend of the show, and it's good to see him again, Liam McEnany.
I'm glad to see Dan still on board because he used to do the confirming about the guests and all that. He doesn't do that anymore.
He does a lot of things here. It's good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you too. How's it been going?
Well, better now that you're here.
Oh, stop it.
You're in LA.
Oh, look, we're having coffee with Frank, by the way.
Frank Conniff?
Yeah. I'll plug something I don't make money off of. Neither does Frank.
Frank hasn't done my show in a while. I think he's had it with me.
People generally do.
Mm-hmm.
These are mugs that Shout Factory sells. They're Mystery Science Theater mugs. And one is Petey's Frank and one is Trace Bolio as Dr. Forrester. And so I bought the set and then realized Frank probably doesn't see a penny from this.
I'm reading about the Beatles. I'm reading a book.
The hot new band from Liverpool.
The hot new band from Liverpool. It's a book about Alan Klein, who ended up running Apple Records. And when he started running Apple Records, he discovered that the Beatles, because of Dick James, were getting 1 cent royalties on 1 cent.
Right.
They had a split 4 ways. Like Brian Epstein was this great manager who loved the Beatles, but he wasn't a real businessman. He was a visionary. And like at the height of Beatlemania,
he was a record store owner. I mean,
right.
He got very lucky. He just decided to manage the right band.
Well, he deserves a little credit. From what I taught them how to dress. He was a sweet visionary, from what I understand. But he, it's a story as old as show business. A manager who gets you to a certain level, but then isn't a killer.
Right.
But
and you're saying it's surprising because he's gay and Jewish.
Was Brian Epstein Jewish? Epstein a Jewish last name?
Was he Jewish?
Was I don't know. Is Epstein was
Can I
was
tell you
Jeffrey Epstein Jewish?
Can I tell you something? Well, we don't want to talk about that. I don't think anyone wants to claim that guy. I was on a hike yesterday in the Santa Monica Mountains.
Yeah.
And I watched a guy with a yarmulke coming up as I was going down the hill. And he had a yarmulke, and I could see just like his face lit up when he saw me. I was like, here we go. And as he walked by, he went, Baruch Hashem. And he kept walking.
Oh, because he sees the beard and he assumes
I'm a rabbi.
Right.
He's like clearly waiting for me to speak Hebrew back to him. I didn't know how to break it to him,
So in New York City, they have Orthodox Jews who are very aggressive, who want you to lay tefillin with them. Come into my mitzvah mobile. Come here. Come. And this is what I do.
Are you Jewish?
And I go, thank you. For what? Asking me if I'm Jewish. What do you mean? Nobody ever asked me before. They always assume I must be doing something right if you have to ask me if I'm Jewish. And I go, what does that mean? And I just walk away. I just go, thank you for asking. That's
the best. Was I was taking when I was like 15, one Thanksgiving I was taking a walk, and outside a synagogue, these two guys approached me. They're like, "Are you Jewish? Are you Jewish?" And I was like, "Well, my mom's Jewish." And they're like, "Great, we need someone for a minyan." And I was like, "I don't really want to do that." And they're like, "No. If we need one more for a minyan. If you don't come in, we can't do a minyan. We can't do our prayers. Please, can you just come in and do this minyan with us?" And I just felt so bad for them. I went in. They were like, "You don't have to do anything. Just stand when we stand. Just sit when we sit." And they talked me into it. I didn't get anything. Didn't get any food. Didn't get any money.
At the end, they said, thanks, you're one in a million.
They sure did. And then, so it ended. And then I was like, well, maybe they'll want to talk to me or something. But then they clearly just could not wait for me to leave.
Right.
They're just like,
now, do you feel, so being half a Jew, your mother's Jewish, and
if I'm in the South, we say not a Jew.
And McEnany, is that a Scottish name, an Irish name? What?
Yeah, my dad's family are Irish.
You're Irish, and so you're half Jewish and half Irish. That's kind of like my kids.
Really?
Yeah, although my kids are half Jewish and half Irish, you're half Irish and half Jewish. It's a little different.
Right. It's or like my kids who I don't
what?
My kids who I don't acknowledge.
Right. It's a good combination, actually.
It's a great combo as far as I'm concerned. My joke about it is I was raised passive and aggressive.
Both cultures celebrate the word.
The word?
The word.
Yes.
Writing, they're very, very interested in writing. They deal with rage and anger differently, which is always good. That's why it's a good combination.
They're both very heavy into carbs.
The Irish tend to internalize their rage. The Jewish people tend to externalize their rage. But you're more likely to get punched by an angry. All right, I don't want to get into.
It's interesting. I was talking to someone about Larry David, who was able to take a comedy writing career and transition into further success in show business. And they were saying like they couldn't get Larry David. And I said, it's kind of, I mean, it's interesting because it's kind of like you almost have to be raised around that level of anxiety. Because they were saying like everybody's just shouting at each other on Curb Your Enthusiasm. And it's like, yeah, but I was raised around that. I was just raised around like all that kind of anxiety that just kind of like is externalized, as you say, in shouting at each other, and
never admitting you're wrong.
Never
backing down.
No, that's why so many Jews are good lawyers.
I'm talking about Larry David. I'm just saying that the comedy on Curb is nobody is willing to admit
Right.
they're ever wrong. They can't imagine, which I love, because I know so many people who just can't bring themselves to say, I'm sorry.
It's true, man. And it's so funny. Like once you say that, it just completely diffuses the situation.
Yeah.
It's so easy. It's like the easiest lie to tell.
Yes.
And so many people won't just won't do it.
Yes. What happened to you that you can't just say, I made a mistake? What damage was done to you by your parents or your teachers that you just can't say, I was driving on the wrong side of the road? What is, I mean, I know people who just cannot, and they're the same people who cannot wait to point out your mistakes.
You know, I was in North Carolina in Charlotte, and I was just what do you call it? I was looking at my map on my phone and not at the road I was driving on. And I sideswiped this lady, and like we both parked 10 feet away from each other. And first
you social distance.
First I screamed at the steering wheel in rage for 2 seconds, just like screamed. And then I got out of the car and she was all like tensed up and ready to fight about it. And I was just like, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I'll give you my insurance information. Just let me know if you want me to pay for anything, just let me know. Because I'm totally in the wrong. I'll tell your insurance company I was in the wrong. And as soon as I did that, she visibly deflated. And then she's like, no, you know what, actually.
Like all the blow up dolls in your life.
Like all the blow. But she was like, you know what? I rented this car. My company rented this car I'm on a business trip. And I'm just going to say this happened in a parking lot, and, you know, like it's covered by the insurance, so don't worry about it. Like just as soon as I said I was wrong, she just like had nothing to do but like be reasonable about it.
Well, that sounds, you are going to film school, and to make ends meet, you're making porn. Is there a possibility?
In fact, I'm literally making ends meet.
Yes.
MEAT.
Yeah. But have you thought of using that as a scenario?
What's that?
For your porn, for the porn productions that you're doing?
I am going to Los Angeles Valley College, where they teach porn production.
Porn production.
Los Angeles Valley College, and that would be very funny if that's where they taught porn film.
You studied continuity in porn, I believe.
Right.
That's one of the things that really pisses me off when there's no continuity in, like, matching the eyes on the close-ups. Hardest thing to do in porn is matching the eye. Hey, I you know, I have a Pornhub channel.
Yes, I
have 5 million views.
Wow, you watched 5 million times?
No. I star in porn. There's a David Feldman fetish that a lot of people are turned on by, and I have one video, 5 million views on Pornhub. David and the pizza delivery girl.
Oh yeah,
and it's so hot. So I'm naked, and I order a pizza.
Right.
And this really hot pizza delivery girl shows up. And I mean, she's like, she might as well be topless. The shirt hangs so low. Her décolletage is mind-boggling. And this is, so I say, it's so hot. I go, how much for the pizza? She says $15. And I get her down $13 for the pizza.
And then she says,
that's it. That's the money shot. I pay her $13 for a $15 pizza.
And then she says, no need to tip. And then you ejaculate.
So you saw it. You saw the video. 5 million views on Pornhub.
Actually,
it's so hot.
The interesting thing is, like, clearly you have not watched porn in a while, because they don't do scenarios anymore. Like the porn now, the story of porn movies now is like just me and my whatever, my stepsister or whatever are bored at home and now we're gonna have sex. And I'm just like, that's not escaping into a fantasy because I'm bored at home and horny.
Right.
I'm fucking watching porno. Like I don't want to watch.
Why don't we
Big Losers as me?
Why don't we start making quality porn?
You know,
cinematic porn. I bet we could clean up. Well, we'd have to clean up if it's porn. It gets kind of messy.
I know a guy named Porno Jim.
Yeah.
His whole thing is like his whole act is lecturing people on, not like on the street, although that would be pretty great. But like he does these lectures about porn, about good porn, the history of porn. He's like big into porn. And so he thought like, well, I might as well make my own porn because I know what makes good porn and then I can make some money. But it turned out it was just a money loser. Like just porn is not like the big money maker that it used to be.
Why is that?
I think it's because the internet has killed literally every aspect of the entertainment business.
Well, I think porno stars make their money in live performances.
Live performances and hooking. That's where porno stars.
That's how I do. I have 5 million views on Pornhub, but my money is, oh my God. I get women pay to deliver me a pizza.
Right.
That's what they're I can't believe I'm delivering a pizza to David Feldman and I'm charging him $15, but he's only paying me $13, and they can't.
Like, hook. You're a hooker.
No.
But it's free to have sex with you, but $50 to get you to stop.
I have a very, very wealthy friend. And
Judd Apatow.
He ordered, no.
Why don't you ever have me on a show when Judd Apatow's on? Or Robert Smigel, like when people are listening?
Anyway, you got into a car accident, right?
No, you have a wealthy friend.
Nah, I don't want to tell that story.
No, I want to hear your story. You have a wealthy friend.
I have a question for you.
No, I want to hear the end of your story. You have a wealthy friend.
I just wanted you to know that I have a wealthy friend.
And then what happened? And then he ordered pizza, or what?
He's successful and he's happy, and people want to be around him, and he lives in a beautiful house, and it's just great. And there's a pool, and he lets me use it. And I don't want to tell this story. So let me ask you a question. You got into a traffic accident because you were looking at your phone, correct?
I was looking at Google Maps. Google Maps was telling me to go down a street that didn't exist.
Right.
Like yeah.
Okay, let's play this scenario out. What if you were looking at your phone and you drove into this woman and you really injured her?
Right.
Would you be more ashamed to tell the judge, I drove into her, or I didn't see her, I was looking at my map? In terms of, forget the legalities, just in terms of pride.
If I seriously injured this woman?
You seriously injure this woman, forget the financial obligations and the legalities, just in terms of personal pride as a driver. Would you rather tell the judge, yeah, I just drove into her, or I didn't see her, I was looking at my phone? What would make you feel prouder?
Well, first of all, this is a scenario where I stick around long enough.
Yeah.
We're in the realm of science fiction right now.
Right. You just drive off.
Right. Of course.
Yeah.
That's how we do it in America.
Yeah. Well, let's say you can't. Let's say you hit her so hard that, you smash the engine and the tires are flat.
Okay. So.
And you're caught. Would you be more ashamed to tell the police and the judge, take out the legalities and the finances, Your Honor, I just drove into her, or Your Honor, I didn't see her, I was texting? What would make you prouder?
I would say probably that I'm a bad driver because I have no pride in my ability to drive. It's not like a thing that I'm proud of.
I think you're wrong. I think the correct answer is, Your Honor, I was texting. I think that's a cooler way. What?
You would be prouder of that?
Yeah, my self-esteem would be if I really cared about my driving, this wouldn't have happened. I'm a pretty good driver, Your Honor. In fact, I'm so good, I text while I drive.
Right.
So that builds me up. Secondly, texting implies that I have friends that I'm talking.
Right.
And so it's not real, and it's not really my fault. I'm not a bad driver.
Does this get released as a podcast, or is it only on YouTube now?
So isn't that better to get into a major accident if you're texting? Like, this wouldn't have happened, but I'm a good driver. It's just I was texting.
I mean, honestly, my self-esteem is not tied up in my ability to drive at all. You have to remember, I got a driver's license 3 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago now, I should say, or about 3.5 years ago. So for me, if I can drive, if I can't drive, I don't really care what people think of my driving.
Why did it take you so long to get a driver's license?
Because I lived in New York. If I had to do the road, I would always get someone to drive me out, and they would open for me.
That's good. So basically, you had to know how to drive, not do comedy, in order to open for you.
Right.
I see.
Oh, hopefully both.
Do you have a California license or a New York license?
I have a California Real ID, baby.
And did you pass the written test? How did you do on the written test?
Did I not tell you this story?
The written test is pretty hard.
Written test was a breeze. So the way it worked was I went, I still had a learner's permit. And I said, well, I better get I better renew my learner's permit, get a California permit, and then schedule a road test and just do this.
The learner's permit is you can't
drive alone.
You can't drive alone, which is why you crashed into that woman.
Right.
Now, what does alone mean? Can you have a dog with you? You have
to have a licensed driver in the car with you.
Suppose you have somebody you hit impaled on the grill of your car. Does that count as driving alone?
As long as they're at least halfway through your windshield.
Oh, okay.
Right. So I went to the Hollywood DMV.
Hollywood DMV.
It's just exactly what you would imagine.
How many times did you get your picture taken?
Well, once for headshots, once for dick shots. Wait. So.
You're testing? That's what they say. You're testing at the DMV, Hollywood DMV. We're testing.
Right. You can't get into. You have to have a headshot if you want to. No. Okay. So listen to this. So the guy behind the counter who was doing my paperwork spent an hour doing the paperwork because he was also telling me his entire life story while he did it. And I mean, like, he's telling me the drugs he took, about the hookers, about where he lived, about everything, right? And like, it seemed to be his thing because people were just kind of coming up to him and like asking for paperwork or whatever, and he just kind of like, dude, I'm not exaggerating. I checked my phone after I walked away. So he gives me the paperwork and he's like, okay, you got to go into that room to do the written test. So I did the written test.
Take off your pants.
Right. If you can write your name in the snow with your penis, then you're no, so I did the written test.
This is tough.
Not really. I mean, if you
I find the written test
I read the manual, and once you read the manual, you know everything that you need to know.
But you got to remember a lot of things like blood alcohol level.
Right.
Which side of the road you're supposed to drive on.
Blood cocaine level. I mean, the whole thing. Maybe that's just
how far to drive through, how far away to stay from a school bus, for example.
Right. Well, according to the terms of my court order, it's at least 50 yards.
Right. And how fast are you allowed to drive through a school zone? Do you remember?
You know what? They post the signs. It's either 25 or 30 miles an hour.
I think it's 25.
I think you're right. Some places it's 30, but in
How
Los
fast
Angeles-
are you? That's to drive through a school zone. How fast do you drive into a school zone? If you're going to drive your car into a school, how fast should you be going?
I mean, also, it's 25 miles an hour to drive through a school zone, or you are allowed to stop if you're going to be selling weed to the kids.
Right.
So, but wait, so I do the written test, ace it, got a 95.
That's
right?
better than I did. I deuced it. I shit my pants on the written test was hard for me, especially the essay. How'd you do on the essay?
Well, the essay was fine. It was just the algebra. Oh, wait, so then I go to the counter. The woman behind the counter is like, "Great," and she starts getting my
Oh,
information.
and she said, "Do you want crushed nuts with this?" Right? You're at the counter, and she said, "Would you like your nuts crushed?"
Uh-huh.
And you said, "Go ahead."
Oh, I thought there was a punchline.
There is, but I'm not going to repeat
Oh,
it.
no, punchline.
No, it's bad.
Make me Google it.
Google it. Would you like your nuts crushed?
Okay,
It's
so
the DMV. I thought it was Carvel.
so it's a
So you're at the counter. You ace the written test.
Right.
There's a really hot-looking woman making eyes.
really hot looking, overweight 45-year-old Mexican lady with a mustache
Mm.
taking my information.
And do you think? Don't you think that's offensive that you said that?
What's that? That she's hot?
No, the way. I mean, I just found that to be a microaggression.
A microaggression?
Why?
Why?
A microaggression. What you just said.
What did I say?
I just. It was the tone. I felt threatened by what you just said. I'm going to micro cancel you now. Go ahead.
Ask me what grade I would give that joke.
I wasn't a joke. I thought it was casual. It was casual sexism and casual racism.
What? So it wasn't racist? That's who the woman was.
It was casual racism. I like black tie. I like black tie racism, not casual racism.
How is it racist to describe the woman's ethnicity?
It was casual. We like formal racism.
How is it racist to say that the woman was Mexican?
We do ship to shore racism on this show.
How is it
You ever
racist
been on a
to
cruise?
Mexican? Why does that make you uncomfortable?
The music what you said was not casually racist, but the music, it sounded casually racist. The music.
You felt that when you hear the word Mexican, you get uncomfortable. And so that was my fault.
No, I'm just saying that there is the lyrics were not necessarily casually racist or sexist, but the music was.
So what I said wasn't racist.
It's not what you said, it's how you said it.
Right. So it's like what I said wasn't racist, but you feel like it should have been.
I feel like putting you, making you feel ill at ease and questioning yourself to get the upper hand.
Now ask me what grade I would give that.
What grade would you give that?
C.
Was her name Sue?
C.
So this woman you're talking about, her name is Sue.
C.
And did she have another job besides working the DMV?
C.
What did she do?
So.
She sewed?
C.
Did she have a brother?
C.
Did he have a name?
C.
What was Sue's brother's name?
Cy.
Cy?
C.
Okay. And was Cy a lawyer?
C.
Cy was a lawyer.
C.
And what did Cy like to do?
Sue.
Cy sued?
C.
Did he ever sue his sister?
See.
He sued Sue?
See.
Cy sued Sue.
See, Sai Su Su.
Did he have a boat?
See.
Did he ever take Sue on his boat?
See.
And where did they sail? Well, on what? What?
See.
Cy sailed with Sue on the sea?
See.
Ah, okay. When they were younger, did they go to the playground?
See.
Well, there was the swing. What else did Cy and Sue like to play on?
Seesaw.
Seesaw? Cy and Sue on the seesaw?
Boy, you're lucky no one listens to this show. All right, that was formally racist.
That was Mel Blanc and Jack Benny.
Right.
That was from the Jack Benny show.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure Jim Earl and I, when the show first started, pretty sure we did that like a half-hour version of that, where it just got worse and worse. It was really, we did the Cy, Sue, C, and then
So this lady of no particular extraction or visual.
did he have semen? C. How much? 10? 10 what? CC? Size semen? C. Go ahead.
So she's.
So we're back at the DMV.
We're back at the DMV.
Okay.
And
Where you aced your test.
I aced the test. Ask me what grade I did not get.
What grade did you not get?
C.
All right. We're going around in circles here.
So,
okay, so this woman.
So this
woman behind the counter.
Middle-aged lady, not sexually attractive at all. Middle-aged lady.
Hey, what lady?
Middle-aged.
Does that matter what age she is?
Yes, because you asked if she was hot.
Well, I shouldn't have asked that question. I apologize. Why does it matter how old she is?
Teenies out of the ball. Because women over 25 are not attractive.
Nevertheless, why do you have to bring that up? It's my favorite joke. Nevertheless, it's such a great.
Okay, so.
Nevertheless is one of the greatest jokes, and you can't tell that joke anymore. One of the greatest jokes ever.
What joke is that?
Nevertheless. The punchline is nevertheless. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
You've never heard the nevertheless joke?
Oh, I never heard the nevertheless joke.
Can you call yourself? How do you not know? That's like not knowing the Aristocrats joke.
I didn't know the Aristocrats either till I saw that movie.
Where'd you grow up?
New York.
How could you not know the Aristocrats joke or the nevertheless joke?
I don't know. So what's the nevertheless joke?
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem to be performed this afternoon by Kate Smith. Kate Smith is a no-talent, ugly motherfucking blah, blah, blah. Nevertheless.
That's a great joke.
You never heard that joke? Oh, it's the best. You have to build it out.
Right.
The guy screams a lot worse than what I did. Nevertheless, do you know that my father was there for Lou Gehrig's speech?
Really?
No, this is true. My grandfather was at Yankee Stadium when Lou Gehrig said, I feel like the luckiest man in the world. And my grandfather screamed, why? You're dying of Lou Gehrig's disease. How are you the luckiest? Okay.
You know, my
yeah. That's not true, by the way.
My
what are the odds that hang on, I got my Lou Gehrig's disease joke. What are the odds that Lou Gehrig would have ALS and play in the AL? What are the odds?
You know, my aunt was a nun.
Yeah. Was she middle-aged?
She was when I knew
You
her.
have a Jewish aunt who was a nun.
No, my Irish aunt.
You have a Jewish aunt who's
Irish.
Irish and a nun.
Right.
Wow.
And it was really embarrassing. This one time, I was walking. She lived outside of New York. She lived up in upstate New York.
And she was single.
She lived up in Kingston. Well, I mean, she was married to Jesus, as they tend to be. But
what is that? What is the wedding night like? Do they really marry Jesus?
They do. They're all brides of Christ.
But is there a wedding?
There's a ceremony. It's not a wedding, but it is a ceremony.
Seriously?
No, I'm serious. They're considered brides of Christ. They're considered married to Jesus, and that's why they can't ever take lovers or husbands.
Because they're married.
They're married to Jesus.
Well, I mean, they're just married, so that means they can't have sex.
And people say Jesus is great, but I mean, come on.
He's a lot of how many wives does he have?
The man clearly likes to dip his wick.
That's why the Vatican is so wealthy. Just for my God, the alimony that he must pay. Do you hear that sound?
I do. So my aunt is a nun.
You have a Jewish aunt who married Jesus.
Wait, so this is
so she didn't marry out of the religion. That's great. She married a Jew.
She married a Jew. So I had just I was 13 years old and I was about to visit her.
Oh, so she for your bar mitzvah.
No. I never had a bar mitzvah. You know that. So although the beard would say otherwise.
You weren't bar mitzvahed.
If you would look at the beard, you would think I had led young men through a bar mitzvah.
It's never too late to get a bar mitzvah. Okay, so you're 13 years old.
I didn't have a Haftorah, but I did get a regular Torah at half price, so it was just as good. So
now that's offensive. That's trivializing what happened in Texas over the weekend that you would do that.
Dude, I agree. There's nothing sadder than seeing Jews in America getting treated like school children.
I don't get that.
There was a shooting. There's a mass shooting in hospital.
Oh, so now you've offended. Oh, I see. So now you're just trivializing every victim of a mass shooting.
Pretty much. It's pretty much what I like to do. But here's the thing. This is like
okay. So you're 13 and you're visiting your nun aunt.
This is like a family story. This is a family.
So it's sacred.
Whenever my family wants to make fun of me, this is the story they always tell.
They need a story to make fun of you. Why can't they just?
Because we visited her. We took the Trailways bus up to Kingston, New York, from not Penn State, Port Authority. There's all these hookers around the Port Authority, and
why do you have to bring my mother into this story? God, you are just. You would bring my mother into this story.
Listen, so one of these hookers, of course, was a middle-aged Mexican lady with a mustache.
Of course. What was her name?
Sue.
Sue?
See? No, wait. So this is the list of the story, and then I have to finish the DMV story. But this Mexican, so this hooker,
is the B story.
This is the B story.
All right, but we'll get back to the A story, and they all tie together like a good David Mamet play. Go ahead.
So on the way in, this hooker made eye contact with my dad. My dad was holding my hand while we're walking through the Port Authority doors, and she's like, blow job $25 or whatever, how they're blow job $25. My dad's like, come on, and he's pulled my, and so on the whole bus ride up, I was asking my dad what's a blow job, and he's like, I don't want to tell you. I'm like, what's a blow job? He's like, you're not old enough, whatever. So we finally got to my aunt. We get to the convent to visit her. It's like visiting hours at the convent. You know, they have to like visit you separately from the, I mean, nuns are allowed to live in the world and go to the, you know, laundromat or whatever. Right. So we're sitting around, we're having lunch with her, and just kind of out of nowhere, I go, you know, Aunt Gertrude, what's a blowjob? And she said, $25, same as in town.
William McEnany is the host of Tell Your Friends.
We'll never get into the DMV story, apparently.
Oh, finish the I'm tired. What was the DMV story?
Oh, I mean, basically, long story short, the woman's entering my info.
That's something nobody ever says on this show. Oh, a short story long.
Yeah. With a digression about
Go ahead.
Politics. So I'm like, so where do I get the road test? She's like, you're not going to take a road test. I was like, well, what do you mean I'm not taking a road test? Like, how am I going to get a license? She's like, oh, this is your license. And then she like fucking printed out a temporary license. She's like, go get your picture taken and then you get your license in the mail in 2 weeks. So I've never passed a road test, Dave.
Wow.
I passed the written, but not the road. Rodrigo's had his hand up this whole segment.
Yes. He's trying to stanch the bleeding. This is fun. We should do this more often.
Yeah. Let's answer listener mail.
Well, do you want to talk to some of the listeners?
Sure.
All right. Let's talk to Rodrigo. Rodrigo?
Oh, hi, David.
I just want to apologize for the show, Rodrigo. Rodrigo is our counselor in chief.
Oh.
So, yes, go ahead.
I think Liam may get bored, but I had three things. I wanted to try explaining again why NFTs and crypto in general are bad.
Okay. And why don't you tell it to Liam?
I am, aren't I?
Start with A, right? And then we'll go to B and then we'll go to C.
Okay, go ahead.
Liam?
Yeah, I'm listening. So
Imagine that David Feldman bought a book on Amazon and every single bank on the planet had to call each other to spread the news that David Feldman bought a book on Amazon. Now imagine that every single time someone bought something, all the banks had to spend the electric power to spread the news that someone, for example, bought a cup of coffee.
Right. Well, first of all, the banks were just excited that David Feldman spent money.
Oh, my God.
Spread the news. Oh, my God. Have you heard?
Oh, my God.
More than 99 cents at a time.
Rodrigo, let's get the canceling machine up and running because now I'm ready. Go ahead, Rodrigo. I'm really sorry that you have to be exposed to this. Go ahead.
So, of course, there are advantages to being decentralized, but NFTs do not take advantage of them. Most people buying or selling or who own NFTs have to make an account on OpenSea, get an e-wallet where the extended information.
Rodrigo, I'm sorry. I hate to interrupt, but they have to make an account on an open what?
OpenSea.
Open what?
OpenSea. It's the name of the website.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Open your ears, jerky. Sorry, Rodrigo.
Get an e-wallet where the extended information they can consult is kept on the OpenSea Web 2.0 website and not on the Ethereum blockchain. The actual image you paid money for is also not kept on the blockchain because that would be too expensive. A more detailed explanation would just get people's eyes glazing over, but as leftists, what we should focus on is that NFTs are fancy receipts. They're unique, they're numbered, they're hard to hack, fancy receipts, but in the end, they're just shiny toys that combine the worst of the classic web with some of the advantages of decentralized computing and all the disadvantages.
Okay, so what so you're against NFTs?
I think they're a pretty shiny toy I want to play with, but we should not be using them.
Right.
We should not be looking on as other people say, oh, all the big game platforms should accept crypto and let's move on. That's what I think.
Okay, so what's your second point? Or point B?
I wanted to invite people in Philadelphia looking for a candidate to support to visit www.paulprescott.com.
Okay, we usually only give out URLs for crappy jewelry, but I'm going to let you do it just this one time.
Paul Prescott, PAULPRESCOD.com. He's running for the state senate in the 8th district of Pennsylvania.
The what district?
Philadelphia, sorry. And Mike Ortega, OrtegaForCongress.com, is running on California's 46th district.
Okay.
And I wanted to say that the accelerationists are telling us to take a chance on their ideas and stop voting Democrat. And I wanted to give an example on when that might be worth doing. Portugal's Congress has elections in 9 days, and two of the socialist parties, the Partido Socialista and the Partido Socialdemócrata, are polling at over 2/3 between both of them. That's over 68% between two socialist parties. In France, Jean-Luc Mélenchon is 15 points behind Macron, and he might lose, but if he does, there's still a second round for everyone to vote for Macron to make sure Marine Le Pen doesn't win. These are the conditions where going all out for the leftist alternative is worth doing. If you tell people to stop helping elect Democrats now because Biden is almost as bad as any GOP president, you're just helping the GOP. And again, as I always say, there are no shortcuts. If you think AOC isn't leftist enough, like I do, you have to go and find people to her left and help them win elections. David Feldman and Liam may find this interesting. The leftists in France are trying to organize a leftist alternative to Mélenchon, and they have a website where you can register people to run for office, whether they approve of it or not. There are people who have been surprised to learn they are being endorsed by thousands of people on these websites.
Okay. What's
right.
That was point B. So what's the next point?
Okay, we have to wrap it up.
And point 3 is really fast. The United States spends more on police than all but 2 countries in the world do on their military. And one of those is the United States, which spends more on its military than the next 10 top countries combined. And I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, if I had my way, this would be the show. You, me, and Rodrigo.
I think the future of this segment is emails.
Yes.
Written communication.
Yeah. Liam, plug away.
Cummings, do you have anything to say before we wrap up?
Let's. We're wrapping it up. Liam, what do you want to plug?
I'm on Instagram at Radio Liam. I'm on, you know what? I should have come prepared with my Substack because I'm launching it in a couple weeks.
Oh, good. That's what,
I'll be back to plug that, I guess.
yeah, come back next Thursday. Wait, it already is next Thursday. Please welcome Liam McEnany. I love you, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Do this more often.
Yeah, let's do it more often.
You just have to show up on Thursdays.
All you have to do is send me a confirmation email, and I'll be here.
All right. Liam McEnany. Thank you, Liam.
Yeah, it was a pretty great segment.
Yes, it was. You're the best. It was the best segment of the night.
How often do I have to be on the show before I get a 5-minute theme song?
That's up to Professor Mike Steinel.
It's Liam McEnany, and he's gonna be on, and we're gonna talk about.
I guess you just got. I guess you just got it. All right, I got to wrap it up.
Wrap it up. But first, David's got to.
Now I have to be rude.
Now we have to plug a few things that we like.
How do I get this man to stop? That is our show. I want to thank all our guests, including Liam McEnany. I'd like to thank the amazing Dave Cyrus, the incredible Professor Ben Burgess, Dr. Philip Hirschenfeld, Ethan Hirschenfeld, Emil Guillermo, and of course, Dr. Joanne Lynn, the Reverend Barry W. Lynn, the professors in Marianne, Professor Marianne Cumming, Professor Ann Lee, Professor Jonathan Bick, Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to the Mudgeless podcast, as well as Guerrilla History with Henry Huckamaki. Then I want to thank the great Alan Minsky, Executive Director of the Progressive Democrats of America, as well as Professor Harvey J.K. Follow him on Twitter at Harvey J.K. Dan Frankenberger in the newsroom, and of course, our old friend, the original gangster of this community. He really is, Liam McEnany. Office hours every Friday night, starting at 8 p.m. If you want to talk to me, I man the fort from 8 till 9. I'm available for conversation personally on Zoom. So go to my website. I'm there at office hours from 8 to 9. I'll talk about whatever you want every Friday night. If you would like to sit in our virtual studio audience, go to my website to sign up for the Zoom room. And we have a newsletter. So while you're over there, please sign up for my newsletter. I'm David Feldman. Remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.